Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Everybody move it. Full reverse, we need to get the Mary out of the way. Nami shrieks over the noise. That can't be what I think it is, can it? Kaya asks worryingly. Well, it sure looks and sounds like a train, as weird as that statement may be, Valentina answers, as the whistling gets louder, the combined efforts of the crew managing to get out of danger just as the train rushes past. Yep, definitely a train. Now how the fuck is there a train going along the water? Zoro yells. Well, the thing we got snagged on, stopped by might have been the track, or whatever the equivalent for this sea train is, Chaos suggests, his breathing returning to normal levels. Granny, we've got pirates. The crew turned to see a girl with pigtails that stick up to form a Y on her head shouting from the lighthouse, though not in a fearful way, which was odd as usually people seem to run in fear or not give a shit. Give me a mo kiddo. Well, it seems you're right. Get me the den from out back. The old woman slurs before falling over. What do we do? If they call the Marines, we're screwed, Vivi asks. Well, I don't want to hurt old ladies or children, so we could just steal the snail from them, Chaos offers. Hello? Who's this? Wrong number by. Well, she's drunk off her ass, Zoro grumbles, while Usopp collapses in relief beside him. Well, good luck, Captain, and Vivi, this is what we pay you for, Valentina chirps, lightly shoving the blue net towards the side of the ship, accompanying Luffy and Nami. Hello strangers, the old lady waves. Granny, those are the pirates I told you about, the little girl whines. Hello. My name's Chimney, she greets, this is my kitty Gombe and Granny Kokura. She introduces the clearly a rabbit and old drunkard after. Hello. You're a lot more relaxed than I thought you would be, Vivi notes, especially given their first meeting involved screaming. Nah ga, you kids wouldn't happen to be train robbers, would you? Kokura asks, getting a shake of the head from the three. Good. I'm Luffy, and I'm going to be king of the pirates, the rubber boy elaborates. Really? Chimney says with starry eyes. I like you, kid, you're nuts, Kokura laughs. Chimney, that was a steamboat, right? Because what it looked like seems pretty impossible, Nami asks, chuckling nervously to herself. Well, if you thought it was a steam train, then you're right. This is the one and only sea train. The Puffing Tom, transporting passengers from island to island every day thanks to the tracks hidden just below the surface. Chima explains, munching on a cookie. Plus it carries goods and messages as well. You wanted the Puffing Tom can get it to you. Or at least your island. Wow, weird, Luffy thinks aloud, looking down at the tracks. This is incredible. How is it possible? Vivi asks, getting in just ahead of the navigator and the curious sniper who'd popped down to check out the sea train tracks. Chimney shrugs. I don't know how they figured it out. It was done back in Granny's time, but the tracks keep the train on target, while the engine runs the paddles on the train's wheels, making it rush through the water like it was air. Very impressive, Victor whistles, liking the ingenuity of an engineering marvel like this. So where are you young things going? The next train isn't till tomorrow though, sorry loves, Kokura asks, her drunken tone and permanent grin hiding the sympathetic message she was trying to impart. Nami waves her off, it's fine, we don't need the train when we have a ship and a log pose, she replies, pointing to her wrist. Oh, and where is it pointing? Kokura asks curiously. That way, Nami answers, pointing straight ahead and a little to the left of the station they were at. Kokura nods, still smiling. Then you're heading to Water 7, also known as the City of Water. Nice place, you'll like it there. Water 7, sounds delightful. Vivi smiles sweetly, it is. Real good shipyards there, it's their claim to fame. Though technically their claim to infamy was the Oro Jackson, Kokura slurs, missing the Spataki from the researcher. Though given she wrung her hat out over Usopp, Artemis clearly didn't. Really, then they must have some great shipwrights too. Luffy cheers, Guys, I know what we're going to do today. Head to Water 7 and get us a shipwright to fix the Mary. In that case, hold on a tick, Kokura says before waddling back into the house. Wonder what that was about, Alvida thinks aloud, getting shrugs from anyone who heard her. Here you go dearies, a map of the city, and a reference letter. Give it to a man named Iceberg and he'll fix your ship up good, I promise. Thanks, weird old lady, Luffy says with a grin, causing the yellow-haired woman to cackle. We'll be heading that way soon, so I hope to see you there so I can show you my favorite drinking holes. Kokura grins as the crew prepared to head off. It'll take a week for the log to lock on to the next island, so I know you'll still be there. Good luck. See you then, Coco. Chinmay, Luffy waves as Valentina gets them moving again. A little while later, leave finding the shipwright to me. I'll find the hottest girl in town, Sanji declares, swooning already. What do I care about how hot she is? I want a big manly man, 16 feet tall and built like a bear, Luffy argues. A person that size wouldn't fit on the ship, moron. Plus think of how much food they'd need, Usopp vetoes. Idiots, Zoro sighs. What they look like doesn't matter. The problem will be finding someone mad enough to join a crew of pirates, he adds. Chaos shrugs. I don't know, we got a good few people to join willingly, and those that didn't. Well, Luffy is the more stubborn, bullheaded person most of us have ever met. He won't take no for an answer. He's not wrong, Vivi and Alvida agree. Chopper and Karoo chuckle to themselves as Luffy shoots his girls a look of betrayal and flops onto the deck sadly. I agree with Zoro, the appearance don't mean anything. All we need is a good shipwright, Victor pipes in, adding to the main conversation. Keeping the kids in line down there, girls? Robin calls from her position between Nami and Valentina. About as well as usual, Vivi replies, letting herself be pulled into Luffy's lap and hugged. About half an hour later, I think we've arrived, Kaya calls happily. Wow, it's so cool, Luffy cheers. I can see why it's called THW City of Water. They have rivers for streets, basically, Nami notes, until Robin corrects her. Given they're most likely artificial, they're canals, she says, still smiling. Lucky for the Straw Hats, they managed to prevent another dead race incident by being directed to the canal equivalent of back alleys and going into Water 7 that way, avoiding any potential marine prescience. I like this place, there was a lot of work put into the construction of all these buildings, Victor notes with a grin, then pointing out to Chopper how the buildings were high and dry despite the initial appearance. It's so cool, like all the houses are built on stilts, or maybe bridges with all the arches. He cheers, awed by the designs. Once more they were oddly helpfully directed elsewhere to dock their ship. Probably so they'd keep out of trouble and the city would remain intact. All was good as it waited acre, less when the sails were raised. Creak. Snap. Shit, Zoro curses, himself and Alvida catching the once more broken mast. Are you trying to break the ship, idiot? Usopp yells, about to slap the swordsman until Kaya restrained him. No, I didn't do anything that I don't normally do. Damn, the Mary is falling apart. How the hell did we make it this far into the Grand Line in the first place? Sheer dumb fucking luck, Chaos answers, himself and Victor moving to help center and secure the mast once more. Hey, did anyone find it weird nobody cared that we're pirates? Nami asks. They're shipwrights, anyone with a ship is a potential customer. Therefore as long as we don't cause trouble they don't give a shit. Valentina guesses, getting nods of agreement from a few of the others. Possibly, or the security they have is good enough. STES like us won't be much of an issue for them to deal with, so they have no reason to worry, Robin adds, giving her own idea to the blaze reactions they'd been getting. Okay, before everyone goes crazy we need to remember why we're here. Find Iceberg and give him Kokura's reference letter so he can work on the Mary, then we find somewhere to cash in all the gold we got for Barry. Now obviously half the crew can't do the second mission, as you have bounties on your heads, so Usopp, Vivi and I shall do that. The rest of you can help unload the gold, then I guess do whatever, see the sights, stock up on supplies, anything, as long as somebody stays behind to guard the ship. Nami explains the plan. The large crew making short work getting the gold into a sack and off the ship. Luffy deciding to make it his job to mine the treasure, slightly altering Nami's plan, but given Luffy wasn't listening in the first place she decided to allow it, plus it meant she didn't have to carry all their gold. Rental bullpen. Any idea what that is? Usopp asks as he reads the plaque over the city entrance. Well, bulls are animals, usually beasts of burden, or just really stocky animals like bulldogs. Other than that, no idea, Vivi guesses. Guess we'll just have to go find out, Luffy shrugs, following the three in front of him into the city. As it turned out, bulls were plesiosaur-looking animals with horse-like faces, their head, necks sticking out of the water, and when a boat is attached to their back like a saddle made for simple transportation in the mostly aquatic Water 7. 2 boats were provided, Nami and Usopp in one, while Vivi and Luffy, the sack on his lap, in the other. The renter also gave them a map and directions, both for somewhere to trade the gold for berry, but also a shipyard, hopefully icebergs, at least that was the thoughts of the 4 pirates. Wow, this place is incredible, Nami gasps as they ride through the canals, forcing herself to keep one eye on the map so they didn't get lost. Vivi nods. Yes it is. Too bad we didn't get Alvida to come with us. Don't worry about it, we'll find a Yagara fit for 3 and go sightseeing later. How does that sound? Luffy asks, turning to see the brunette smile and kiss his cheek. Lovely Luffy, almost romantically so, she says with a wink, causing both to laugh. Who's the one with the sweet devil fruit again? The cavities I'm getting seem to be affecting my memory. Nami deadpans, ignoring some random guy flirting with her. And lucky she did, as his wife pulled him back in a minute later and apologized. This place is really weird, even ignoring that, as Nami and Robin seem to get flirted at everywhere. These people are so friendly, it's actually a little unnerving, Usopp thinks aloud, the sniper clearly feeling a little paranoid in their current condition. Relax Usopp, we're stuck here for a week, try to relax, maybe you and Kaya can take a Yagura to the other side of town. Do a little shopping for herbs or weapon maintenance supplies, Luffy suggests with a shrug. Of course the long-nose's worry was at least in his and Nami's eyes warranted when the bulls decided to take a different canal than the one she wanted, and their equivalent of a gentle stroll turned into a high-octane roller coaster. Luffy cheering as they went up and then a rather sharp down. Vivi, once secured by one of Luffy's arms, giggled at his antics, while Nami and Usopp swore and screamed. Especially the jump, which even had the brunette cling to Luffy's shirt before they landed with a splash. Never do that, Aga. Wait a minute, Nami begins to yell, but stops when she sees a sign. This is the shopping district. This is exactly where we were trying to go. You took us on a shortcut, didn't you? She asks the Yagura, who nods and whinnies, louder when she rubs his mane, fin and Kuzudid. Okay, we need a plan, Usopp begins, right until Luffy speeds past. Hey, where are you guys going? I don't know, ask my ride. Luffy calls back with a shrug. Luckily it was just hungry, so returned a few minutes later with an armful of water meat, which was apparently rather good, not that Luffy was letting anyone but Vivi and their Yagura have any of the ones he bought. Nami, Luffy's eating in front of us, make him share the local food, Usopp whines, though Nami didn't notice, too distracted by the odd masks some of the people were wearing, ornate but expressionless marvels, reminding her of pictures of a masquerade ball from a storybook. Frowning, she puts the weirdos to the back of her mind and gets back to work. Okay, so now all we need to do is go up the Watergate elevator and we've finished this part of the job. The what now? Luffy asks in confusion. The tower thing. Right in front of us, she responds, pointing straight ahead. Wow, they really do use water for everything. The navigator laughs as they take the elevator, which used the water like a lock. Which makes sense when you remember most of the city is canals, to float the bulls and their passengers to the upper level. 10 minutes later. So this is the greatest shipyard in paradise. Everything's so huge, Luffy shouts when they finally exit the elevator and catch a look at the upper region. Drawn to a crowd, the four discovered just how big a deal it was to be a shipwright in this town, with the locals treating the Galila company like celebrities. One reason being their ability to beat up any pirates who try to mess with them. I can't wait to meet these guys, Luffy gushes, nearly dropping the treasure on Usopp's foot. Hold the boat, Luffy, we still need to get the gold converted, then we can come back, Nami reminds him, getting a grumpy sigh before turning on his heels and following the person he recruited because she could read a map. Meanwhile, this place is so cool, and it's just the shopping district, Artemis gasps, grinning widely as she follows directly behind Robin. Chopper on the woman's right and Chaos essentially guarding their rears. It's a good thing they have walkways as well as these canals, Chopper notes, then shivers as a masked person walks past him. Yes, the amount of planning required for the construction of somewhere like this is incredible. Robin agrees, ignoring the flirting idiot staring at her cleavage. Luckily Artemis strategically clinging to her, and a glare from chaos got them moving, the artist having to switch parent a couple times when the rare local girl flirted with the reflect human. Chopper grimaces. This place is full of Sanjis and girl Sanjis. I think the word you're looking for is ragu, and I'm glad we don't have one on the ship or I'd have lost something important a lot earlier on this journey. Chaos muses, chuckling to himself while Robin stifles a giggle behind her hand. Hey guys, what's that guy selling? Chopper asks, gesturing with his head to the stands on the other side of the canal. They look creepy. Don't worry Chopper, it's just a mask shop. I've seen quite a few people walking around town with them on. I guess they buy them from him. You wear them? I thought they were those guys' faces. Chopper laughs as they continue on. There's a costume carnival on most days a few islands over, so people take the sea train over to participate. How do you know that, Mama? Artemis asks, eyeing the masks. Everyone's talking about it. Side effect of always being on the lookout for danger is you see and hear practically everything around you, even if it does sometimes cause a light touch of paranoia. Robin explains. Then something catches her eye and smiles. Hey Chopper, I found the bookstore. Really? The reindeer's eyes sparkle, shooting over to where she points, Artemis chasing after him. Can we go in, Robin? Please, please, please? He begging, bouncing around like an excited child. The redhead not far behind in excitement. Seems like you've adopted another one, Chaos teases, then sees Robin freeze when one of the masked men brush past her. You okay? Robin blinks and quickly fakes an enthusiastic smile. Of course, everything's fine, just feeling a little peaky. I'll follow you in a minute, she assures him, unconvinced. But Chopper and Artemis combined whining forced his hand, to Robin's relief. It seemed that a carnival city was the best place for Chopper, as everyone assumed he was wearing a really nice costume, rather than calling him some kind of freak. Eventually worry entered the younger members' heads, as Robin still hadn't come in. All three of them worried something was wrong. Back on the Mary, Zoro was doing the one thing he seemed to love more than his swords, sleeping, on the Mary's deck. One of the few to remain on the ship, when a group of people snuck on board and interrupted it by trying to split his head open with a sword. Pity, I was hoping we could kill you quickly in your sleep. The man taunts in response to Zoro's annoyed face. Who the hell are you morons? He asks, you really don't know? Cause we know you, pirate hunter. We're a collection of bounty hunters, known as the Frankie family. We'll be taking the 60 mil bounty for you. Then wait in the cabin for the others to come back and deal with them. One of the goggle-wearing dumbasses boasts, swinging his sword which Zoro blocks with practically no effort. Then rather than cut him, just knocks him out with the hilt of another of his swords. Seeing the man go flying, the rest of the family charge. Zoro looking bored as he held two blades towards them and countered. Night or you. Rhino Cyclone sending them all over water 7. The fuck is going on up here? Alvida asks as he come out onto the deck, looking annoyed when she sees Zoro had his swords out. Did we just get attacked? In the most basic sense of the word, yes. And here I thought we'd stop seeing incompetent bounty hunters when we got to the Grand Line. Zoro replies with a sigh, sheathing his weapons and sitting back down. They won't be back anytime soon, so don't worry about it. Meanwhile, in Upper Water 7, wow, VIP, think we'll get caught in an indoor pitfall again. Luffy wonders aloud as they all sit in the rather fancy-looking room. Well, until him and Usopp start bouncing on the cushions. Vivi looking nervous while Nami was still as a statue, not taking her eyes off the appraiser. You're oddly quiet. What, do you think the gold is fake or something? The sniper asks after calming down. No my boy, far from it. This is some of the best quality gold I've seen in a long time, and I've been at this for over 20 years. I'd estimate the value at about 100 million berry. 100 million. Luffy yells, before getting his mouth covered by Vivi and Usopp. Quiet idiot, do you want people to know how much money we're lugging around? The long nose hisses. Usopp is right about one thing. It's probably best we leave the negotiation with the ship's treasurer rather than risk messing things up. Vivi adds, Luffy nodding as he understood both of their points. Plus he was confused as to why Nami hadn't yelled at him yet either. "Well, I believe all we're going to need is your thumbprint and signature, then we can get everything done nice and quickly," the mustachioed man says as he slides a don't across the table, only for Nami to kick it away. "Oh, Nami's mad," thought the three straw hats as their navigator began to speak. "Three things before we negotiate. This idiot here has a 100 million berry bounty. I don't believe your appraisal to be accurate. If you lie to me again, it'll be the last lie you ever tell." The man swallows thickly, of course, a little later. 300 million berry. Usopp cheers, much like Nami practically cuddling their newfound wealth. Skypia paid off, big time, she purrs, wide grin on her face. "Well, at least we now have all the funding we need, for whatever it takes to get us a vessel off this island," Vivi notes. As a royal, the amount of money in front of her wasn't as brain-melting as it was for the others, but it was still an impressive haul that she was proud to have been a part of. "Yeah, let's get this bagged up and head to. Who are we looking for again?" Luffy asks. Clearly Nami was in a good mood as she only lightly threw one of the stacks of berry at his face, rather than punch him. "Iceberg. That's the man Kokura gave us a referral for, so he's the man we're going to ask to have fix the ship," she repeats. Later, "I'm not sure I'm comfortable with us carrying around all this money. Shouldn't we head back to the Mary?" Usopp asks. Nami having loaded their 3 suitcases of money into her and Usopp's boat, leaving Luffy and Vivi a chance to be free of the burden for this leg of the journey. It would be a waste of time to do that, especially when the shipyard is just over there. Besides, we'll be heading back to the Mary in no time. After all, the shipwrights will have to come down to see how much damage has been done before we can agree on a price, Nami counters, explains, smiling brightly at the fact they were all rolling in it right now. "You're right, I guess I'm just a little nervous. I've never even seen this much cash before in my life, never mind having it in my possession." "Well, don't worry, Usopp. I trust you not to do anything monumentally stupid with our money. Something I can't say about Luffy, even with Vivi supervising him. Hell, if he used it on a ring I doubt she'd care." Usopp nods. "Yeah, you're probably right there. Plus, even if she is a pirate now, you'd assume a princess would like to be spoiled from time to time," he says, while hoping to be just out of earshot of the Bluenet. When the four returned to the shipyard, it was a lot quieter, which was perfect for a group carrying so much money with them, as well as meaning they won't have any trouble from the shipwrights fan club. "Well, we're here, now to find Iceberg," Luffy announces, mostly to remind himself what he was looking for. Given much like his grandfather, Luffy seemed to have a disdain for procedure, he decided to just step over the fence, until some weirdo with a nose about as long as Usopp's but square stopped him. "Luffy's going to get us kicked out, then how will we fix the Mary?" Usopp whines as they follow their captain over to the fence. "So, what are you outsiders doing here?" Square-nosed Usopp asked, to which Nami handed him the referral in lieu of an answer. Interesting. Not many youngsters these days show up with a letter signed by Granny Kokura. He laughs, handing it back to the navigator. "You talk weird. How old are you?" Luffy asks before either of the girls could stop him. "I'm 23. Why? Because you talk like you're at least 50. When we're got I think around 3 crewmates older than you that still talk like normal people," Usopp replies. "So, do you know Iceberg, or are we at the wrong yard?" Vivi asks, causing the man to laugh. "Know him? Of course I do. Everyone in Water 7 does, given he's the mayor." "Damn drunk idiot, she could have told us that," Nami shouts, glaring angrily in the direction of the train station the old bat was probably still at right now. "So this ice guy is just as much a big shot as the last one we met," Luffy says. "Yep, not only that, but he's the president of our Galila company, and the manager of the sea train," the shipwright adds. "Wow, Kokura really did us a big favor with that letter if Iceberg is such an important guy," Vivi hums, smiling sweetly. "So, can you help us get in touch with him?" The man chuckles, his eyes hidden under his hat. Now that's the hard part, pinning down Iceberg. He keeps himself real busy, so it's not easy to find him for most people. "But you could get in touch with him for us, right?" Nami asks. "I suppose. Though we may be able to speed up a few things first." "Where's your ship docked?" the worker asks, doing a few stretches, to the Straw Hat's confusion. "Down by that rocky bluff." "Why?" Usopp answers, pointing down to where the Mary was. I'm going to go check out what needs to be fixed. That way when you get to Iceberg you can get straight into discussing cost and work. Given how precious his time is, he'll appreciate it. How are you going to get down there, on a Yagura? I'm trying to save time, not waste it. Give me 10 minutes and I'll have an evaluation, maybe even a ballpark quote. 10 minutes? Nami mouths. The dock worker vanishes in a burst of wind, rocketing through the island in the direction of the Mary. Soru. Holy crap, this guy's fast. Usopp shrieks. Do you think he'll be okay? Don't worry, he's always doing that, a voice behind them says, causing the four pirates to turn and see a man with blue hair and lips, in a suit, with a mouse in his breast pocket. He's Kaku, Galley Law's foreman. On the Mary, Kaku lands gracefully on the Mary's deck, looking around and only seeing a sleeping green-haired teen. Hello? Anyone around? He calls, causing Zoro to crack open his eyes and double take when he saw a square-nosed Usopp. Then Alvida, Kaya and Victor came out and were confused as to why there was a stranger on their ship. Who are you? Victor asks, the others at least resting their hands on their weapons, understandable after the Frankie family tried to attack them. Kaku of the Galila, I was sent down to have a look at the damages, and wow, I'm impressed this old girl still floats even just from a casual look. She's held together with hope and dreams, or practically, he jokes as he continues his unofficial tour of the Mary. Back at the top, I've never seen someone jump that far. I don't think I can with my fruit, nor Chaos with his. Luffy gushes, then pouts. Well, my men are the best in the business, so of course they can do things nobody else can, the man in the suit boasts. I see. Wait a minute, you're men, then you must be Iceberg, Nami gasps. Correct. Khalifa, Iceberg calls to the bespectacled woman beside him, who looked like she had a naginata shoved in an uncomfortable place. I've already done the background check. The boy in the center is Straw Hat, Luffy. His crew containing other noteworthy pirates is Pirate Hunter, Zoro. Mirror Master Chaos and Devil Child, Nico Robin. She says, also the girl closest to him on the right. Is Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, if I'm not mistaken, she adds, giving a barely noticeable bow. Surprising the princess, combined the crew has a bounty of 346 million. Though a handful of the crew have no registered bounty, so the bulk is the captain and the few I just named. The crew is formed in the East Blue and still has a majority East native crew, and due to being named after their captain are known collectively as the Straw Hat Pirates. She finishes, flashing her glasses. Very interesting. My name is Iceberg. This here is a mouse I found on the way here. I'm thinking about naming him Tyrannosaurus. The mouse squeaked in what he assumed was approval. Nami, is this the guy we're looking for? He doesn't seem that special, just kind of a weirdo. Luffy asks, while Iceberg complains to his secretary and has her clear his day of things he didn't want to do. This is the guy. Which means we need to give you this. Nami smiles as she passes him the letter. Take a look at their ship X. He reads, then rips up the page, crushing their hearts. Why'd you do that, you? Luffy shouts, then ducks a kick from Khalifa, which hits Usopp instead. Please, we need someone to look at the ship. Money isn't an issue, Nami pleads. Come on, if you're the best then you're the perfect choice to fix Mary, so please, Luffy asks, now putting his navigator between himself, Vivi and the crazy lady with poor aim and kicks. Okay, Iceberg responds immediately, shocking the four pirates. Just like that? Then why did you rip up the letter? Usopp yells. The lipstick mark was creepy. Though given we're drinking buddies, Granny Kokura is a good friend of mine, so I'll take her word that you're good people. He then sighs, picking his nose. Besides, Kaku has already run off to assess your ship and it's not like I have anything else to do, so there's no reason to turn you away. Now would you like a tour of the facility? He asks. Sure, sounds like fun, Luffy agrees, following the odd blue-haired man through the gate with Vivi. Nami not far behind and Usopp was about to follow until he noticed. Guys, the money's gone. That statement had Nami turn on her heels, eyes wide with panic. What? She shrieks. Hey, there it goes, Usopp shouts, seeing two Yaguras carrying weirdos with wonky shades and odd clothes bob away. The people in the boats not even trying to hide the fact they'd stolen 3 suitcases of money. Who are you people, or better yet, come back here and give us our money back. I'll wring all your necks if I catch you, the navigator shouts. Even from the distance Vivi could see the men shiver, Seemed they might have some functional brain cells up there after all. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Final diagnosis of the Going Merry. Holy shit, we've been robbed. Nami, how could you let this happen? Luffy asks, not getting a response from the twitching redhead, so moves on. This is bad. How are we going to get that back? We need it to repair the Merry. Vivi thinks aloud. The two making their way over to Usopp, who had to stop at the water's edge. I thought the point of me not carrying the money was to prevent this from happening. The rubber boy muses, as expected, getting a head slap from his wife, with Usopp joining in for good measure. Sorry, he mumbles, then sees a commotion heading their way. Is that? Iceberg asks. Yes. The debt collectors are after him again? Khalifa answers, referring to the blonde man running across the bridge like his ass was on fire, until he spots the Frankie family and their Yagura's below him. Why, how convenient, I'll be taking your ride, boys, he shouts before jumping off the bridge, throwing out ropes to subdue the crooks before floating away on one of the Yagura, laughing maniacally. Well, that's the original thieves dealt with, Vivi notes. Now for the new guy. Nami unclenches enough to comment, and given what we've just witnessed, I doubt he'll just hand over the money to us, she says with a sigh. Luffy about to go and deal with it straw hat style, when someone grabs his hand. Don't worry, I'll get your money, chirps the pigeon on the man's shoulder, momentarily surprising the crew, before filing it away under Grand Line WDs like most of the other insanity they've run into on their journey. Especially when the man makes quick work of subduing the other dock worker, then bringing him back by his ear like a disobedient child. Meanwhile, it's bad, isn't it? Kaku looks up from examining the floorboards to see Kaya standing on the stairs, watching him. That's why you haven't said anything, because the Merry is getting close to the end of her journey. The square nose stands. I won't know the specifics until I'm finished examining the entire ship, but if it helps, I can compliment you guys on how clear you keep this place. Even a room as manly and Spartan as this one is clean as a whistle. Only the lack of dust shows this place isn't simply a display ship, he says with a sweet smile, making the Amy girl nod and return to her duties. Back with Luffy's team, we apologize for Polly's behavior, though his actions did enable you to regain your lost finances from the Frankie family, Khalifa states clinically. Of course, that should even things out, more or less, Vivi assures her, ignoring Nami trying to cause damage to Luffy, and failing because rubber as always. So, this Frankie family, do they do that to everyone or are we a special exception? The navigator finally asks. Usually they're dismantling ships, but 200 million was probably too good a prize to resist trying to take. Iceberg answers. They're ship dismantlers, and bounty hunters. Whenever pirates come in they try take them out for their bounties, then take their ship, strip it for parts and sell them on the open market. They're quite frankly, a public nuisance, Khalifa adds, scrunching her nose. They don't seem all that tough, Luffy says. I doubt they could take any of us on. Iceberg nods. True, but they aren't the real problem. Their boss Frankie is. If you run into him, don't try confront him as it won't be pretty. Well, here you go, Iceberg, one idiot, and 2 suitcases of money. The pigeon chirps, his handler passively staring. That bird really is talking, Luffy yells, then catches the suitcases as they're tossed to him. Thanks. So the money is yours. Guess I saved you a lot of trouble dealing with the Frankie family, Polly says gruffly. Yeah, that would have been annoying, not hard but still a pain, Luffy nods. If you want to show your appreciation, I'll accept 10%, the blonde's eyes glint before falling to the ground after taking a hammer blow to the back of the head by Lucci. Do we even want to know what is going on? Vivi asks rhetorically, something it seems only humans understand. This here idiot is a compulsive gambler, and a bad one at that, so he owes a lot of people a lot of money, the bird explains. Will you give it a rest, you annoying little shit? Polly shouts, shooting out rope which knots around Lucci's arm then pulls, sending the statue-like man flying in an arc until he hits the ground with a thud, the Straw Hats looking away before the smoke cloud obscures it anyway. I can't look, is he okay? Nami squeaks behind her hand. What the? He stopped it with his hand, not only that he dug his fingers into the rock itself, Usopp shouts, which AHD the girls quickly look while Luffy just laughed, this Lucci guy was really strong. Enough Polly, get back to work, Iceberg scolds the shipwright as Lucci rights himself and his bird returns to its usual resting place on his shoulder. We apologize for the commotion, We hope this will not happen again and you can continue your business smoothly. Thanks Mr. Pigeon. Nami replies awkwardly. Oh right. My name is R.O. My name is Hattori and this here is Rob Lucci. We both work in the galley law factory. Wait, the bird almost, you're a ventriloquist, Nami declares, jabbing her finger in the top hat wear man's face. Awesome, I've never seen a skill like that before. I never suspected a thing, and tricks like that are usually my specialty. Please stop, it's nothing too special, Hattori, Lucci says, giving placating gestures as he steps back. This was interrupted by Polly having a minor episode as he scolds Nami and Vivi for their scandalous outfits, not the cleavage the navigator has on display, but for wearing a skirt and exposing most of her leg with the exception of her thighs. This guy's is serious, isn't he? Vivi asked, having sidestepped behind Luffy when the man started to rant at Khalifa, who based on her expression had heard it all before and had stopped caring a long time ago. Polly, enough of this. Let's open the gate so we can begin the tour, Iceberg says, growing tired of the blonde's complaints. This is a very large and impressive door, Usopp says as it opens to reveal the shipyard, and to open it by hand, just how strong are these people? I think would take the whole monster trio to do that. They do make them tough on the Grand Line, Nami notes, whistling as they were let in, after Iceberg reminded them to keep a good eye on their finances, especially after Frankie incident. I see what Kaku meant. Iceberg is quite the celebrity around here, Vivi muses as practically every dock worker they came across greeted the man with a smile and enthusiasm. Of course Miss Vivi, Khalifa agrees before continuing, in a place like this, where skill is all that matters of course he would shine. But it's more than that. Before Iceberg there were 7 competing factions, now Iceberg runs the show with all the docks cooperating to fill orders even faster than his predecessor could have imagined. His passion for shipbuilding and grounded nature spreads to everyone around him, and even when he's their boss he's still so approachable for the workers, and constantly re-earns their respect with every day. You're awesome ice guy, how about you join my crew? Luffy asks, causing Polly and Khalifa to go into apoplectic fits, and Lucci's cheek to twitch. I'm sorry about him. Luffy is direct to put it mildly. Vivi attempts to placate the shipbuilder and secretary as well as explain to Iceberg the reason for Luffy's request. We're looking for a shipwright as well as repairs, so hearing how great Iceberg is, he's decided to start at the top and work down so to speak. Iceberg blinks and turns to Luffy, is it true, you don't have a shipwright on your crew? Nope. Usopp and later Victor were the closest we've had, but the trip here is as much a chance to try get us a new crewmate as fixing up the Mary. Luffy admits, grinning as always. Well if you manage to find someone in Galila willing to join, I won't get in the way, Iceberg replies, then sees something else catch his attention. Those the new designs we were trying to improve? He asks him, petite with gray eyes and a bob-cut nods, yes Mr. Iceberg. I believe the new design will actually exceed our original expectations, based on the new calculations, she replies, giving a meek smile. You can recheck the numbers if you want to be sure. Iceberg laughs but shakes his head. No, I believe you. You earned the position by skill alone. Hey, Straw Hat, if your ship needs any improvements or a replacement, Sui Fun here is the best in the business for ship designs. He claps her shoulder, causing her to blush and hide her face. We'll keep that in mind. Oh dear, Vivi says politely before noticing Luffy run off. I'm sorry but without his brother around, somebody needs to be around to make sure Luffy doesn't cause any trouble, she explains before running after her captain, trusting Nami to get them a good deal on the Mary's repairs. Meanwhile, I don't understand why Robin would just up and disappear like that. Chopper wonders as he tries to follow her scent, Artemis and Chaos following not too far behind. Can you sense her, Papa? The artist asks, enough to know she's still in Water 7. I don't know this place enough to be any more exact than that, I'm afraid. He answers with a sigh. Then both perk up when Chopper speeds up, though have to quickly hide their disappointment when it turns out to be Sanji that Chopper found rather than Robin. Oh, hey guys, what are you doing here? The cook asks, shouldn't you be with Robin or something? You saw Robin? They ask, yeah, she was with some masked weirdo. Then they disappeared when I turned this corner. By this point I had gotten tired of this maze of an island and kind of just decided to mope for a few minutes. When was that? Artemis asks, curious about 10 minutes ago I think, Sanji guesses, while Chaos pulls out a pocket watch from his coat. Back at Dock 1, Kaku, where did you disappear to? You're never late, Polly asks, now smoking a cigar. I wasn't late, I was doing an assessment, the square-nosed man replies, which has Nami's ears prick up. You're done already, you really are fast, Nami says with a grin. Sure am. Oh, there you are, boss. These kids were looking for you earlier, nice to see they found you. Iceberg nods, petting his mouse absently. I gathered. So, how is the ship? Kaku's smile fades, about that, while Nami calls Luffy and Vivi down, yelling for Usopp as she hadn't seen him in a little while. Hey Square, Usopp is back. So how much will it cost to fix the Mary? No price is too high for our ship. Then we can work on upgrading her, make her stronger, faster, and more dangerous, more cannons. I wouldn't mind some decorative engravings on the hull. The Mary is lovely, but we got her before we were even a proper crew. Just 3 idiots and Demon and myself. Nami adds, sighing almost nostalgically. Kaku frowns. Hold your horses. That ship of yours, it's been through a lot, hasn't it? He asks. Well, we went to the Sky Islands, does that count? Luffy asks in response. Yes. The problem is that your ship has some rather impressive but deep scars. So it'll just take a while to fix her, right? Vivi asks, crossing her fingers. No, it's not a matter of time, or skill. Your ship can't be repaired by anyone, Kaku tells them. Polly sighs, resembling a blonde smoker for a second. The keel? He asks, to which Kaku nods. It's taken a lot of damage, he says, it's also the biggest problem with repairing it or any ship. No, we've gone everywhere with this ship without a problem, Nami shouts. I'm sure you have, but the thing is, even if we did everything we could for her, the probability of your ship making it to the next island is 0, Kaku says seriously. A cold shudder ran down their spines. Meanwhile, on the Going Merry. This is fucking bullshit. Valentina shouts, kicking a barrel apart before falling back against the cabin. Kaya sniffles as she runs her hand along the side of the caravel. This is as far as you can go, I Mary? She asks rhetorically. We've been through a lot, and I know we're sorry for any part we've played in what's happened to you. Zoro grips her shoulder, trying to help as best he could. It'll be okay. We'll get through this, somehow. And just because she can't go any further down the Grand Line, doesn't mean she won't get a respectful end she deserves. She's part of the crew after all. He hears a low chuckle across the deck. Seems the swordsman does care, nice work. You're also right, Chaos and Robin. Their talk about the clabber thingy. Everyone loves the Mary, so she's going to go out the way she's meant to, with love and respect. With the other Straw Hats in Water 7. Well, this sucks, Sanji grumbles as the four make their way back to the ship with their supplies, and minus their archaeologist. I'm sorry, Sanji, she told us to go in ahead of her and we thought she'd be right in. Chopper whimpers. Artemis nods while Chaos remains silent. It's not your fault, Chopper, none of your need to apologize. I just want to know who that guy the first saw he walking with was. Given he was a big fella with a cloak, I'd have thought it was you had I not known Chopper and Artemis would be tagging along on your little trip. The cook says to the reflect human. Unfortunately that cloak, as well as some kind of mask, means I don't have anything to tell you about the guy. Too bad everyone seems to be wearing masks around here, or else a big guy wearing a mask would be really helpful in finding her, Artemis notes with a frown. There's also the fact they managed to just disappear, not even poof, but they were there and then not. Sanji adds, hey, you're the expert. Know any fruits that can do that? No, but the feeling I got in that cul-de-sac, it's a fairly good bet whoever the man with Robin was, he had a devil fruit. Well, there's clearly nothing else we can do, so all that's left is to head back to the Mary, and if there's nothing wrong Robin will show up on her own. And if something is wrong? Chopper asks, then just like with Nami and Vivi's problems, the blonde begins. We beat it into the ground and deal with things that way, Chaos finishes, a grin that promises pain across his face. Up in Galila? What do you mean you can't fix the Mary? You're supposed to be these awesome shipwrights. What a load of bull, Luffy shouts angrily. If it's about the money we have more than enough. It's not money, Kaku repeats. There's nothing we can do that will get her back to where she once was. In fact, if I'm being honest with you, I'm impressed you made it this far given her current condition. Current condition? Vivi asks, do you know what the keel is, Princess Blue? Polly asks. Actually no, Vivi admits. It's the bit at the bottom of the ship. The bit that goes along the middle. Nami asks, the name sounding right in her head at least. Correct. It's also the most important part of the ship, structurally speaking. It's the starting point and the part in which the entire ship is built off of. It's the core or spine of the ship, and when it breaks, the ship is dead in the water, or it's not far off. Polly explains. You can't just replace it. Due to the building process, you're basically building a new ship entirely at that point. And that is why nobody, not even we, can fix her. Your ship is just a pile of wood awaiting her end. Hey, you don't have to be such an ass about this. Nami shouts, clenching her fists. The Mary is important to us, show her some decency. I'm being straight with you, that ship isn't going anywhere. If you try, it's basically suicide. Well, if you have to build her again, then do that. Build us a new Going Mary. Maybe even have B-Girl spruce her up or something. We can't do that, Lucci says through Hattori. We could build you a very similar ship, but nobody could build you the same ship over again, not here, not anywhere. So you're saying there's no way for us to continue sailing on the Going Mary? Vivi asks, really hoping she'd misunderstood. Exactly. Your only options are to wait for her to sink, or dismantle her immediately, Kaku tells them bluntly. Oh, don't just look at the negatives. Think of this as an opportune place in the world to get a new ship. Kaku said the Mary was a caravel, correct? An old ship like that. It's a miracle you made it this deep into the Grand Line. We don't want a new ship. Luffy says flatly. The Going Mary is the Straw Hats' pirate ship. If we repair her, she can sail. She got us here. She's given us no trouble since we got on her back on Kaya and Usopp's home island, and now you say she's useless out of the blue? I refuse to believe this bullshit. He continues, getting progressively angrier. So you plan to sail her till she sinks then? Iceberg asks, knocking the wind out of Luffy's sails. That's the decision of her captain? This discussion is over. Go clear your head and process what we've told you. If you decide to get a new ship, we'll be happy to build you one. 300 million will get you quite an impressive marvel in a place like this. He says, about to walk off when one of the shipwrights run over, saying there were WG suits looking for him. Damn it. Tell them I'm not here. Come on, Khalifa, I guess we're leaving the back way. Iceberg, there you are. The brunette cringes when a shifty-looking man with a scar and wiry facial hair and his goons saunter into the shipyard. Polly hissing at the Straw Hats to make themselves scarce, as pirates and government idiots are a bad combo. Hello Corgi, as you can see I'm not here today. Try again tomorrow please, Iceberg somehow says with a straight face. Yes you are, Corgi growls. I've come all the way here by sea train, don't turn me away, it's very rude. I expected better from the mayor and Tom's successor. The suit smirks, then sniffs the air. That's strange. I thought I caught a whiff of pirate for a second there. Must have been my imagination. Anyway, I'm here to talk. I don't like you. Go away, Iceberg replies bluntly, reminding both female Straw Hats of their captain in terms of bluntness. You can't be that stupid. Listen, I need to discuss something important with you, Mr. Iceberg. Best done in private. The brunette frowns, but follows the suits, his loyal secretary never far behind. Those suits, always sniffing around Iceberg. What do they want? Polly grumbles to himself. It's none of our business, probably hush-hush political stuff. Nami, we have a problem, Luffy says, gently poking the red head. What now? These suitcases, they felt really light when I grabbed them to hide them over here with us. Luffy, I think you're imagining things. You're a lot stronger than the rest of us. Unless those things were full of gold again, I doubt you'd feel any weight at all. Vivi assures him, until Nami clicks them open. Can you weirdos calm down? You're drawing attention to yourselves. Lucy squawks through his pigeon. Him and Polly walking over to see them screaming over two empty cases. 200 million berry. Nami squeaks. Gone. Vivi finishes, knowing the navigator couldn't bring herself to. Wait a minute, these cases are different. All worn and kind of shitty, Luffy notes. These people are weird. Hey Kaku, what were you doing with the Frankie family earlier? One of the ship Whyrights ask. The square-nosed man looks at him in confusion. What are you talking about? I haven't even seen one of the Frankie squad in at least a week. The mustachioed man frowns. Really, I was sure it was you. Given that long nose, the description snapped Nami out of her daze. Did you just say someone with a long nose was with the Frankie family? She asks in a panic. Well, you could say with, or you could say, being dragged away. That's kidnapping, you dolt, the redhead shrieks. So once again, the Frankie family have taken our money, and now they have Usopp too. Vivi summarizes, twitching slightly. Where can we find the Frankie family hideout, or whatever these thugs are calling it? Given their honest business, it's a workshop more than anything else. From where your ship is docked, follow the shore clockwise. The next outcrop will have one building out on its lonesome. It's called the Frankie House, you literally can't miss it. Thanks, parrot guy. Let's go, Luffy shouts, running off. The girls sigh deeply before following him slower, until Nami stops. We need to go back to the ship. Going to these people with our money is asking for trouble, plus it might be easier to deal with whoever these bozos are with some of our more combat-oriented crewmates helping. Vivi nods, understanding her point, both getting into a Yagura which made a beeline for the Mary, until they were distracted by a commotion. Stop the Yagura! Vivi shouts, Nami turning and following through when she sees what the other girl did. Usopp, badly beaten and left on the side of the path. Detour. We need to pick up Usopp, get him and the money to the Mary. Then while Kaya and Chopper treat him, the others can beat the Franku family blue and retrieve our ship money. The navigator nods and directs the Yagura to make its way over to their sniper. Come on Usopp, you better be alive. Nami calls fanatically as she shakes the long nose, scaring away the crowd in her haste. Nami, Usopp croaks, eyes half open, you're alive. She cheers, then her smile drops again. Who did this to you? Was it the Frankie family? It happened because I was weak. He wheezes between tears. They beat me and then they took all the money. Nami winces, having suspected but confirmation sucks Sea King balls. How will I face the others, after losing our money, losing the chance to fix Mary? He asks, blubbers. Nami, he looks really hurt. We can just move him, especially not at the speed we were just going with the Yagura. Vivi notes, wincing as she watches Usopp cry his heart out. Listen Usopp, don't worry about the money, we're on our way to get it back and beat those thugs who hurt you. I sure wouldn't want to be those guys if we sent the monster trio and demon twins on them, she lightly jokes, mostly to stop herself from crying alongside him. We'll grab Chopper and Kaya. They'll patch you up real good, just relax and everything will be okay. She assures him, then helps Nami set him down against the wall. We'll be back before you know it. Usopp barely grunts in acknowledgement, then the girls are back on the Yagura and speeding out of Water 7. On the Mary, a little before this comes to a head. Fuck, Chaos groans, the first of the four to react to the news that the Mary was done for. You can't be serious, Sanji gasps. That's what the shipwright with an Usopp-sized nose said. Valentina replies glumly. That the Mary can't be repaired, no way, no how. But, if we can't repair it, what will happen to the Mary? Chopper asks, getting less than helpful answers, as they're mostly shrugs. No clue, we need to wait for Luffy and the others to get back, see what they think. They might have already made a decision on the way back. Victor answers the scared reindeer. Kaya frowns, it's so weird to even think, the Mary has been our home. It's gotten us all the way from the East Blue to here. It's literally been part of the crew as long as Usopp and I. She's a founding member. Exactly, why now, what happened that broke her? Sanji asks. Most likely what you just point out, she's gone through a lot because of us, and unlike one of us, who can heal and get stronger as we get beat down, a ship, its damage simply accumulates, Zoro replies. Plus I'm pretty sure whatever Spring didn't help, Chaos grumbles, anger flashing through all of them as they remembered that the Mary had been damaged while they had been getting her ready to fly. The Mary is apparently screwed and Robin is missing. I think I could kill for some good news right about now. Alvida fumes, though having something to swing her mace at would be a welcome second choice. Hey everyone, they hear Nami shout. It's Nami-kun and Vivi-chan. Sanji swoons, then stops, but where are Luffy and Usopp? Hey girls, everything okay? Valentina calls, then notices the expressions on both girls' faces, well shit. A little later, Frankie House. The Frankie family were celebrating their sudden windfall, 200 million berry scored Burrit, when the doors were blown off the hinges of their base. "What the? Who dares attack the Frankie family?" one of the goons shout, surprised to see Usopp panting in the doorway, blood still dripping from his wounds, but his slingshot out and his bag of tricks open. "Hey, it's that weakling from earlier," one Frankie thug notes. "Give us our money back," Usopp demands, breathing slowly and evenly. The man in charge, hidden behind a mask, laughs. "Give you your money back? So you must be one of those straw hats." "Yuck yuck yuck, yeah boss, I heard all the straw hats were super strong, but this one's a real weakling yahook." "Stay out of things that don't concern you," Usopp shouts, making a dive for the money only for Frankie to pull it away. "Nice try, but you're going to need to try harder than that," he says as the Frankie family laugh in the background. "Ballsy trying to take us all on yourself though, I respect that." "You don't understand, we need the money to fix the Mary. Her scar are deep, the damage severe. We need that money to help her heal. So I'm not letting you thugs stop me getting what I need to fix our ship." "Sounds like you love that ship of yours quite a lot. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean anything to us, as this money belongs to the Frankie family now." He laughs, the others chorusing alongside him. "Too bad for you. Stealing from pirates isn't exactly seen as a crime. Hear that, East Blue Nami, you did nothing wrong. Besides, people like you don't earn money, you make it by pillaging it from innocent victims, so really we're just liberating it into much more deserving hands." Frankie laughs, before kicking Usopp out of his way and turning on his heels. "Show the boy how we treat intruders in the family, boys. I got some money to spend." Exploding Star Usopp launches one of his explosive pellets, but it's stopped by the masked man's fist, no visible damage made. "Listen to me, good boy. My name is Frankie, and if you want to live long enough to leave this island, you'll do good not to cross me," he says with an unseen scowl, walking away as his boys restrain and then take turns beating the already badly injured Usopp. On the Mary, seriously, where does the bastard keep all this stuff? Nami thinks aloud as she sits with Valentina, Artemis and Kuru, all having decided to stay and guard the ship, while waiting for Robin to come back, going through the pile of weapons Chaos had left for them to use to defend themselves in case the Frankie family came knocking while they were gone. "His coat," Artemis answers with a shrug, scratching Lasso behind the ears as it rested its head on her lap. With the others, "What the, where could Usopp have gone?" Vivi gasps, "He shouldn't have even been standing up, never mind walk off on us." "So we're not lost," makes a change, Zoro hums, though is curious as to what happened to their sniper. "Guys, come quick." They all turn as Chopper yells, "It's blood, a lot of blood." "Usopp," Kaya squeaks, the scowls, "We need to make these monsters pay." "Oh Usopp, you do love making this difficult," Chaos sighs tiredly, knowing the long nose was as stubborn as the rest of the crew, so clearly didn't take being ordered to stay put all that well. The moment was ruined by a pinballing of Luffy, bouncing off the wall in front of them before falling into the canal, prompting Zoro to go fish him out before anything else happened. "Well, the gang's back together, can we go kick some ass now?" Alvida asks, itching to show these scavengers why you don't mess with the Straw Hats. "Yes. We're going to get our money back and show them that nobody beats up a Straw Hat without punishment." Luffy bellows, about to run off until Chaos and K's grab him, mostly because he clearly had no idea where he was going, as usual. About 10 minutes later there was a tense silence, as the pirates watched Kaya and Chopper at work, finally coming to a head when Luffy asks, "Is he still breathing?" Kaya tenses, syrup spikes blooming from her shoulders, but it was Chopper who answered, "He's unconscious, beaten almost as badly as when we fought Merry Christmas and Mr. Fore, but he's still alive. Kaya and I should be able to patch him up, once we get him back to the Mary." Vivi sighs, sniffling before pulling her gloves tight. "Stay here for real this time, Usopp, we won't be long and you'll be in good hands soon enough." "You mess with one, you mess with all of us," Zoro growls, bandana on and all three swords already out. "This stupid house is going to be razed to the ground," Luffy declares, his eyes hidden under his hat. "We're about to become a wrecking crew for one day only. I just wish you were awake to see it," Victor say with a frown. "No mercy, not this time." Kaya's statement is barely a whisper, but the anger in it could be felt in the air, mixing and strengthened by the same aura coming off the rest of the crew, as they marched together towards the Frankie house. Meanwhile, the Frankie family were being their usual dumbass selves, drinking and partying like there wasn't an impending doom about to befall them. Clearly looking out the window was too much for these people, but as always, doors needed to be destroyed in order to get the "don't fuck with us" message across, this time with a well-placed gum pistol dead center, knocking out the idiot who had been about to go off to resupply. The fuck? Who'd be dumb enough to pick a fight with the family? One of the Frankie family asks. Funny, we were asking ourselves a similar question, Alvida muses, moving her mace from her shoulder so it was pointed straight at the Frankie crew. What suicidal dumb ass thought it was a good idea? To fuck with the Straw Hats, Luffy finishes, cocking his arm back to another swing. Several of the Frankie family began to panic, though a few had brains equivalent to the amount Naru gave a potato, so this was always going to end badly. He's the captain of that weakling we beat earlier, he can't be that tough to have something like that on his cray. The sentence didn't end with words, but gurgles, as a yellow slime encased his head, bringing him to the ground. Honey smother, nobody badmouths Usopp around me, Kaya screams, her fruit-forming tendrils of syrup from her arms and back, yellow tear treads running down her cheeks. Maybe we can talk about this, right guys? One of the wreckers asks, raising his hands in surrender. Guys, fire the cannons. Breeze breath bombed Shinso Victor's airgun and Chaos extended blade made short work of the cannon fire, really making the Frankie family panic inside, not helped when Zoro decided to stop them repeating their failures by slicing their cannons apart, which was the catalyst for them to immediately flee, running for the back door. Leaving so soon? You started this fight, at least have the balls to stay till the end. The Frankie family stopped dead when they see Alvida had slid her way around them, while Sanji had jumped over, using a few of them as platforms, so they were truly boxed in within their own hideout. Quick, run for the windows, Traptrix, Arena of Death. Neath's Wrath Vivi's wires coupled with chaos formed a dome of interwoven misery, stopping the Frankie family in their tracks. Hold on a sec, it's the money you wanted, right? One asks, stuttering in panic. The 200 million we took from the long nose. Well, it's not here, Frankie, the family boss took it for a shopping spree. And since it's a black market deal, we can't tell you where he is, will be or even how to find him. So no matter how much you wreck the place, that 200. He was interrupted by a punch from Luffy sending him through the opposite wall. Shut up already, Sanji grunts, lighting another cigarette. This isn't about money anymore, it was barely about it to begin with. You heard a member of our crew, our family, Chopper growls, having gone on a bit of a rampage himself in his horn point. There's not going to be anything left but a crater when we're done with you. Luffy finally says, the tone cold as ice, for Usopp, we break everything. He orders, a few vicious grins flicker across the faces of his crewmates, before fight, dodging random junk fired at them, and take their anger out on the building as much as the Frankies. If Usopp had been conscious he'd have been impressed and intrigued by the explosions and quakes seen and felt from the distance away he'd been dumped, ending with a showstopper. Gum jet bazooka, the explosion big enough even Nami, Artemis and Valentina saw it, hoping it meant their guys were successful, rather than beat to hell like their sniper. Damn, you didn't make a crater but it was close, Chaos notes with a little amusement, kicking one of the idiots out of his path to check on the others. So what now? We should go looking for Frankie, Zoro begins, but if these bozos don't know where he is, how will we be able to find him? We don't even know what he looks like, Alvida counters, sighing heavily as she sits down. Plus, even if we do find him, he'll have most likely spent it all by the time we get to him, making the attempt pointless, Vivi adds. We can't just stick around here, who knows when Frankie will come back and we left some of our least combat-ready crewmates on the Mary. Plus Robin's still missing. Best we head back and deal with the real Frankie if and when he comes looking for us, Sanji suggests, getting nods from some of the crew. Come on Usopp, stay with us, Kaya thinks, holding in tears as she and Chopper bandage their sniper up, prepping him for the journey back to the Mary, as well as recovery. You ready to go, Luffy? Chaos asks, shouting up to the boy standing on the highest part of what remained of the Frankie house. I've made a decision about what we're going to do with the ship, he responds, catching the other Straw Hats' attention. It's time we parted ways with the Mary. We say our goodbyes here. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Luffy versus Usopp. Fight for the Mary. Going Mary, guys, guys, Chopper shouts as he rushes out to where the others were gathered on the deck. Usopp's going to be okay, he announces. Awesome. Luffy cheers, though is grabbed by chaos before he could rush in and annoy his friend. Relax Luffy, I think he should get some time with Kaya before you barge in on them, the purpleette teases, causing the Straw Hat Boy to sigh and nod. 5 minutes, then everyone come in slowly, he decides. I know you were all as worried as I was, he winks then laughs, a few rolling their eyes, but denied nothing. A little later, if you weren't so banged up I'd kick your ass for making us worry like that, Nami scolds, but it lacked the anger you'd expect. Yeah, do you have any idea how scared we were for you when we saw you banged up, and then when you disappeared from where we asked you to stay? BV argues. Plus what were you thinking, trying to fight those guys yourself, heavily injured at that? Sanji asks with a sigh. You're not a brawler Usopp. Your strengths don't include being able to take a beating. Your main one is being insanely accurate with a slingshot, cannons and probably a gun if the mood struck you. Chaos adds, chin resting on his knuckles as his elbow was propped up by his knee. Usopp sniffles, I'm sorry everyone, this wouldn't have happened if I were stronger. I've let everyone down. He then shakily stands and throws himself at the crew, now on his knees crying into Zoro's leg. Please forgive me. I knew how important the money was, that we needed it to fix Mary, but I still couldn't stop it being taken. He bawled, clinging like a limpet despite the swordsman attempting to get him off. Calm down you idiot, I can see you're sorry but you don't need to grab me like that, the swordsman whines. Usopp stop flailing, you're still hurt, Chopper scolds, as Kaya tries to help untangle the sniper from Zoro's leg. Don't worry about it, you did all you could, Luffy says as he watches his medical team get Usopp sitting and calm. So, is there any way we can get the money back? The long nose finally asks. Don't know, until Frankie reappears we don't have any leads, Luffy replies with a shrug. Besides, we still have 100 million to work with, that's a tidy sum, he grins. Yeah but he lost twice that, Nami shrieks in his ear, nearly knocking his hat off, before remembering who else was in the room. Sorry Usopp. No you're right, that was my mistake, Usopp says flatly, but what about Mary, can we fix her? Everyone tenses. I mean we still have enough money right? With all these amazing shipwrights it should be easy, and with the way the Grand Line has been so far she'll need it, in fact she needs to be better than she ever was before. The sniper started to get more passionate and excited as he continues, the others squirming as they really didn't want to hurt him anymore. So soon after the Frankie family beat him black and blue. Yeah, about that. Luffy bites the bullet, we're not getting the Mary repaired. What? We're using the money to get a whole new ship. The Mary did her job well beyond what was expected of her class of ship. But the adventures we've been on, some of them have left scars even the Water 7 shipwrights can't make right. We don't have any other choice but to get a new one. I'm sorry you weren't around for the discussion but that is my decision. Luffy explains, hating himself as he watches the light fade from Usopp's eyes. No, stop lying. This is because I lost the money isn't it? Because of me we can't afford to fix the girl up. No you idiot, listen to him. Do you think any of us want to believe this? That any of us are happy about this? The ship is on her last legs, she won't even make it to the next island. The only way any of us are leaving Water 7 alive, is if we get a new ship, Chaos growls, stabbing hubby into the table as he stands. This is wrong, we can't just throw the Mary away like she's some broken doll, she's our home, she's practically part of the crew. We know, we've had this conversation already, even that she's been a part of the crew longer than everyone but Luffy, Chaos and myself. Zoro adds, tying with you and Kaya of course. Exactly, this isn't right, after everything we've done, everything she's been through you can't just abandon her without even a backwards glance because some strangers say she's broken. She more than earned your respect and some dignity, Usopp bellows, getting in Luffy's face, the others stepping back, knowing this wasn't going to end well. You think this doesn't kill me inside? You think only you love the Mary? Luffy asks, clenching his fists, I've already made my decision. Besides, do you think that you, or anyone on this ship know more about what makes a vessel seaworthy than those shipwrights up there? He asks, pointing out the window, towards Water 7. If we had someone with those skills I wouldn't even be asking those guys for a second opinion, but we don't. You and Victor do your best, as do we all, but the Mary is just too far gone. That's not what the Luffy I know would say. He knew to trust in his crew and his ship. What kind of captain are you to trust some sales pitch over his men's own hard work? You've fallen hard and fast, Luffy, and it's not even been a day. Hey, that's not fair. Luffy was just as mad as you when he was tall. Nami tries to argue, but Luffy waves her off, shocking the navigator. Usopp, you need to calm down and rest. You're going to aggravate your injuries, Kaya pleads. Even with his fist clenched in Luffy's shirt, the sniper was swaying uneasily, looking about ready to keel over any moment now. Everyone shut up. I stand by my decision, Usopp, and we're getting a new ship as soon as we've found one that suits the crew. Suits the crew? The Mary is exactly what we needed if you just put some effort into fixing her instead of trading her in for a new model, you heartless bastard. You think this doesn't hurt, to let the ship go? If it did, you wouldn't be doing it. That's not how that works, Usopp. I don't want to do this, but it's the only real option we have. Otherwise we're not going anywhere, ever again. Luffy yells. If you don't like the way I'm running this ship, then why don't you just? Enough! Yell several of the crew, Kaya ensnaring and gagging Usopp in her syrup, while Sanji kicks Luffy against a wall, Vivi using her wires to make him hold still. This conversation is getting you nowhere except into a spiraling rage. You both need to calm down before something happens that you can't take back, Chaos groans, his face hidden in his hand. So would you kindly calm the fuck down? Luffy breathes deeply, staring up at Vivi's worried face. Thanks. I was working myself up into quite a meltdown, wasn't I? He chuckles bitterly. Yeah, but it got the truth to come out, Usopp says, pulling himself free of Kaya's syrup. When something doesn't work or starts complaining, toss it and keep moving. What? That's not true, Luffy argues as he gets up. Bull. You were about to tell me to take a hike, plus you're abandoning the Mary and getting a new ship. So what's the difference? Usopp growls. In fact, you clearly don't deserve to be her captain, not if you refuse to show the Mary the respect she's earned. Usopp, Nami asks, having a very bad feeling seeing her fellow coward acting like this. You wouldn't dare, Alvida hisses, getting a few raised eyebrows. I challenge you for the Mary's captaincy. Clearly it's the only way I'll know someone will do her right. Usopp, stop this now. Don't you think Luffy would be fighting just as hard to repair the Mary if there was even a chance of success? Look at what happened less than a month ago. We were in the sky because we all took a chance that might work. If Luffy says we're getting a new ship, it means there's nothing we can do, Kaya pleads. I can see that, Usopp says in a monotone, chilling the Amy girls' insides. But he's talking about scrapping our home like it was a torn shirt. I can't let that stand. Chopper, you did change, right? Valentina tried to ask the reindeer as covertly as she could, meaning only Nami and Victor heard, besides the doc in question. He has at worst a concussion but nothing permanent, Chopper replies. It's not because I'm hurt, but it is a prime example of what I've been thinking about. You're all so strong and I'm a weak link. Just look at today. I lost most of our funding, at one point for the Mary's repairs, but now apparently her replacement. It's clear things will just get tougher as we keep going further into the Grand Line, and I'm just going to slow you all down. You idiot, you're a ranged fighter. You're not supposed to be a monster brawler like Luffy or Chaos, Sanji argues. Plus you're talking like Nami or Vivi could take any more of a beating than you did, Chaos sighs. You're part of this crew, a founding member and the best marksman any of us have seen on this trip. How can you think you're useless? Luffy, Usopp speaks directly, ignoring both of the others' arguments. I still believe you'll be king of the pirates, but I'm clearly not going to make it that far. I'm not going to hang around as some mascot or charity case, so at least this way I can make sure the Mary is treated well when she ends her journey, and maybe I'll be able to learn a craft here. He sighs. There's no sense traveling together when we don't even have the same goal. We all have different goals, idiot, Zoro grunts. We're all here to help each other achieve them. So, will you do it, Luffy? Will you fight me for the Mary? He asks. Luffy nods, the shadows hiding his eyes as he stops. A little later. This is so fucking stupid, Nami complains as the two get ready to beat the crap out of each other on the shore, getting a response from an unlikely source. True, but it may also have been a necessary throwdown, Vivi says, sighing deeply before sitting between Alvida and Chaos. Vivi, you're actually okay with this? The navigator asks, what happened to the princess who didn't want people fighting? She says, partly in jest, but mostly confusion. She became a pirate. Besides, I didn't say the fighting was the problem, but hundreds of people dying over nothing was. This is more than surface-level problems, or even Zoro and Sanji's competitive sniping. Usopp feels inadequate and needs to prove to himself and us that he's still strong enough to keep going, that he's not just dead weight. Despite the fact he's helped you and I get out of a similar thought process when we went to him looking for weapon upgrades. Vivi notes, referring to her wire gloves and Nami's climb attack. Unfortunately, a new slingshot won't do the trick for him this time, so seeing where he stands against Luffy just might. But he's already beaten to hell. How is this even fair? Valentina grouses, a shiver runs down her spine hearing a familiar chuckle she shouldn't be hearing this far from home. Kufufufu. You say that like he could take more than a single hit from Luffy on a normal day. Much like Nami, Vivi, and to a lesser sense you, if the enemy catches you off guard, Usopp is a glass cannon, able to deal a good bit of damage, but not able to take it. Which is one of the reasons he's like this. In a regular fight those idiots wouldn't have gotten close enough to hurt him without getting shot, smacked, cut up, exploded, crushed or sliced to pieces. Chaos explains, calmly watching the two get ready. I still don't like it, Nami says, returning to the conversation. Join the club, now shut up. Zoro grunts from his perch on the side of the Mary, standing beside a visibly shaking Kaya. Her only solace being that she had been allowed work on Usopp before the fight, to get him as patched up as the deadline allowed for. You're still doing this, proves you're less of a coward than when you first set off, Luffy notes. The comment should have made one of them smile. Any other time it would have. I don't want this to be a regret, Usopp. You have to be sure. Oh, I know what I'm doing, Luffy. In fact, I know I can win against you, Usopp declares, in a more serious tone than his usual boasts, making the others worry a little for both sides now. Luffy's not coming out of this one unharmed, is he? Artemis asks with a frown. Probably not, he'll still be better off than Usopp, but he'll take some hits if Usopp really does have something planned, Chaos responds, curious as to what their former sniper had in his bag of tricks. We've been through quite a few battles, I've seen most if not all your moves. I know your strengths and weaknesses, Usopp lists, not breaking eye contact with Luffy. But what you've forgotten about me is. I have over 8,000 men on my side, surrender now, or I'll have them attack you, Usopp orders. What? Why didn't he tell us he had this kind of support? Chopper shrieks in panic. Even when he's pissed, Usopp is still Usopp, Nami sighs, lightly chuckling. Luffy frowns, you asked for this fight, at least take it seriously. Usopp psychological warfare. You have razor-sharp needles, stuck between all your teeth, and cactus spines under your fingernail. He stops when he sees the attack didn't faze the rubber boy. Gum gum pies. Luffy stops when he sees Usopp cough up blood and fall to his knees. Shit, he really should have waited until he was patched up before doing this, Sanji swears, while several grimace and Chopper and Kaya whimper seeing their friend in such pain. Are you standing there pitying me? What kind of fight is this? Usopp taunts, readying his next trick. Flash dial while Luffy flails blindly. Usopp pulls out his slingshot and aims another special attack. Egg Star, damn it, these are rotten. Stop messing around and fight me. This is how I fight, now best to watch that big mouth of yours. Tabasco Star. The pellet goes right in Luffy's mouth as expected, the rubber boy turning bright red and spitting fire. Watch where you step, this entire area is a caltrop death trap, Usopp shouts, just before Luffy falls backwards onto several. He's controlling the battlefield, Chopper gasps. He's a fucking idiot, but also a tactical genius. Now if only he'd focus on that rather than his comparatively glass jaw and we wouldn't be in this mess. Chaos groans, pinching the bridge of his nose, wondering how long Usopp can keep this up, as Luffy only needs one good hit to end this fight. He was also glad nobody with even half the endurance of some of Luffy's tougher opponents had the skills Usopp was showcasing, or he'd have been fucked by now. Pepper Star. The pepper cloud did several things, temporary blindness for Luffy, in a mix of the cloud itself and the sneezing, as well as messing with his balance and getting the captain spiked with several more of the caltrops. I'm not going to give you an inch, Luffy. Special attack, Shuriken Shooting Star. Shuriken Cage Bunshin. Impressive long nose. Luffy blanched as he jumps to avoid the rapidly approaching walls of death. Usopp clearly trying to capitalize on his devil fruit's only unique weakness to sharp objects. Damn, why did he never do this shit when we were fighting enemies? Alvida complains, but was notably ignored by more important issues. Finally noticed have you? Usopp asks, Luffy panting and frowns as a mist seems to be filling the area. I'm using a breath dial. You just didn't notice the gas due to the overpowering smell of the rotten eggs. Gas? Oh shit, Long Nose isn't playing around? Oh Usopp. Everyone back on the Merry, Flaming Star. The fireball and shockwave hide Luffy from them, then push the Merry a few feet deeper into the water. The crew holding on just in case things got worse. Yeah, that's not something you can just walk away from, Zoro says, wincing in the flash of flames. But he'll survive, right? Vivi asks fearfully. If it's a flash and puff, Luffy will be fine eventually. The problem is if he's actually on fire, Kaya replies, chewing her lip as they wait for the smoke to clear, Chopper calling for them with no response. I know you're out there, Usopp says, mostly to himself. You don't give up, you fight until there's nothing left in you. He finishes Jay Shing out of the smoke. Gum Gum Gatling exploding cactus star the rain of needle-like cactus barbs pepper Luffy as the explosion knocks him back, giving him barely a moment to breathe before the next. Triple exploding star. Luffy bobs and weaves his way around the slowly being destroyed battlefield, Usopp continuing to take out the wasteland around them. But the sniper knew he couldn't keep it up forever as seen from one moment of weakness. Gum Gum pistol leading to a rubber fist colliding with the center of his face, throwing him back an impressive distance, which Luffy capitalizes on to charge up. Gum Gum bazooka which does nothing, as the attack was absorbed by Usopp's impact dial. That probably would have hurt, how about we check, Usopp says, before shoving the shell in Luffy's face. Impact. Bet he wished he'd waited now. Chaos winces along with the others as the impact dial sends Luffy flying back, but the recoil clearly fucked Usopp's arm up even more than it already had been. A trick like that could have won him the fight if he was in good health right now. Does that mean it's over? Chopper asks hopefully, Artemis turning with a similar, questioning look. No, not yet, Victor answers, seeing Luffy was still standing, while Usopp was shaky, but still ready and willing to continue. I won't lose to you, Usopp yells, declares. Luffy just stares, breathing heavy and deep, before sending his arm back far enough it nearly reached the ship before pulling it back. Gum Gum bullet the impact of Luffy's fist practically embedding itself in his guts had Usopp coughing up blood for real this time. His knees knocked before collapsing, sending him face first into the dirt. Now, it's over, Zoro says, his face stony with no discernible emotion, as Luffy slides more than falls to his knees, holding his arm to his chest. Usopp, you idiot, you knew there was no way you could beat me? Why do this? Why make me beat you up when you've already gone through so much today? He groans as he pulls himself to his feet again. You can do whatever you want with the Merry, he says, surprising the sniper. I'm not letting anything hold us back, we're getting a new ship, it's the only way forward. Luffy then sways as he walks slowly back to the Merry, where Sanji was fighting Chopper to keep him on the ship and away from Usopp. With marginal success. Even if the crying yeti of a reindeer was crying like the small child he was. He turns to his brother, she's gone already, isn't she? He asks, getting a humorless chuckle before Chaos looks down with an oddly expressionless face. Was there ever any doubt? He responds. The cue for the rest of them to notice that Kaya had slipped away after the duel ended. Valentina preemptively kneeing Sanji in the gut before he could run off looking for her, despite the lecture he'd just given Chopper. No, those two were a package deal, even if they didn't know when we first picked them up. Luffy's lip curl for a second, while his girls are surprised by his moment of insight, before they snap out of it and move on to fussing over his injuries, as well as doing their best to stem the flow of tears running down his and their faces. Seeing the captain was out of commission, the researcher took temporary command. Okay everyone, pack your things, we need to go. This was our last time on the Merry. Let's not make it any more painful than it already is by dragging it out. He orders, turning on his heels with a swish of his cloak and making his way into the ship, Artemis and Zoro following, with the others moving soon after, though slowly and just shy of unwilling. Meanwhile, back in the crater Luffy had left him in, Kaya cries along with Usopp as she patches him up, it tearing at the young Logia's heart to see her most precious person broken like this. Confident, bombastic Usopp, now just a whimpering mess. She kisses him softly as he passes out from the pain, knowing she would have to wait until the others left before moving him back into what would remain of the Mary's infirmary. Next day Sanji sighs as he steps onto the roof where the others appeared to have gathered. Was there any point in renting those rooms if nobody used them? He asks rhetorically, seeing even Artemis had just curled up on Chaos' lap and fallen asleep there after several hours of doing exactly the same as Researcher and Chef did, waiting to hear back from Robin. The others, far as he could tell, while drained, just couldn't bring themselves to sleep after the previous night. I hate this place, Chopper says, mostly to the air. Since we got here it's just been one bad thing after another. The Mary is broken, Robin disappears and now we lost Usopp and Kaya. There's nothing we can do, they chose to leave the crew, we can't force them to stay, Zoro argues. What you got planned for today, Cook? I'm going to keep looking for Robin, give her the update on what's happened. She's still in the city, Sparkles? The blonde asks. Chaos raises an eyebrow but nods. Yes, don't ask me where, but I can still feel her in water 7 inches. Good enough for me, I'll head out shortly, I want to help too, count me in. Chopper perks up, trying to distract himself. Suddenly the door is flung open and Nami rushes in. Luffy. It's all anyone can talk about in town. Iceberg was attacked last night and shot. The navigator shouts, Vivi and Luffy perking up at the nice but very odd blue-haired man's name, then frown when the rest of the statement registered. Ice pops from the shipyard. But why? He seemed to be everyone's favorite guy. Luffy wonders, though remained on his perch. Who? Valentina asks, visibly confused. Iceberg. He's the head of the Galila Company, the shipbuilders, and the mayor of Water 7 Inches, Vivi explains, to which Alvida whistles. So a big shot. Yeah, people like him don't just randomly get shot, something weird is going on. Luffy nods and stands. I'm going to go check on him, he announces before bouncing away. Hey, wait for me, Luffy, slow down you rubber dumbass. Chaos chuckles as Vivi and Nami chase after him, before standing himself and wondering if there was any point following, or if he should try his hand at locating Robin himself. Luffy rushed through the streets of Water 7, theories as to the assassin, pirates, Frankie, a few brave souls blaming the WG, going in one ear and out the other, his mind focused on getting to and checking out ice pops. He probably would have barreled straight into the door of the main shipyard, if Vivi and Nami hadn't caught up to him on Yagura's, and pointed out that he wouldn't be there, given the whole, he just got shot, thing. This led Luffy to suggest they visit his home, which was situated in the main office of Galila, so they directed their Yagura's in that direction, the two animals cheerfully bobbing along. Things were quiet between the three, until blaring sirens shattered the silence, as well as a warning for an incoming Aqua Laguna. Nami, what the hell is that? Luffy asks, as the announcer didn't give any details besides, sometime tonight. Not a clue, but sirens are never a sign of something good, the navigator admits, getting nods from her two crewmates. When they reached Dock 1 it was as crowded as expected, and the trio were disappointed, even if they understood the reason, that the place was locked down to everyone but authorized personnel. This sucks, how are we supposed to see ice pops now? Luffy grumbles, though was immediately distracted by loud drum beats. Did you people say my name? Came a loud and enthusiastic bellow. My idiot senses are tingling. Nami sighs, hiding her head in her hands while Luffy and Vivi look up at the source of the commotion, 3 shadowed figures behind a tarp. Don't be shy, come on out and say my name, he continues, then frowns when the gathered crowd start yelling at him to leave. I'm too good for these plebs. He sighs, as the tarp is pulled away. I'm Water 7's #1 super guy. The face of the underworld, and you know why. I'm the man with the plan, the power and fame, and people everywhere call out my name. Frankie. The blue hair explosion going off behind him as he and his entourage stand in his super pose. Given most of them thought he attacked Iceberg, and the explosion a moment ago, it made sense there was an almost immediate stampede as they tried to get away from the odd man with blue hair and a metal nose, dressed in only an open Hawaiian shirt and Speedo. What just happened? Vivi asks, really confused. Come out and show yourself, Straw Hat, Frankie shouts down at the fleeing crowd. Frankie, he's the boss of those goons who took our money, Luffy gasps, frowning deeply. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Pain just keeps coming. Why does he want you? Nami asks, looking between the half-naked weirdo with the metal nose and her captain. Maybe he saw what we did to his hideout. Vivi suggests sheepishly, think back a little surprised by how much she contributed to the damages. Hey Straw Hat, I know you're down there, quit being such a pansy and fight me, Frankie shouts, clearly getting impatient and annoyed. Hey Bikini Weirdo. Luffy shouts back, making the girl's face plant, I'm right here. So you're Luffy? Pretty shrimpy if you ask me, come down here, I'll show you this shrimp is packing some heavy-duty pistols. Luffy retorts, ignoring Vivi's snort, cough, choking which Nami deals with in the background. I got a bone to pick with you Shimpo. You and your gang had a bit of a party at my place while I was gone, and I don't like unsanctioned raves, especially ones that level the entire building. Now I'm going to kick your ass and make you pay for the beat down you gave my guys. When I'm done with you, your own mother won't recognize you. If you find her, tell her I'd like to finally meet. I sure hope she works at the hospital here because that's where I'm going to send ya. Hey Chrome Nose. Nami yells, surprising her companions. Give us back our 200 million berry. We went through a lot of crap to get that money. Nearly killed our first mate in the ship doing so, I'm not letting this go. Frankie laughs. You want your money back, girlie? Well, too bad. I spent it already. Don't act like you have honor, pirate. Sounds like you stole from the wrong people and nearly got ended doing so. The money doesn't matter, Luffy says, in a tone that even stops Nami from arguing that it does. All I care about now is revenge, so money or not, I'm going to make you pay. The mohawked brunette scoffs and readjusts his shades. You're stealing my lines, ya punk. You really have a talent for pissing people, don't ya? Luffy rolls his eyes. Don't care, fight now. So come on down here and fight me like a man instead of crowing like a poser. Frankie's response wasn't to shout back this time, but to suck in his breath for a solid minute. The spit a fireball down at the fleeing crowd and pirates. Holy shit. The girls mentally shrieked as the Yaguras paddled them to safety. He just spit fire, Luffy gasps, how'd he do that? Careful Luffy, if he can do that, he might have eaten a devil fruit, Nami warns. A warning that was made very confusing by Frankie jumping into the canal like it was a high dive. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not something a devil fruit user is meant to do, right? Vivi asks, being mildly aware of DF limitations from Chaos and knowing from Luffy's fight with Crocodile that water was his weakness, but not having the entire picture. Maybe nobody told him you die if you get in the water after eating one? Or maybe he only ate it recently? Luffy guesses, before his and Vivi's boat is attacked and smashed by Frankie, shooting up out of the water. Never mind, it looks like he can swim. I didn't eat a devil fruit. You think I'm crazy or something? Frankie asks with a fairly jovial tone. Actually, yes. Doesn't matter to me. I'll still kick your ass, Luffy says, cocking back his arm as he falls. Frankie laughs. You dingus, I already know about your special power. Strong right. Frankie's right arm shoots forward on a chain, slamming right into Luffy's abdomen and sending him crashing into the shipyard's gate. What? Vivi gasps. The fuck? Nami finishes, as Frankie recalls his fist and Luffy drops to the ground with a thump, both girls scrambling over to check on him. Well, that was easy, Frankie laughs. If you're not a devil fruit user, what the hell was that? The navigator asks. Oh, this. I'm an ordinary guy with a couple upgrades. I believe the term for that is a cyborg. He grins, once more detaching his hand to show off to the girls. Luffy stands, getting pissed off. This guy and his mystery power were making him harder to beat down, but he hasn't given up so far and he's still standing, so that's what would do. Keep hitting him till he went down. It didn't go so well. Frankie punched him through the shipyard gate, then proceeded to beat the ever-loving crap out of him, his metal body seemingly immune to all of Luffy's attacks, though at least aiming for his face meant he could knock him back and around, so it at least felt less one-sided. It didn't help that both Nami and Frankie's side hoes were cheering their respective boss on, while Vivi groaned as she waited for it all to end. Sure, she wanted Luffy to win, but the amount of collateral damage was making her wish she'd stayed at the hotel with the others right about now. You're a lot stronger than I thought you'd be, Luffy pants, but I'm still going to kick your ass. Frankie chuckles. Then you better up your game. Your attacks are fucking weak, kid. He then twists his left arm, turning it into a cannon. Weapons left. Luffy jumps out of the blast radius sharply, really hoping Frankie would run out of tricks soon, preferably before he ran out of steam. The fight probably could have gone on for a couple more hours, were both fighters not knocked on their asses by simultaneous punches to the face from the newly arrived shipwrights. Well, it's too late to run, Vivi sighs and puts her hands in her pockets, her mood notably melancholy. Vivi, you okay? Nami asks, then yelps when Polly wraps his rope around Luffy's neck and sends him flying into a pile of debris, the other shipwrights pulling out weapons of their own. What the fuck, why are the shipwrights fighting him too? Good thing it was just the three of us, the Bluenet comments. Zoro, Chaos and Alvida would have wanted to join in, don't y'all think? Unfortunately, I agree. Doesn't change our current situation though, Nami sighs, then watches as Frankie gets knocked out of the docks like a baseball, only for Kaku to slam him back into the ground. Only good news for them was that Luffy seemed to be holding his own against Lucci, for the moment. Never mind, another wall bites the dust as Luffy is punched through it. Damn, these guys are strong. Now can somebody tell me why you decided to beat me up? That would be real nice, Luffy groans as he sits up. Straw Hat, it says who deserve an explanation, not you. Polly growls around hid cigar. Last night, 2 people broke into Iceberg's home, shot him twice in the front and 3 times in the front, then left. Those people were from your crew. Iceberg was shot. Damn, Frankie grunts, surprised someone actually had the balls to attack the bastard. That's a lie, we had no reason to hurt Iceberg, Vivi shouts, herself and Nami running over now. Everyone seemed to have at least stopped beating the ever-loving crap out of each other. That's not true, Keiho. Lucci's dove chirps. You wanted a ship that we couldn't repair. And Nico Robin was identified as one of the attackers. Shit, that's where Robin disappeared too. What's her beef with Iceberg? Nami wonders, though quietly enough the shipwrights didn't hear her. You're lying, Robin wouldn't do something like that. Luffy yells, defending his crewmate. Plus, no of the fighters on our crew uses guns. I don't care what you say, we have evidence your crew took part in this and now we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Frankie raises an eyebrow. Wait a minute, Iceberg's still alive, after getting shot 5 times? Polly scoffs, don't sound so surprised, he says as Luffy dodges a file through the head, though it did manage to cut his cheek. Dead or alive? The government doesn't really care too much which. That is the reality of having a bounty on your head, Kaku says emotionlessly. Therefore you can't complain, no matter how terrible your fate may be. I can complain all I want when I'm being blamed for something I didn't do, Luffy fires back, getting angry again. If you knew Robin you wouldn't say those things. Extra read all about it, Straw Hats. URF, the man grunts as Nami elbows him in the gut and steals his paper. Fuck, she hisses, every bountied crewmate is in me that. Vivi whispers, her eyes scanning the paper. 1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, all 8 of them are there. We're well beyond screwed right now. She groans, head in her hands. What are the chances Chaos and Alvida don't turn this into a massacre? Nami shrugs. He's your brother-in-law, and she's your wife, how the fuck should I know? This is the end of the line, pirate. You messed with the wrong man. Mess with Iceberg and not only do you have the entire galley law company gunning for you, but all of Water 7 calling for your head, Polly yells, laying things clear for the Straw Hats, before firing more rope which wraps around Luffy's wrist. I really don't have any reason to fight you people, we didn't do anything, Luffy argues, but clearly these guys were past the point of listening. Polly moves to pull Luffy towards the now blade-wielding galley law guys, when he jumps to avoid a hail of wires. Vivi, Nami screams, what are you doing? Trying to help Luffy. It's clear we're not getting through to these Neanderthals. A file clips off the tip of her ponytail. You are very rude little lady, Kaku notes, as the blue net recalls her wires. You also are of no interest to us, princess, so run along. He's right, you know. Luffy will be able to escape himself. We should probably get to the others so we can leave as soon as pos. Shane the navigator groans. What now? Just reminding the general populace that we're not having a lynching today of the only unarmed person in the area. Vivi explains. Nami seen the groove behind her, the wire dancer carved into the ground. Luffy will obviously be their main focus. He's the captain and the one with the highest bounty. Best we can do is distract some of the others to give him less things to worry about," she adds just as an explosion rocks the dock. "I got him," the bearded man bellows, hefting a cannon like it was a shotgun. "No, you didn't," Polly sighs, just as Lucci jumps up to the hanging crates Luffy was hiding on, cutting the ropes and sending it crash landing to the ground. Ow. These guys aren't screwing around. Well, diplomacy failed. Maybe Ep. He jumps as the man with the saws tries to strike him, Luffy getting a lucky break when one of his weapons was yanked out of his grasp. "Hey, give that back, you little hooligan," he shouts, two spikes popping out of his hair. "Hooligan? I'll have you know, aw screw it, you don't care. Nami catch," Vivi groans. Then flicking her wrist sends the saw the redhead's way, only for her to expertly dodge it. "Are you trying to kill me?" "No, one down. Sort of. Just. Fuck," Luffy yelps as Kaku pins him to the side of the wall with his files. Then the loudmouth once more aims his cannon, only this time he can't dodge. Boom. "Hey, stop kill stealing. I called dibs on Straw Hat long before you punks got here," Frankie shouts, finally reminding people he was still here. "Go away, Frankie, we'll play with you later," Kaku waves him off dismissively. "Connector attached," was Frankie's response, which in turn had the dockworkers turn to look at him. "Run, Frankie's going on another rampage. He took out a crane with that move." "A crane?" the loud man bellows, then looks up. "That looks like a cannon shot." Frankie laughs. "That may be, but I don't use something so pedestrian as an iron ball in this attack. This shot is nothing but air," he explains. His forearms begin to puff up like balloons, which was odd as they already had a slight Popeye look to them, freaking out the assembled group and making a little bit of worry creep into the shipwright's subconscious. "The fuck is that?" Lucci whispers. Coup d'event. The pressure wave of his air blast completed the destruction of Dock 1, as well as send most of the dockworkers and a good number of the crowd flying. "Well shit, cannon doesn't do it justice," Polly groans, staring up into the sky. "He really is a cyborg," Nami gapes. "Yep, really glad he stuck to punching and shooting Luffy. If he had something like that hidden away," Vivi sighs. Then smiles when she sees her captain running towards them. "Luffy, you're okay. It'll take more than that to beat me. Now we need to get moving. We need to talk to Ice Pops, somehow. Luffy, in case you weren't listening, everyone is looking for you and the others," Vivi explains, showing him the express paper. "Yeah, it'd be suicide to try break into Iceberg's home with things the way they are now," Nami adds. "It's not a good idea to be here either," she says, seeing the mob was recovering and beginning to ensnare them. "You're right. Hold on," Luffy orders. Nami and Vivi quickly wrap their arms around his waist. Whether they wanted to or not, this was probably the best way out of this situation, and went flying as Luffy Gum rockets them onto the roof of one of the still standing buildings, the trio running across rooftops from there. A little later, "Do you have a plan on how to get around all these reporters and shipwrights?" Nami asks from their vantage point above and in front of Galila HQ, "Because I don't see a way." "Are you sure you need to do this, Luffy?" Vivi asks, equally wary as their navigator. Luffy nods. "Yes. I need to talk to Ice Pops myself, see what's the problem with him and Robin. Considering she's pulled a disappearing act since yesterday, he's the only option we've got. Well, at least try do this with a hint of subtlety and stealth, Luffy. The entire island wants our heads." The redhead sighs. Vivi chuckles morbidly, knowing she was talking to the wrong person if she wanted stealth. "Got it," Luffy nods before stretching out his arms, grabbing the roof of Galila and slingshotting himself into the building through one of its many windows, scaring the shit out of the people he landed on upon entry. Lucky for him, the foreman assumed Luffy and the rest of the crew would do the smart thing and try to leave Water 7, meaning they were all scouting the island and or staking out the station for the sea train, meaning nobody on Luffy's level was present in the building at the time of his infiltration. They made up for it in sheer numbers though, giving him a very intense chase up and down both buildings, randomly shooting at him or waving construction equipment which he had to jump around. They weren't very good at this, but they were clearly too pissed off to care. What surprised him was when Khalifa got his attention, the secretary then snuck him into Iceberg's chambers, as well as ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. "Well, it seems you went to an awful lot of trouble to see me," Iceberg hums, now sitting up in his bed. "I presume it's not to kill me, boy? All I want to know is what happened last night." Luffy replies, causing the mayor to sigh deeply. I was attacked last night, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that Nico Robin was one of them. And I'll remind you, I have nothing against you or your crew, so I gain nothing from lying about that. Are you sure it wasn't someone who looked like her? Luffy asks, trying to think of another explanation, so was a little surprised when Iceberg pulled a gun on him. I didn't call you in here to argue, Straw Hat. I did that because I have a favor to ask, one which you would be most encouraged to accept and fulfill. No matter what it takes, I need to see Nico Robin again. The request threw him. Why did Iceberg want to see the woman he claimed tried to kill him? Click, I'll say it again. Bring me Nico Robin. I can't do that, Mr. Icepops. Nico Robin has been Mia since yesterday. Right now, I know as much about her location as you do, Luffy admits. Bang! Hearing the sound of gunfire, a large mob of dock workers charged towards Iceberg's bedroom, finding the man safe, but the window broken and his flintlock expended. Are you okay, sir? One asked. I had hoped to get answers, but that was clearly a fool's dream. Arrest all of the Straw Hats, and get it done by nightfall, Iceberg orders, his voice weary, but with a hint of anger. On the other rooftop, so, did you get your answers? Vivi asks. He says it was Robin who shot him, Luffy replies, worrying the girls, and I believe he's telling the truth, or at least truth. The problem is, I don't understand how that can be true. Unknown location. We'll be infiltrating Iceberg's home again tonight, and if this goes south, feel free to remove all the evidence. A shadowy figure explains, Robin looking a mix of bored and uninterested, of the possible holders. Iceberg is the last of Tom's apprentices, so he must have it. It's a matter of justice that we acquire it from him immediately. I understand, Robin says with a slight nod. You better. Hopefully there won't be any more incidents involving your former associates, or Project Mystic, both of which I'm sure you're aware. There was a smirk in his tone, making Robin clench her fists and grit her teeth. Later on, down by the Mary, you sure this is the right boat? Are you blind? That's the Straw Hats' pirate flag, of course it's their ship. Looks pretty beat up, and there are very few supplies still here. They must have abandoned it, or been planning to, and Aqua Laguna had them speed up the timetable. Leave all this junk behind. While the dock workers searched and complains, Kaya and Usopp hid within the rocky shore, both with their weapons drawn and ready to fire, should they be discovered. What's up with those guys? Think Luffy did something? Usopp asks Kaya, who shrugs. Possibly, but half the crew these days are the combative type. Only Nami, Vivi, Chopper and Robin look for another solution, and most have a trigger that makes them as violent as the rest. What I'm saying is anything could have happened. The Amy girl sighs. Maybe we should check, see if there's any news in water 7 inches. Beats hiding behind this rock, plus neither of us have bounties, so they won't be able to identify us. He grins, getting a playful shove. Elsewhere, well, Sunday. You fucked up big time. Robin nearly stumbles when she hears the voice. Steadying herself, she turns her head, confirming her suspicions. You look surprised, Cobra muses. You of all people know Bentham's not the only one who can play the mimic. His shrugged shoulders were hidden by the cloak. What I want to understand is why you did it, because I know you didn't intend for her to get caught up in all this. Robin scoffs. The crew is a mess. The ship is dead. Luffy won't be able to punch his way out of this mess. And there's not a hope in hell you can convince me to come back, even for another short roll on deck. Chaos chuckles as Cobra's features melt in his own return, seemingly unaffected by the statement, which actually looked to light her currently short fuse. Isn't it Sanji who's supposed to think he's God's gift to all women? Don't tell me you're following the cook down that path. Chaos laughs. I don't believe it, as I told you the first time, mine in fact, but you're not exactly the type to do that for the mission, more flirt and or murder than sleep with. Besides, you're a woman who is fine giving her opinions, and your only criticism was mimicking Robin's voice. If you even think about stopping, I will rip it off and shove it up your ass. So besides being a bitch, you're reaching and making excuses. Every straw hat with a bounty is being hunted right now, something I doubt you intentionally inflicted on your daughter. She is not my daughter. Clatter. Robin's eyes shrink to pinpricks, while Chaos turns and hisses. Fuck, I thought she'd stay with Alvida. He groans, seeing Artemis, her easel on the floor beside her brush, sniffling and trying not to flood the streets early with her tears. Artemis, Robin's voice was quiet, timid, through her eyes turned hard, seeing the dark bruise on her left arm. Robin. Shit. The archaeologist thinks, seeing Sanji and Chopper running towards her. Luckily there was a canal between them, though that would only stop Chopper due to his devil fruit. Hey, Robin, we've been looking everywhere. Just hang there, we'll find a way around, then we can get back to the inn. This island is going crazy. The cook jokes. Both him and Chopper looked so happy to see her. I'm afraid I won't be doing that. Water 7 is where we part ways, she says flatly, confusing the two. Is this about that bullshit they were spreading in the paper? About you being the assassin that tried kill Iceberg? We don't believe that junk pirates are easy targets? I do apologize for that. It was never my intention to get you all mixed up in that, for the Straw Hats to take the fall like this. But the papers are correct in blaming me, for I did shoot Iceberg. Sanji and Chopper were horrified, while Chaos actually looked unimpressed. Oh well. Inside me lurks a darkness which none of you know about or can fathom. One day, that darkness would have been the end of all of you. You're about to take the fall while I escape. Then go already, Artemis screams, I hate you. You're tearing my family apart and breaking mine and Papa's hearts. I never want to say. Silver resin covers her mouth, gagging the clearly pissed off artist. Artemis, don't say something you'll regret, Chaos says, tone flat and emotionless, and Robin. The archaeologist barely nods before being thrown up against the wall, reflect armored hand around her throat and staring into what was once a featureless mirror. Now there was a black void where his right eye should be, and currently a bloody tear track. This won't end how you think. I guarantee it, he croons. The blank face cracks into a facsimile of a beastly mob before letting her go. Robin coughs, then addresses the 4 Straw Hats, the last 5 minutes aside. Thank you for the kindness you all showed me, but we shall never meet. She jumps to dodge a 4-fingered claw strike. Don't make promises you can't keep, Nico. Robin. I did love you both. I never lied about that, she says quietly, so only the two on this side of the canal heard. Now, the tone was clear. She was to leave like she promised, to reflect humans' patience and mercy, as worn as hers was. She turned on her heels and walked away, adding her own heart to Artemis' list of broken things. What the fuck, you can't just let her leave, Sanji yells, which Chaos ignores in favor of picking up Artemis and shimmering over to the other two. I can and I will, he replies. She's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions and she was free to leave the crew at any time. All of you are. Or did you forget about Usopp and Kaya already? He asks bitterly. This is different. No it isn't, Chopper says surprisingly. Robin's gone. The crew really is splintering. The reindeer boy looked on the verge of tears. I'm afraid so, Chaos says with a deep sigh. This place really has fucked us 7 ways to hell. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Pulling back the curtain. CP9 exposed. Chaos sighs as he keeps pace with Chopper, a pouting Artemis over his shoulder like a grumpy sack of potatoes. Sanji had some hair-brained scheme whirring in his head, so they were going to just leave him to it. The others needed to be informed of Robin's departure. Letting his senses lock onto any devil fruit users in the area, finding a few unfamiliar ones in the process, Luffy's rang out and he directed Chopper of their next turn. Despite the situation, he chuckles as he begins to hear a few of their crewmates arguing, as would be expected. This is all your fault, Zoro. The whole town is looking for us. I ain't taking the fucking blame. Maybe we should avoid fighting each other until we actually find some shelter. Found them, knew going in the direction of the noise would lead us to the captain. Yes, Val, for a change you managed to make our jobs deliberately easier. Hey look, it's all out, friends. Chopper cheers, happy to see people who wanted to be near him again. And an angry mob, Artemis adds with a sigh, nothing the whole crew can't beat, right? Chaos chuckles, of course. Hey guys, these cannon fodder really giving you this much trouble? He shouts. Look, it's another one. Get him, boom, as good a signal as any. Alvida laughs, smashing Amont's face with her mace before sidestepping a saw blade. We were trying to avoid as much conflict and commotion as possible. Vivi argues weakly, though still digs her gloves out of her pockets. Which would be great, if the entire town wasn't out for blood. Artemis argues, hopping off Chaos' shoulder as he backhands a thug and trips another into the canal. Yeah, now duck Gum Gatling with everyone beaten. Luffy lets out a sigh of relief, then gets slammed in the back of the head. You could have done that the entire time? Nami shouts with shark teeth. No, I needed time and space. Not exactly easy to come by when running about. Luffy, I need to tell you something, Chopper interrupts, looking a little twitchy. Chopper, are you okay? Nami asks, distracted by their clearly distressed doctor. Nico Robin has left the crew, Artemis announces. The tone is shocking to the crew as the statement and the words. They'd never heard Artemis call Robin anything but mama. What the fuck happened while they'd been chased across the island? She also admitted to trying to kill Iceberg, something emo about a darkness lurking inside her and that we are basically going to be a distraction for her while she gets away. Chaos adds. She apologizes for that, by the way. We weren't meant to get involved apparently. Thanks, means precisely jack shit, Valentina grumbles. We should have seen this coming, you know, Zoro says flatly. She was Crocodile's dragon before joining the crew. And that was after the fighting ended. Not convinced to switch sides like the V's. He adds, remembering Robin wasn't the only ex-Baroque works agent to join, assuring them he wasn't waiting for them to turn on him as well. That doesn't explain why Artemis is clearly pissed off, Alvida notes. Are you mad she didn't bring you with her, leaving her own kid? I'm not her kid, I'm some stray she picked up for shits and giggles, Artemis grunts. Then yelps in pain at the slap to the back of the head. Ow, papa. She didn't say that, you weren't even meant to hear her say that. Robin was trying to push buttons, which she clearly did for you, sweetie, because I wasn't walking away when she told me to. And remember, she says she did love you, so even just remember that. Artemis huffs. Is that what you're going to tell yourself too? Robin loved me. She just had to dig the knife in extra deep on the way out. She's picked up and held. The tears streaming from her face once more as Chaos kisses her forehead. So what do we do now? Vivi asks. Robin's not going anywhere. There was a reason she attacked Ice Pops and it's not complete. We need to find her before the mob do, and get some real answers. Luffy decides, if Chaos is right, she's pushing us away for a reason, and just like last time, I don't feel like taking orders from people who think they don't need help. He gives a slightly feral smirk, Nami getting shiver up her spine as she knows exactly what he's talking about. She said we'd never see her again, and that things were about to get worse. Does that mean, Chopper asks, that she's going to try again with whoever the other guy is? Yeah? Victor agrees with a frown. Robin's turned into Sunday again. The Bomberman notes, getting a nod from his partner. Correct, but the thing is, were we the job, or is Iceberg? Considering how bad things have gone just attacking Iceberg, she's going to kill him this time, isn't she? Vivi sighs bitterly, having just gotten used to seeing the archaeologist as a friend and ally rather than the woman who helped nearly destroy her country. She really hoped the woman had a good reason for this, or her wires were going to find their way around Robin's neck rather soon. Yes. The only good news is that means we know where she's going to be tonight, and intercept. Chaos nods. You're forgetting something though, Nami pipes in. The masked man. The one Robin was seen with, and the statement Iceberg gave said he was there with Robin when she attacked the mayor. There's a chance he's the reason she's doing all this. He might be holding something over Robin so she's comply. Or he has something she needs or strongly desires, given what I've heard about her partnership with Crocodile. So if we beat the big guy up we can get Robin back? Chopper asks. That's the best case scenario, Zoro replies, clearly not putting too much stock in the option, but it might not be that simple. Either way, we're doing this tonight, Luffy decides, everyone agreeing with their captain. We're going to try capture her, as we won't get any answers to what's going on otherwise. That evening, there sure are a lot of people out there, and they're really loud, Chopper notes as he puts down the binoculars. Think Robin can actually do this? Technically she just needs line of sight to kill him. It's the fact she clearly wants something that makes it difficult, Chaos answers. Artemis frowns as she rests her head on his shoulder. That fact means she has to somehow get into the building around the entire Galila company without being spotted. Which even for someone like Sunday would be a big ask. Valentina adds, as a full team we could probably take this place. But a lone commando, yeah, I don't like her chances. Victor frowns, except she's not. That mystery man in the mask is helping her, which is an unknown that makes guessing her chances difficult. UG. I hate all this waiting around. Shouldn't we try get into Interceptor already? Alvida asks, her right hand twitching on the grip of her mace. Luffy turns to Chaos and nods. The reflect human passes Artemis to Chopper and shimmers out of view. What was that for? Vivi asks. If we make a commotion, the guards will focus on us, and Robin, along with whoever she's working with, will just sneak in during the commotion. We need to wait until she's already inside. Then I rocket in and stop her. You guys need to be ready in case she tries to run. Zoro settles down into his usual ready position. This is going to be a long night, but it's our only chance to get answers. Turns out Robin had clearly spent too long around Luffy and the Straw Hats, as Subtle clearly had been lost somewhere along the way, at least based on the huge ass explosion that was set off in the front of the office building. I think she's here, Artemis says, clicking her tongue. As distractions go, it's not a bad one, Victor comments, draws everyone's attention to right there. Meaning during both the panic and the firefighting routine she should be able to slip in with little issue. Val and I have done it a couple times, though our fruits are better suited to this plan than Robin's. True, you cause the distraction and I float over the wall to the target, the blonde chuckles, then sobers up as they pre-rend. Guys, I see a caped figure and someone in a bear mask on running through the crowd, and some weirdo on the roof. Chopper calls, alerting the others to the fact things were definitely underway. Well, score 1 for whoever said she was working with a team, Nami groans. Knowing that made things more complicated. So, how much longer till we move Luffy? Luffy? She turns and the captain wasn't there? How the fuck do you people lose the living RUBBERBANDBALL? She screams. Luckily there was enough going on she didn't draw attention to herself. What with the masked woman flying through the air, slicing up dockworkers with a thorn whip, a bull and skull-faced man fisting their way through the inside of the building, Robin and Bear Mask were actually doing the least damage, besides the woman with a hornet mask shadowing Polly, the blonde not even noticing she was there. While the cloak he used may have obscured the duo's escape when they were cornered and essentially put before a firing squad of angry shipwrights, it was in clear view of an odd spiral carved into the roof partitions. So that's how you do it, Chaos muses, now finally having a fruit to go with the feeling of the large man. Now he just needed to meet the feral. Meanwhile Robin and her partner had an easy walk. Now the rest of CP9 had either dealt with or were continuing to distract the workers. It's right here, Robin says. The man nods and stands against the wall. Now just give me a push, he grunts, Robin sighing internally before doing so, the wall opening like a door. Bang! Before slamming shut again, sending both to the ground, Robin pinned until she was able to roll the man off her. What the hell was that? Iceberg asks in confusion, only then noticing the young man standing in the shadows. Really good luck, I guess, Chaos replies with a shrug. That could have ended battle. He stops when Bear Mask simply opens another section of wall to step through. Robin following close behind. Hello, nice devil fruit. Want to exchange names? That's how you got into my office last night, Iceberg gasps. Correct. I ate the Doa Doa no Mi, where most see a wall, and obstacle to remove. I see a path to my destination, Doorman replies. And I don't need you to tell me your fruit. We are already aware of it and its properties, probably better than you are. Chaos huffs. Use that air door of yours to go fuck yourself. Then crossing his arms asks, so, is there a point to killing Iceberg, or are you just tired of the growing list of people telling you no? In response Doorman shoots Iceberg, okay. Lover's spat it is. It's not time yet, we still need him, Robin reminds the man. A small part of her thinking she may have swapped one idiot for another. Relax, it's a non-fatal wound, and it won't do anything to affect his ability to talk. In fact, it gives you an easy way to make him talk. The man shrugs in his response. So, this is how CP9 operates, Iceberg wheezes. You're not exactly doing anything. I expected to be dodging a punch, kick or some other attack by now. Doorman notes, getting a disinterested shrug from Chaos. I'm pretty sure you guys are the no witnesses kind of government thugs, so I'm fine standing on the sidelines until you decide to kill me. Then see how long I can last for. He smirks, silver eyes flashing, making Robin frown, though the doorman's face was unreadable under his mask. You're right, you're no threat to CP9. We can deal with you after the mission is over, he drones, turning his attention back to Iceberg. Kid, you're an asshole, Iceberg grumbles, getting an honest nod from Chaos. But it seems I was wrong about you Straw Hats. You weren't part of this. Sorry about that. I'll pass on the message. I'm sure Vivi will send you a fruit basket, or is it she will expect a fruit basket? Pirates don't get apologized to a lot. He chuckles. It's the princess's job to be polite. Mine is to make sure we actually survive when shit like this happens, shimmering over to Iceberg to help him sit back on his bed. At least with his blood on your hands the frame job will stick this time, Doorman booms. Iceberg. You are alive for 2 reasons: 1, to give the account of your failed assassination by a member of the Straw Hat crew, and 2, so we could ferret out and now retrieve a don't we've been searching for a long time. Blueprints passed on from shipwright to chosen apprentice for generations. With your life in danger, we knew we could accelerate the process, get Pluton schematics out in the open for the world government's rightful acquisition. Chaos laughs bitterly. It's always Pluton with you, Robin. Here's hoping he's checked you for water bottles before bringing you along Sessazy. Doorman ignores the pirate. As I was saying, you made that transfer tonight. Our associates are with your foreman Polly as we speak. Iceberg pales. Luckily not from blood loss, though it was a momentary worry in both Robin and Chaos' mind, and grits his teeth in anger. So all going according to plan then, Iceberg scoffs. Actually yes. There was a tiny flicker of amusement in the masked man's tone, then he turns to Robin. I leave you to finish the job, while I deal with the guards outside the door. When we have the blueprints in hand we'll give you the signal to eliminate Iceberg and plug the leak. After that the last casualty for justice will be Polly, and we already have an agent ready to deal with him. He then leaves. A commotion was heard outside, and given how quiet the bedroom had become, one word was heard from Doorman. Tekai meanwhile. Hey Luffy. The trapped Straw Hat turned his eyes to the voice. Violentin. He slurs, seeing the blonde, her heels dug into the wall and hooks or grips on the fingerless gloves she was wearing. WTRU do an hour? Same as you I reckon. Kyahaha. She laughs. This storm makes air travel 7 kinds of fucked. I thought I was in a bad spot, but that rubber body has finally screwed you over in a way I would have managed to escape. Luffy hums, clearly pissed off about his current predicament. WHR are Teothers? He asks. Causing mayhem. Did you see the idiot with the whips? Vic seems to be pissing her off with his bombs, and if she comes any closer Vivi's wires might actually be able to catch her. Nami and Chopper are panicking while Zoro and Alvida seem to have decided to just hit things until either you show up, or they run into Robin. Speaking off, want a hand? Thanks, Luffy sighs, Valentina grabbing his hand and disengaging from the wall, increasing her weight to normal. But all it did was stretch Luffy's arm as she went down. Crap, that didn't work, she groans, letting go and allowing Luffy's arm to snap back. Yeah, wait a minute, don't all the buildings in this place have weird spiky things? Luffy shouts, having managed to push his head forward enough to talk properly. I think so. Why? I might be able to free myself, give me a moment. The blonde does as asked, smiling when she hears the signature Yahoo of her captain. You good boss. Yeah, thanks for trying. Now I better get back to catching Robin. See you later. Luffy calls down, shooting his arm out and grabbing the Galila office roof. Gum Gum rocket back with Robin. You have a fan, Robin. I feel like I've been replaced. Chaos purrs, giving a pout Robin now knew Artemis had learned it from. Robin rolls her eyes. So you have my picture on your wall. Want me to sign it on the way out? She asks sarcastically. Oh, you can sign it all right. In blood, Iceberg shouts, pulling a pistol on Robin only for her to reveal 4. One in each hand, including 2 bloomed arms just below her own. All this, just to kill me? Robin asks in confusion. Yes, to end you, before you destroy the world. Robin tenses. Why are you looking for the poneglyphs? The world government has made their research illegal for as long as anyone can remember, so why do you want to know so badly about them? Robin scoffs. If they're so bad, why do you know about them? Iceberg chuckles, a little blood drips down his chin. Knowing about their existence isn't a crime. They're too large and unbreakable to hide them. That's a big deal, and you're the only person alive capable of that. Then you're going to need another gun. Actually 2 inches. Chaos interrupts. And while I don't think Artemis is bulletproof, it took the hand of God to scar me. You'll need to actually produce Pluton to kill me, Iceberg. His grin is feral and sadistic. Iceberg freezes. You've been teaching people. Do you know what the government will do to them and you if they find out? I didn't teach Chaos. I was as surprised as anyone when he was able to determine Pluton's last known location from Alabasta's poneglyph. Artemis though, she is my daughter, my only mark on this world. She saw mommy reading and writing with odd squiggles and wanted in on my secret code. Bet she was shocked when she got her first glimpse of her papa's journal. I'll admit to improving his work though, he's almost as good as me. Well, in a couple years. The tone was almost teasing, but the room's tension was too high for it to matter. You can't be serious, you don't believe working with CP9 will actually bring you mercy? Not after all these years just below Dragon and the Yonko on the world government's shit list? He sighs, swaying from his seated position, though I suppose it doesn't matter, least of all to a dead man walking like myself. If you translate those stones, reactivate the ancient weapons, it won't matter who has them, they will bring nothing but destruction and death. We worked so hard to bury the past, so just let it lie. Robin's shoulders slump slightly. We agree on certain parts, but that doesn't mean you can dictate to me what I chose to sacrifice my life for, nor what I decide is worthy of my time and research. I don't want the weapons, but people keep coming to me asking about them. Last time I got a poneglyph out of the arrangement, and a hook to the gut. The lower hands take their fingers off the trigger. Besides, is it really fair to lecture me, when you had Pluton's blueprints and never once thought about burning them? It was a precaution, in case the weapon ever fell into the wrong hands. Though I do agree it's now brought the hand of CP9 down on me. Not that burning them would have helped me in this instance. Iceberg tries to argue, though does admit she has a point. Still, ending you would be the best option as you're the only person they know who can still read it, unless you told your new friends about the forbidden knowledge you've been sharing. Ah! Iceberg yells as his arm is bent backwards, snapping the bone and causing him to drop the gun. Thanks for the new info, though crossing your arms was an activation stance. Chaos chuckles, picking up the gun and slipping it into his coat. It's not, but it makes defending my core easier. Robin admits, putting away most of her guns and putting the last one to Iceberg's head. For the record, they didn't need me to steal the blueprints, I was just a useful addition. She admits, they probably have it right now. Iceberg chuckles, now it sounds like someone is calling the game prematurely. All you've done, is walk right into my trap. The two Straw Hats' eyes widen. One in worry, the other intrigue. Pura click. We've hit a snag in the operation. Reconvene at the bedroom. Don't shoot Iceberg yet, came the voice on the other end of the baby Den Mushi. Well, there goes your trap, Robin muses, but Iceberg still looked smug. Why is he still alive? Asked the woman as CP9 enter the room together. Blue Note told me to eliminate all witnesses after killing Iceberg. Besides, other than helping Iceberg back onto his bed, he hasn't done anything, Robin replies. The hornet-masked woman annoyed by the tensing of her body. Pirates and your loopholes, you should have just ended him before leaving the room, she hisses to the doorman who shrugs. So this is CP9, go away, I have nothing to say to you, Iceberg scowls, then freezes when Hattori lands on the bull mosk's shoulder. Well, now the jig is up, there's no point in these silly disguises. Lucci says, removing his mask and replacing it with a top hat. This wouldn't have happened if you had just given us the plans when we were still asking nicely. Kaku adds, removing the skull mask. I was hoping we didn't have to resort to bloodshed, but it's much too late for that, Khalifa sighs. I'm not, personally I think we should have done this from the start, Sui Feng argues. Stubborn as your old master, it's a shame that was what you learned from him, Blue Nose sighs, removing the bear mask. We're really running out of time here, old man, so tell me before anyone else dies, where did you hide the blueprints, for the ancient weapon Pluton? Lucy asks, her body tense like a spring rubber king and mirror master. The plot revealed, the Straw Hats fall. Phew, I don't think I've ever been more glad I'm made of rubber, Luffy sighs as he pulls his head and arms free of the staple-like hooks CP9 had pinned him to the ground with. That's nice, now finish the job and help me free, Polly yells, in a similar position to Luffy. But without the devil fruit-assisted means to get free, though with how badly the hornet-masked woman beat him he probably wouldn't have been able to get free too easily regardless. Luffy nods, right, be there in a minute, he says, stretching his body to free his waist and legs, slamming into another wall but luckily just bouncing off this time. I'm free, now to get you out and we can save Ice Pops. Exactly, Polly smiles for a second, before a scowl replaces it, I'll get you. You masked bastards, you won't get away with this. Meanwhile, 5 years of undercover work, don't worry, we took our jobs as seriously as if it weren't just a cover. Now for the payoff. Our time is running low, as you can tell from the fact we've had to come out of the shadows and actually take it ourselves. Well, we shall once you tell us where the plans are, Lucci explains and demands. I'm sure you know about the cipher pole branches, the government's intelligence agencies CP1 through 8. The WG's eyes and ears throughout the globe. How they keep the peace on a worldwide scale. Iceberg rolls his eyes. I'm aware of all this, though not how you all fit into this. Lucci chuckles as the smallest agent continues. As members of the 9th branch, we don't exist, meaning we have a certain amount of leeway and privileges, provided we work with discretion among other things. She grimaces slightly. We are the blades of justice striking from the shadows. Be it eliminating a voice the government can't allow to continue to spread propaganda. Her lips curl into a sadistic smirk. Or retrieving plans for a weapon that would be much safer in the hands of the government, Lucci continues, a little peeved he was interrupted. You idiots, you can't just use justice as an excuse for your actions. Lucci shrugs. The government has had to alter its rules in recent years in order to maintain justice. Such as rather than fearing the return of Pluton and the other ancient weapons, they plan to revive or reactivate them all, and use them to be an unstoppable force of justice, so we can finally put an end to the so-called Great Pirate Era, and bring the world to an era of peace and justice. He explains, and yet you continue to stand in our way. It's almost like you don't care about all the people those criminals hurt, maim, rape and murder. That's a bad place to be, and I implore you to reconsider. You are a bunch of stupid children. If the weapons are awakened, it will just breed more conflict. Power like that always has. Look at the ancient civilization who created them, or the turncoats of the Marines. He chuckles, coughing up a little blood. You even lost one of your attack dogs a couple months back, because he wanted more power. Oh my, it sounds like somebody doesn't trust the government. Sway purrs. Iceberg tenses when her middle finger shifts into a talon, stinger. Such a dangerous position to hold, especially around loyal, attack dogs, like us. I never said that. It's human nature that's the problem, and the WG are all human. They make sure we know it. Humans are naturally power-hungry, selfish and most importantly aggressive creatures. As if to prove his point, Lucci kicks him in the face. Show some respect, you're not my boss anymore, Iceberg. Speaking of, I think our pirate has had enough time spent being a little voyeur. Sway, eliminate him. The girl with the whip like Twintails smirks. I thought you'd never ask. She then jumps and kicks out, as Chaos clicks his heels together. Rankyaku the Windblade miss by a few inches as the floor opens up and he drops through, though the shit-eating grin was unmistakable. Fuck, Lucci curses, glaring at the hole as it closes up like it was never there. That shouldn't be, Bluno, you didn't let him see you, did he? Kaku asks. The larger man tenses, especially with the other's angry glares directed at him. It's possible, not intentionally of course. He tries to defend, grunting when Sui Feng's fist embeds itself in his gut. Idiot, that's why the file said end quickly or else don't show off anything. Even if he's a lot younger than the last user to figure it out. You were meant to be careful, damn it, Khalifa scolds, while Kaku sighs. Enough, we have more important things to deal with than one rough pirate, the plans. Lucci nods. He's right. Calm yourself, Sui. He's not worth the time you'd waste hunting him down and killing him. The woman grits her teeth but nods and stands stoically once more. Now, where were we? Oh yes, Kaku, take his pulse. Then we can begin this interrogation properly, Lucci orders. The square-nosed man nods and gets into position while Robin watches curiously. Hold still, this will only be as painful as you make it, Kaku says, squeezing Iceberg's wrist when the man tries to squirm out of his grip. Now, I have a theory I want to run by you. You don't need to say anything, that I'm right, wrong, or even to go to hell. Your heart rate is all I need. Lucci smiles as he begins. You had this whole song and dance about getting us to go for these fake plans, but you had no way of knowing for sure that was what we were after. Nico Robin could have just been hired to kill you. Then what would happen to the plans? Lost and unguarded, your sacred oath broken. But besides the obvious decoy, you made no attempt to pass along the real blueprints tonight, nor any time while we've been observing you. So it's clear you don't have them, not anymore. Iceberg continues to stare blankly at the man, but his steady pulse was enough of a yes for Kaku, who nods. Of course we need evidence to see if this theory actually holds water, and we can start with these blueprints, and the names of the workers at the bottom. Tom, Iceberg and Cutty Flam, of Tom's workers. If it was anyone else, they would just shrug and drop the plans in disappointment, as this was clearly not Pluton, but we've been working here for 5 years, and the names chosen are very interesting indeed. Everyone knows of the legendary Tom, but the records of his company and those within it are much harder to uncover. It took us a very long time to discover you were one of his apprentices, though in hindsight someone trained by Tom would be able to run the entire Water 7 shipyards as easily as you do. The problem is, Tom only trained 2 apprentices, and one of them died in an accident 8 years ago. A government official confirmed it at the time. There's just one problem: 4 years ago, Cutty Flam reappeared. He's been seen all over Water 7, whether people want him to or not, but he only used that name once. Lucci's face twists into a feral smirk. Cutty Flam is still alive. He's still on this island. He just goes by the name Frankie. As he says that, Iceberg's pulse skyrockets out of panic. Seems pretty obvious when you lay it all out like that, doesn't it? Kaku muses. Iceberg still pinned. Can't believe it took us 5 years to put the pieces together though. It helped that Frankie was an oaf and a buffoon without an ounce of subtlety in his body. Plus the family was always around, trading lumber from dismantled ships, giving you practically limitless chances over the last 4 years to pass the blueprints on. It explains why you were so calm when dealing with us. You knew as long as we were searching you, then we would come up empty. But now we've figured out Frankie has the plans. Your heart is racing, which just proves our theory is correct. Don't feel too bad about it though, you're only human, and under these circumstances, very few people would be able to hide the truth from us for very long. Be glad that justice will prevail soon enough, Lucci says arrogantly. It's been a good 5 years, but you've outlived your usefulness, Kaku adds, just before the wall cracks and crumbles, the door on the other wall being sliced same time. Luffy and Zoro charging in from the 2 new entrances to Iceberg's quarters. Give Robin back, the rubber boy shouts, demands. Luffy. Robin sighs. Luffy? Zoro says in confusion. Lucci raises an eyebrow. You again? Iceberg, Polly gasps, seeing his condition. What the hell is going on here? He shouts. Damn it, Polly, I told you to run. Iceberg groans, struggling to sit up, as more of the Straw Hats make their way up to where the new commotion was. No, I want to know what's going on. Bluno, Khalifa, Sui Feng, Kaku, Lucci. What's with the weird costumes and why were you attacking Iceberg? Luffy blinks. Wait a minute. Yeah, those guys were with you in the shipyard, even Pigeon Man. And the long-nosed one was on our ship, Zoro growls. The short one. Iceberg recommended design our new ship, and the woman with glasses is his assistant, Nami adds, recognizing everyone except Bluno. Polly, this may come as a shock to you, but we're really secret agents working for the government. When does that line ever work? Winking face, but you'll forgive an old friend and fellow shipwright if I say I'm sorry, right? Lucci's voice was sarcastic and a little condescending. All that time, working together building ships from dawn till dusk. I'm sure you'll be fine. Maybe even enjoy the promotion when I smash Iceberg's face in. Shut up. You were the asshole in the bull mask. You knew it was safe to speak instead of Kaku, because nobody here's ever heard your voice. Polly accuses. I'll teach you to make fun of me. Treat me like a fool, he shouts, running straight for him. Polly, stop, Iceberg yells in worry. Pipe hitch knives. Soru. Lucci dodges Polly's bladed rope with ease, moving faster than even the shipwright could comprehend, until he was directly in front of him, and in him. Shigen, you still don't learn. Lucci sighs, his finger embedded in Polly's chest, removing it when it appeared the man wasn't going to fight back. Polly, you okay? Luffy calls. Fuck you. Lucci. Polly pants, though the attack on top of the previous beatdown still brought him to his knees. There's no point in trying to fight us, Sui muses. Our abilities exceed that of normal humans like yourself. We outclass you so badly it's almost pathetic, she taunts, metaphorically kicking the man while he's down. We've spent most of our lives learning and perfecting the 6 paths of the Rokushiki. These techniques transform the body into a living weapon stronger than 100 men, so I'm sure you can see why you were so easily beaten. Lucci continues, now I'm afraid our friendship is over. You need to be eliminated, same as all the other witnesses. Lucci, no. Get away from him, pigeon, Luffy shouts, launching a rubber kick to the top hat wearing man's face, which he caught rather casually. Crap, he thinks, before letting his body follow his leg, giving him a little air and space once Lucci let go to attack. Gum gum Gatling Tekai. He didn't even flinch. Alvida gasps when Luffy stopped his onslaught. The fuck is up with this guy? You're nothing but a pest, boy, Lucci growls Soru. The hell, this is like the guy from East Blue, only better, Luffy swallows, seeing flickers in his vision but nothing discernible until it was too late, and Lucci was in his face. Shigen, the finger jab into Luffy's throat, while not piercing it like Polly's chest, did have enough force behind it to throw the rubber boy into the wall beside the rest of his crew. If you weren't made of rubber you'd be dead right now, with a hole in your neck, Lucci explains to the still coughing, choking Luffy, as well as the other pirates. Lucky you. Luffy doesn't respond immediately to the comment, instead just reaching out and pulling Polly out of the line of fire and to them. You're protecting him, even after all that happened today. Why? Lucci asks, sounding curious. Why? Because I don't want you to kill him. What other reason do I need? Luffy replies, Vivi resisting the urge to smile when she sees Luffy's more heroic moments, even if he denies it when comparing it to his definition of hero. You guys were all friends the other day. How can you just up and try murder someone today? We were, and now we're not. Things change, Sway scoffs, the brat irritating her. Don't care. You guys are my enemy now. I promised Polly I was going to beat the ever-loving crap out of whoever was trying to hurt Ice Pops. So bad news for you guys. I tend to keep my promises. Luffy declares, Nami and Vivi nodding unconsciously, as he dealt with their problems by beating the crap out of the bad guy too. What changed is they almost found the design plans for Pluton, so they could finally drop the act. The straw hat wearing boy turns. Took your time, get lost or something? He asks, seeing Chaos follow Artemis and Valentina to the now destroyed entrance to the room. No, just took a shortcut down and had to come back up the normal way. I had help though. So, you trust him over us then? Kaku hums, drawing Luffy's attention back to CP9. Of course I do. You guys were already on my shit list for stealing one of my friends and crewmates, and hurting my family. Luffy declares angrily, speaking of, hey Robin. Why are you acting like this and working with this assholes? Do I need to beat them up like Crocodile to get you back or something? Cause if one of these is another Logia I think it's Chaos' turn to get his ass kicked a few times. If you wanted to leave, all you had to do is say so. Just tell me why. Robin frowns. Do I have to repeat myself? She asks. I already said my farewells to at this point just under half the crew. Did none of them pass it along? Probably. I'm not a good listener when people are lying or talking bullshit. Luffy responds with a shrug. And yeah, they passed it along. I just don't believe a word of it. I did this to make my wish come true, something I couldn't do as part of your crew. If you can't accept that then I'm sorry. Okay, now I'm even more confused. Chopper sighs. This is what happens when you just let people walk onto the ship without even asking why. Nami sighs. At a less serious time Vivi and Zoro would be a little smug, as they were the loudest in favor of not letting Robin join. You may not like it or think it's fair, but to accomplish my goal I'll make any sacrifice. Even your heart and your soul, Nico Robin, Artemis states rather than asks. Luffy noticing the way the former oldest member of his crew just barely suppressed a flinch at the use of her name. And framing your crew for murder, you're a piece of work. So what's this dream, so big and special you'll throw us to the dogs for? I don't need to answer that. Don't do this you selfish brat. No matter your goals, the consequences will be dire. Iceberg wheezes, trying and failing to yell. This is none of your concern, nor are you in any position to lecture me. This should shut you up. Robin hisses. With a wave gesture she blooms arms to restrain the man, then releases it with a curse and hiss. The Straw Hat's surprised and confused to see her hand was bleeding. New tricks SSSS from an old fruit. Chaos hisses, chuckling humorlessly with his hands by his side, not hidden by his cloak. This doesn't change a thing. I won't let you or anyone get in my way, Robin says through gritted teeth. Robin, you're not making sense, which is rare for you. Do you expect us to believe this bullshit? Luffy asks, starting to get annoyed at the non-answers. Come on Robin, stop acting weird, we're your friends. We're supposed to help and support each other, Chopper begs, your reindeer getting extremely worked up. Robin doesn't respond as Lucci draws attention back to himself. I'm afraid I need to cut this little get-together short. We really must be going. We have a meeting elsewhere that we just can't miss. Khalifa, how long do we have? 2 minutes and counting, the glasses-wearing woman replies, checking a pocket watch. Thank you. Now, as I'm sure staying and talking would lead to positively riveting stories, but this place is going to disappear in a massive fireball in 2 minutes, so I'm afraid this is where we part. He's kidding, right? Nami asks, getting shakes of the head from a few other crewmates. Why would I? Fire is very good at dealing with pesky things like evidence. Now I'd say you should probably get out of here quickly, but that implies I'm going to let you live, period. Lucci smirks. So it's this against these numbnuts. Just great, Valentina sighs, while everyone gets ready to fight. Now are you ready to accept Robin as the enemy? Again? Zoro asks, a little tiredness and annoyance in his voice. No, Luffy answers almost immediately, noisy, geez. Anyway, the lower levels are about to be consumed in flames, messy and unsubtle, but it was an attack by pirates. They were never considered sneaky, just destructive. Lucci chuckles to himself. I think I'll pass on this crime, thank you very much. Lived quips, both hands on the handle of her mace. Bluenose shrugs. What's one more crime to add to the list? We're about to execute you anyway, so it's not like you'll be around to be annoyed, he grunts. Robin sighs, putting up her hood. I believe this is where I take my leave. Correct, you did the job perfectly, Nico. Robin, Straw Hat, don't let her escape, Iceberg Pants. Don't worry, I had no intention of letting her, Luffy says as he jumps forward, hoping to knock Blueno out of the way and keep running. Tekai, but nope, Mr. Door took a kick to the face and didn't budge. Damn it, why do none of you people move when I hit you? Luffy grunts. One of the techniques we've been taught was tensing our bodies to the point they are as strong as iron walls, Blueno explains. Then take this. Gum Gatling Kami-e, but the attacks simply pass through empty air. This bastard is faster than he appears, Victor notes with a scowl. Gum Pistol Soru once more. Blueno evades Luffy's attack but this time leaves the captain's line of sight. The strength of my legs allow me to move faster than the eye can follow. Like that cat bastard from Syrup Village, Luffy responds, causing a momentary twitch of annoyance to surface from the man's expressionless face before reverting to best described as bored. Geppo, in fact my strength means I can leap off the very air itself as if it were solid matter, he boasts. Rankyaku, X2, Khalifa and Sui Feng. Someone catch Luffy, also duck. Chaos shouts as the rubber boy is shot straight into Victor and Alvida, throwing the three down the hallway while sliced through the wall around the doorway. Holy shit, they did that with a kick, Vivi screams. Actually it was the pressure wave, wind given off by the kick than the kick itself, but still, yes. Sui says with a smirk. Rankyaku, or the Tempest Kick, it's the go-to long-range technique for those who perform Rokushiki. Shing, we met on your ship didn't we Roronoa? Kaku asks, blocking Zoro's blade with one of his own. If you assholes lied about being shipwrights, did you also lie about the Mary too? The swordsman asks, unsure which answer he'd prefer, that the crew were broken up over nothing, or that the Mary really was completely fucked. No, I was completely honest there, I took my job seriously for as long as I had it, Kaku replies, torching that possibility. Zoro sighs. I'm sorry to hear that. Then after pushing the square-nosed man back a step began to properly engage him in sword fighting. Both clearly being masters of Nitoryu, so this could go either way. Pulling himself to his feet, Luffy sees Robin open the window. Hold it right there, Robin. We're not done talking yet. Yes, we are. This is the last time we'll ever see each other. Goodbye, Luffy, Robin says, not even turning her head back to the boy. Zoro growls as he cuts through Kaku's blades. Luffy, don't let her get away, we'll handle the guys here. He barks, getting a nod from the captain. Kaku smirks. Don't get cocky, boy, and never take your eyes off your opponent. Shigen. Zoro doubles over, getting 3 penetrating jabs to the torso from the long-nosed agent. Meanwhile, Lucci catches Luffy out of the air, holding him up by his face and ignoring the flailing teen's punches like they were nothing. He's taking Luffy's attacks and not even blinking. How can any of us go up against this monster? Nami thinks aloud, visibly shaking. I have him, now go, Lucci orders, getting a very slight nod from Robin. Papa? Artemis looks to the purple-haired Straw Hat. I know, he sighs Shimmer. I think no. Aw fuck? Bluno grunts, his hand cut up and chaos appearing behind him. You tried grab my leg, didn't you? He asks, sounding more like himself at that moment. I tell you why that happened. But you apparently know everything about my fruit, so I guess that means you cut yourself on purpose. Also good to know you can't use that defense and move, else I doubt you'd be bleeding quite as heavily. He smirks, then returns his focus to the window Robin just jumped out of. Really hope these guys don't have a Gran Rey Cerro under their belt. He mutters under his breath, sidestepping a Shigan he was pretty sure was aimed for his heart from Sway and jumped out after her. With Robin gone, Lucci tossed a still struggling Luffy into the wall beside him. Now having lost all their heavy hitters, the Straw Hats were at a loss. How? They made them look like marine grunts. Vivi whimpers, the others not much better. I knew you guys were strong, but this should be impossible, Polly gasps. You just don't get it, do you? Sway sneers. We're not like you. As members of CP9 we spent our entire lives training, working to test and surpass the limits of humanity, honing those skills into a weapon of absolute justice. The results of that training are the 6 techniques we've just beaten you to a pulp with, the Rokushiki. So I'm sure by now you can see why and how the 5 of us are the government's best and most elite agents, Lucci continues. And in the same breath you can see how much of an overkill we are to be dealing with a weak band of pirates like you are. Of course the details of our techniques and training is strictly classified, but I'll give you a spoiler, none of you would have made the cut. Lucci, we need to go. The ignition system is about to blow, Khalifa reminds the leader, but he seems to ignore her. But a moment like this is so rare. He smirks, then begins to transform. As if we weren't screwed already, Nami cries, seeing the man get bigger and scarier by the second. He ate a zone fruit, no wonder he's so strong, Victor curses. Correct. I ate the Neko no Mi. Model leopard, Lucci grunts, now towering over all those around him. He's a leopard human. He's huge. It appears the fire is already spreading, Lucci says casually. As smoke begins to waft up to the room, there's not much time left for you all. Polly grimaces as he pulls himself up. I don't care what you are. I'm not letting you lay another finger on Iceberg. Chopper, are you okay? Nami asks, having noticed the reindeer almost vibrating at the edge of her vision. He's a carnivore class zone. They're the most vicious of them all, he whimpers. Correct. Zone, Logia, Paramecia. All wonderful artifacts capable of increasing one's ability, of which physical strength is a zone specialty. He gives a feline smirk as he says that, meaning the harder we train the stronger we get, and if you thought I was tough as a human, this form is practically divine, he laughs. Lucci, the workers are coming up the stairs, they're on the way to us, Khalifa relays. It won't matter, they won't get that far, Rankiaku. Unlike previous uses of the attack, which hurt people and cut through walls, this attack practically cleaved through the entire building. This caused a good portion of Galila to collapse in on itself, as well as destroy the hallway and a portion of the ceiling of the room they were all currently standing in. The only person who managed to take advantage of the mess was Polly, who hobbled over to Iceberg and pulled him up, bracing the older man against his own body, though at this point Iceberg was probably in better condition than Polly. Polly, don't do this, I'm not leaving this place without you, Iceberg. Actually, the blonde looks testing him directly. I'm afraid to tell you, neither of you will be leaving. Polly chuckles, coughing up a little blood along the way. Then I guess I'll have to prove you wrong, and go through you. Unless you'd rather just step aside. He then scowls. Why did it have to be you? Why? Why did you trick me? I thought you were my friends, damn it. Then you were a fool, Lucci scoffs as he stomps forward. Leopard Swole raises his arm to tear both men apart, when he takes a rubber fist to the face, causing him to turn his head away slightly. Pigeon. Straw Hat. Imbecile, Lucci growls, before impaling Luffy on one of his claws. Shigan, fuck, why do people keep doing that? Luffy thinks in a corner of his mind, now panting on the floor and hoping he doesn't bleed out. At least his finger was smaller than Crocodile's hook. Meanwhile Lucci licks his claws clean of blood. If the crew weren't on the verge of pissing themselves with fear, they'd probably be a little nauseous right now. Have a nice flight, Lucci snarks, grabbing Luffy by the head and tossing him through the wall, taking him out of the fight completely. Tekai he blocks a sword swing from Zoro, then plants strong kick into the swordsman's side, launching him out into the water below. Now, who's next? He growls, turning to the remaining group, smirking as he sees Alvida and Victor charging at him. Tekai's Shigen boom. His iron body was strong enough to not just tank but knock back the smooth woman. Then a quick strike enabled him to shove away the Bomberman before he could explode, protecting himself, as well as adding to the collateral damage. A little later. This is the end of Iceberg. Despite all his accomplishments, he really should have known the world government can't be challenged by anyone who wishes to continue breathing. Sway hums, watching the flames consume Iceberg's office, where the bound mayor and Polly were. Correct. Now we must locate Frankie and retrieve the plans, quickly before he has time to hide them or flee the island, Lucci orders. It's unlikely he's be able to go anywhere, given Aqua Laguna is about to hit, Kaku argues, but follows the boss regardless. True, now where would Frankie be? Khalifa wonders. He was in the bar earlier, but then he left to find Straw Hat, settle the score so to speak. Bluno answers, after that, who knows? It gives us a general location and a starting point, Lucci says with a nod. Soru Geppo the agents zip through the sky and across the rooftops, their end goal their only thought. Well, that's convenient, Sway purrs, stopping to overhear some of the Frankie family talking about sending Straw Hat a message, then yelling about it, meaning her covert work was mostly pointless. Sighing she catches up to the others with the information, Frankie's in a warehouse under Bridge 6. Apparently he has some more of the Straw Hats with him, hoping to use them as hostages and bait to draw in Straw Hat. She relays to Lucci. Perfect. Meanwhile, that's so sad, you left the friends you made and have been traveling with since the East Blue for your ship. Frankie bawls, his Garnet cosplayers crying just as hard. Geez, why are you crying? Usopp yells, Kaya sighing as she makes tea. I'm not crying, just everything that's happened. It takes some guts to stand up to your boss and walk away like that, Frankie says with a sniffle, causing the sniper to sigh deeply and contemplate patching up the Mary. A few minutes later. Here you go everyone, tea's ready, Kaya says, her syrup tendrils each holding a steaming cup, which she places most on the table, except for one which she lays beside Usopp. Be careful, it's hot. Thanks kid, you're a nice, polite girl, never would have pegged you for a pirate, Frankie smiles as he picks up and sips his tea. Hot. Moron, she just told you it was hot, Usopp yells. You know, you should probably take a break, one of Frankie's girls say. You'll burn yourself out, your girlfriend even made you some nice tea, the other adds. Her lips curl when both Straw Hats blush. You know they're right, Usopp, Kaya whispers, the medic worrying about him making things worse. I get it, you don't want to sit down with us, after all we did steal the 200 mil, which in a way lead to the fight with your captain, Frankie guesses, standing up again. It's not that, what's done is done, no point holding a grudge, Usopp says in a tired tone. Taking the high road, what a man, Frankie smiles, also about that money. I spent all of it, he cheers, his girls posing with him. I will bury you, or just watch Kaya suffocate you in honey, Usopp growls, while the Amy girl pinches her nose. Hey, don't get all worked up about it, especially not after showing just how laid back and forgiving you are. I mean, can't we just start over with blank slates? I mean, I haven't tried to hurt you for destroying my place and demolition factory, or beating the crap out of my boys. You long-nosed freak, I'll tear you limb from limb. The cyborg flails, his girls keeping him away from the injured sniper and the medic. Kaya frowns, seeing Usopp lost in thought, most likely about abandoning their friends, even if it felt like the only option. Anyway, like I was saying, given how crazy the last few days have been, what do you say we put the axe in the ground and let bygones be bygones? Frankie suggests, having calmed down and drinking Kaya's tea again. I think it's bury the hatchet, she's right bro, that's the phrase. Frankie shrugs. What they said, the meaning's the same kid. He sighs and looks at the two former Straw Hats. So, what are you going to do? No, it's just the two of you? Doesn't exactly look like you have anywhere to go. The question was left unanswered until the cyborg had an idea. Hey, why don't you let me take you in? Join the Frankie family, we could use a smar. Shut up. Usopp shouts, I'm not about to become a ship dismantler, and Kaya's talents would be wasted in that field as well. We're not straw hats anymore, but we're still pirates, till the end, Kaya adds, a serious expression on her face. You two are breaking my heart, Frankie cries, strumming a guitar he keeps in the warehouse. Don't be so cold, I'm just looking out for you, trying to see where your future lies. Thank you, but our future isn't your concern, the syrup girl responds. Besides, don't you have other things to worry about, like that big storm about to hit? Frankie shrugs. Nah, Aqua Laguna is only dangerous if you get caught with your pants down. We're safe here, he assures them, then gives them a little history lesson about the island, partly because of the storm, but also to help them understand how things lead to this point. The two noticed he got very energetic and proud when he moved to explaining about the puffing Tom, the sea train, as well as its creator, the shipwright Tom. Wow, this Tom guy was some kind of genius to come up with and actually build the sea train, Usopp praises, getting a small, content smile from Frankie. Hit the nail on the head, long nose, brilliant, and kind, that was Tom. He sighs deeply, lost in his own memories. Rubber King and Mirror Master, a ray of hope. A little later, bro don't crack. Frankie is barely back on the ground when he's dodging pellets and syrup balls. You bastard, there are less destructive ways of getting your point across, Usopp shouts. We get what you're saying, but breaking the Mary was a bad decision, Kaya growls, her devil fruit turning her hair into honey-colored tendrils. Fucking idiots the both of you, Frankie grunts, running forward, slamming Kaya into the wall, causing her to explode into syrup before grabbing Usopp by the throat. You're still not listening, the ship is done for. Take a look. He jumps high, then throws Usopp into the water directly beside the Mary, then waits for him to surface, his girls keeping their eye on the sniper's companion. After a few minutes he heard splashing as Usopp pulls himself out of the water. Understand now, kid? He asks, calmer than last time. Usopp doesn't respond at first, instead moving to the broken piece of the Mary and begins dragging it back into place. Kaya assisting out of concern of him overexerting himself and opening up any of his recent injuries. And, there, he whispers to the blonde, who smiles sadly. Now she's almost good as new again. Frankie groans. You moron. You saw it for yourself, the keel's shot and the panels are already starting to come loose and lose cohesion. You wouldn't survive a bad wave, never mind the trip back to the east. Shut the fuck up, Usopp shouts, throwing the hammer and just barely missing the cyborg. I know that. The statement surprises Frankie and his girls. I know what we're doing is like putting a band-aid over a bullet wound, but I don't know what else I can do. His eyes water and tears start falling hard and fast, the sniper falling to his hands and knees, while the medic slides down the side of the hull onto her butt. What? I've had suspicions for a while, that the Mary was getting to the end of her journey. Even back as far as Skypia. Chaos thinks him and Robin are the only ones who know the legends, but I saw it, I know what it means. I heard the mallet strikes in the dead of night, even though nobody should have been up there. The next morning, the ship had been noticeably, though haphazardly repaired, even removed the add-ons and modifications we put on to help get us up there, back to default so to speak. He explains, now sitting and trying to remain calm, someone who knew what she was supposed to look like, back when we first took off from Syrup Village in the east. Then there were these words, I felt them more than heard them, so for a while I thought I'd imagined them. Don't worry, I'll carry us for a little longer. It sounds silly, but it felt like it was the Mary reaching out and speaking to me. Somehow, the tears had returned and the sniffling. She most likely knew she was at her end, and wanted us to know we'd make it this far, that she wouldn't let us die up there. That was my thoughts after hearing the shipwright's assessment. At this point everyone but Frankie was teary-eyed or crying. You may not believe me, but I don't care, it's what I saw. Big bro. One of the girls call as Frankie sits down, expression unreadable. Whether I believe you or not is ultimately unimportant, but you said it looked to have a wooden mallet, right? Yeah, why? Because then what you're recalling is accurate. You saw the Mary's Klabauterman, he stated seriously. It is real, Usopp gasps, giving a teary smile. They were right, Kaya thinks, shuffling over to Usopp. Big bro, care to explain what a Klabauterman is? The girls ask. A Klabauterman is a type of Fi, who is drawn to ships treated with great care and love. Most look at it as the spirit or soul of the ship. The most common description of it was small with a wooden mallet dressed in a sailor's raincoat, and in times of danger it would find some way to warn everyone. They help in other ways from what I've heard, but you're the first one I've actually heard claim to have seen one of these elusive spirits. The more care is given to the ship, the more it grows to love and appreciate the crew. Damn, think about how much this one loved you and your crew. It appeared to you and spoke to you. How much she wanted to help you make it to the next safe shore. That's actually beautiful, Frankie explains, complimenting the Straw Hats during his story. Despite all this, what I don't understand is why you had a big fight with your captain over something you knew wasn't something you could fix, Franku wonders aloud, causing Usopp to sigh. It wasn't that simple, there was a lot more to it than that, he argues, though everything stopped when the bell at the door began to chime. Someone's at the door, should we open it, bro? Who could be out on that side at a time like this? Plus, if it's the boys, why haven't they just come in? Weird, Frankie hums. Then waves it off and lets them open it. Now personally, I think you should just get back with your crew. Mozu is sent flying across the room. What the? I apologize, Khalifa says, fiddling with her glasses after kicking Kiwi into a wall. These girls were just in our way. You wouldn't believe the amount of work it's taken for us to find you, Cuddy Flam, Lucci says flatly, causing Frankie to tense and the former Straw Hats to look confused. How do you know that name, and how did you find me here? Nobody knows about this warehouse base, Frankie asks, yells. Well, since you're not going to see tomorrow, I have no problem telling you. We're secret agents working for the world government. We were sent here on a secret mission 5 years ago. Considering what I just called you, I think you know what I'm talking about. The rumors and reports all said you died 8 years ago, and we believed them for quite some time, spending most of our time undercover tailing Iceberg. But it was all in vain, given you had what we were searching for, not him, Lucci explains. This is giving me bad vibes, has been since you people walked in. Where's Iceberg? He's dead, Sway answers with a grin, sending chills down Frankie, Usopp and Kaya's spines. It's too late to feign innocence now, Frankie, we already know everything, that Iceberg had the plans, and then he passed them on to you. Now what we want, is for you to hand over Pluton's blueprints to us now, Lucy orders, frowning when Frankie stands there like a statue. Hey moron, I said hand them over. Frankie's eyes harden. Did you say hand? He asks, shooting his arm out by its chain, which the agent dodges smoothly, then punches the cyborg in the gut, sending him playing and destroying the wall behind him. So it appears his secret bunker has a secret room, interesting, Kaku notes. Those are drafting tables where blueprints are usually designed, and where they can be hidden amongst several other designs, Sway says, using Soru to get to the opening. Well, don't just stand there, find it, Lucy commands. CP9 beginning to search the secret room for the correct blueprints. Interesting, the nameplates here are Cuddy Flam, Icebarg, and Tom, as in the shipwright, Bluenose says, after wiping the dust off the plaques so they could be read, while Lucci finds an old picture of Tom and his workers. Hey, pause off that. You creeps are poking around my stuff, and I don't like it, Frankie growls, getting back to his feet and standing in the opening. This is my home, my childhood, and I won't let you contaminate it with your filth. This is where Tom's workers, the best damn shipwrights on the island, used to work out of. So, this is it. So many ships were built in this old place, but look at it now, broken, decrepit and forgotten. Lucci sighs, picking up a photo, Tom, Iceberg and Cuddy Flam. This place must be a treasure to you. All those memories. And now you call it your top secret base. That's actually cute. Frankie growls, shut the hell up and get out of here already. We can't leave, not until we have the blueprints, Bluenose states. So make this easy on yourself and just hand it over, Sway adds. There aren't any blueprints here, not in years. I'm a dismantler, not a builder, for? Frankie argues. So you claim, meaning this is worthless to you, Lucci purrs, kicking over one of the desks. Khalifa, restrain him. Frankie holds in a scream of pain as the spiked cord of Khalifa's whip wraps around his body. The two former Straw Hats frozen in fear. Bastard. He grunts out, glaring up at the leopard man on his knees. Try to fight all you want. We know more about you than you think, including several things I'm sure you'd prefer remain buried. Like what happened 8 years ago, and your hand in those events, the crime you still remain unpunished for. A dirty criminal, just like your old master, Tom. You take that back, Tom was a great man, not some criminal, you stupid freak. Lucci's initial response was to kick Frankie in the face, shutting him up if nothing else. From where I'm standing, you and him are the same, and therefore need to suffer the consequences of your actions, Lucci replies, while Frankie grits his teeth. You smug fuck, you think you know everything, don't you? Well, you don't know a thing about Tom, and you don't know a thing about Water 7. Meanwhile, with Zoro, ow, that fucking hurt, the swordsman Groaces, pulling himself to his feet. Never been glad to be in the middle of a storm. But those waves saved me the trouble of swimming back. Well, most of the way. He sighs, looking up at his destination. You stupid furball, all you've done is piss me off, he says to himself, before beginning to jump his way across the rooftops, back towards Galila. And we're back. We've heard Tom was an incredible shipbuilder and designer, but he was also an uncontrollable fishman. Their genetic super strength not exactly helping matters, Sway notes, smirking as she steps closer to the bound Frankie. The people here don't exactly have a lot to say about him though, even when he's only been gone 8 years? Frankie clenches his teeth. Must have been hard to apprentice under someone like that. Though Iceberg was in the same position and he seemed to come out of it reasonably normal, Khalifa argues. True, Lucci nods. Anyway, during the incident over 100 people, both Marine and civilian were injured in the attack, caused by your ships. Causing the world government that much trouble is a bad idea, Cutty Flam. Want me to show you why? Why don't you go fuck yourself? I ain't talking to goons like you, Frankie yells. Usopp and Kaya wince, even as they reach for their weapons just in case, not that either of them thought they stood any chance against these people. Because Spandam's report said you were killed in a sea train accident that same day, all charges against you were annulled, but seeing as you're still alive, Lucci purrs, you'll be taken to Ennis Lobby to face justice, immediately. It's a 2-for-1 special, the smaller agent chuckles. Ahem. There, you will have all the time in the world to answer one simple question. Where are the blueprints to the ancient weapon Pluton? He then turns to Bluno, who had retrieved a Den Den Mushi from somewhere. Is it ready? I just got a connection, excellent. When we gave our latest report, our superior wanted to speak to you the moment we had you apprehended. Remember to be on your best behavior. He's the current head of CP9. Lucci chuckles, his shoulders slumping as Bluno brings the snail over to the bound Frankie. We're good, boss, you can talk, Bluno says flatly. Ow. Hot hot hot. I just spilled coffee on myself, stupid coffee. The snail bellows at uncomfortable levels, getting sweat drops or sighs of annoyance from all the assembled groups. Well, we meet again, Cutty Flam, nice to see you're not dead. It's so strange to believe you actually survived the accident, but I guess it's good fortune for us. Wait, is that Spaz? Frankie thinks aloud. Spandam, you simpleton. Spandam. Spandam yells through the snail. When you arrive at Ennis Lobby, I'll make sure you never forget it again. Get to it. Ow ow, stupid lamp. Fucking moron, Sway grumbles, but was ignored. Regardless, we still need to tie him up so he can't escape during transport, Kaku states, before Bluno essentially shoves the cyborg into a sack and ties it, before throwing him over his shoulder, and CP9 begin to leave, more or less ignoring the scared Kaya and Usopp, until... Let him go. Lucci turns and raises an eyebrow. Sorry, never mind, Usopp mumbles. Geez, you idiot, don't get my hopes up like that, Frankie complains from the sack. Wait a minute, Kaku hums, turning to look at the two. Weren't you two members of the Straw Hats? Shit, meanwhile, earlier, Galila. This isn't working, the wind's just making the fire bigger. Well, what else can we do? Iceberg might still be in there. We need to put out the fire. Try save some of the building and him too. Suddenly there was a loud crashing sound as above them the window was broken by a reindeer with a sword in its mouth. Iceberg and Polly on his back and a fearful Tyrannosaurus on his hat. How the animal managed to stick the landing is unknown, but impressive nonetheless. Chopper pants heavily, smoke inhalation, burns, and the injuries caused by having part of a building dropped on you not exactly putting him in a good place at the moment. Even less when he sees some of his crewmates, Nami, Alvida. I need to help them, he thinks, trying to put one hoof in front of the other, and failing after the first one, falling to his knees before slumping onto his belly. Wow, that reindeer just saved Iceberg, one of the workers cheered. Polly too. Another adds laughing, then stops, wondering aloud. But wait, I thought this thing was part of the Straw Hats, Not important right now, just check on the boss, a third man shouts. A little while later, you're alive. I'm so glad to see you've made it, sir. One of the dock workers smile as Iceberg opens his eyes, sighing deeply as he stares up into the sky. We need to stop, there's no hope this building is coming down, was yelled. Then the signal was given to shut off the hoses. Hey guys, what are we going to do with these girls? They're Straw Hats, should we tie them up and question them or something? One asks. Don't worry yourself about it. The man turns and nearly jumps. Mr. Iceberg, you shouldn't be standing in your condition. Relax, the blue-haired man waves off the concern. I need to speak with these two women privately. If you come across anyone else from this pirate crew, please send them my way, he orders, looking down at a battered, bruised, and annoyed Nami and Alvida, before sitting between them. First, I want to apologize about accusing your crew of trying to kill me. That was wrong, Iceberg says in a soft, but tired tone. I'll have that cleared up as soon as possible. Right now, I don't give a fuck, our reputation in Water 7 is the least of our concerns, Nami snaps. Wanting this day to be over now more than ever. True. So for now, I want to talk about Nico Robin. Did she start acting strange when she arrived? Robin was acting fine, until some fat guy bumped into her and she didn't follow us into the bookstore. Iceberg turns his head to see a sad-looking Artemis walking over to them. Vivi not far behind. Oh thank God you're okay, Nami sighs in relief, but how? Aunt Vivi tried break my fall as best she could, Artemis admits, writing her hands, I think she broke a rib. Artemis, relax. Chopper will check me out later. Vivi says as she joins the three, now five, pulled into Alvida's arms who gently began checking her for damages. Iceberg tunes the couple out and returns focus to the two redheads, so everything was fine, until she disappeared? Yeah, when Papa found her she was talking about how she had darkness inside and that it was our final goodbye. She also said, much like you did, that she was sorry we got caught up in all this, the artist replies. Of course we didn't believe any of that, least of all Luffy, so, we decided to break into your mansion, stop the second assassination attempt and hopefully see Robin again, trying to get some real answers along the way, Nami adds, her expression a mix of sadness and disappointment, while her fists were clenched. Kind of wish was so important she needed to give up and throw away her friends, her family? Nami asks, not expecting an answer, but needing to get it out in the open. I think I can explain this, or at least give a good guess, Iceberg says, drawing the four Straw Hats' attention to him. This entire incident began pretty much the moment you all lost sight of her. CP9 drew her into their plans once they became aware she was in the city. I can continue, but before that, I need you to understand that Nico Robin and I both have the power to unlock an ancient weapon of unimaginable power. Shit, this is Pluton all over again, isn't it? Victor asks, overhearing it after Bane directed by one of the workers to the gathering, Valentina running behind him. You look fine, which is really annoying right now, Alvida says, gritting her teeth. It takes more than a collapsing building to hurt a Bomberman, he replies, smirking before looking over at Iceberg. Is it Pluton, or one of the other two? He asks. Yes, it is. CP9 are here in this town because I held the blueprints for Pluton, and as one of only 3 people who can read the poneglyphs Nico Robin could have lead them to the original one, as well as the other 2. When I confronted her on this, how her desire for knowledge was going to get people killed like it did the devils of Ohara, he stops and gasps when a paintbrush is painfully thrown into his bruised liver. Artemis, Nami shrieks, looking about ready to scold the girl. Mother isn't a devil. You don't get to talk about things you know nothing about, she growls, getting a bitter chuckle from Iceberg. So you do know her history, well enough I suppose. Anyway, when I hit a tender spot, she revealed a few things, such as why she caved to CP9's demands so easily, despite knowing once they had a hold on her she wasn't going to survive this mission. They had been given the authority to order a buster call be deployed and used against her crew. Sorry, East Blue newbies, but what's a buster call? Alvida asks, Nami nodding alongside her. 5 vice admirals and a contingent of battleships, all focused on a single target. It's usually seen as overkill to be used on an island, but a single ship, it's insane. Why were these monsters given that kind of power? Vivi asks. They wouldn't normally, most of the time. Only the 4 highest-ranking Marines have that kind of power, the admirals and the fleet admiral. But CP9 were given the power, by Admiral Alkoji. Fuck that icicle bastard, we should have all tried kicking his ass when we ran into his earlier, Valentina shouts angrily. We had priorities, namely unfreezing Robin. Nami reminds her, plus Luffy sent us away to duel him one-on-one, so he'd let us leave be, rather than freeze and smash us all without breaking a sweat. Regardless, she did everything they asked, because she couldn't just disappear like she always had before, especially not leaving you to deal with a buster call alone. She said you made her want to live again, set her heart beating again and returned life to her dreams. She cares about you, so she chose the lesser of 2 evils in order to protect you as best she could. She made a deal, her compliance, for allowing your crew to leave this island. Well, we already know how well that turned out. Catman wasn't exactly interested in letting us walk away after all, Alvida grumbles. As long as my family lives, fuck the rest of the world, more or less, Iceberg concludes, staring Artemis in the eyes. The artist now wriggling under his scrutiny. I wanted to kill her, even more after hearing that, but I couldn't. Papa was there, what did he say? She asked. If you honestly believe we'd be happy with that deal, and aren't about to go Arlong Park on these shitbags. You're not as clever as I thought you were, dearie. The mayor quotes, causing Artemis to laugh and Nami to lose all color in her face. So Robin isn't a traitor, she's just an idiot? Valentina asks, getting nods from the rest of the crew. Great, now why does Nami look like she's about to throw up? The navigator looks nervous for once in her life. I don't exactly advertise it, but like Robin, I've betrayed and abandoned the crew, as well as stolen the ship. Arlong Park is the name of what used to be my metaphorical prison, the home of the fishman Arlong. I've heard of him, he was a big shot because of how strong fishmen are, especially given how quiet the East Blue is, Alvida hums. Yeah, well now Arlong Park is a pile of rubble and Arlong is rotting in the ground with a piercing stab through the brain and heart. All thanks to Luffy and Chaos respectively, though the rest of the crew at the time helped. They just each dealt a finishing blow, Nami explains. So that's why he ran off, he did it for me too, I'd call him a vanguard, if I didn't also call him a moron. The navigator sighs. Then gives a small smile. I'm happy about one thing though, that Robin didn't betray us, she was trying to protect us. I also know what's going to happen once Luffy hears about this. Hint hint Vivi, we've done this all before. The princess nods, looking resigned to their fate. We're going to kick ass and save Robin. Everyone, we need to find Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Chopper. Let's go. Iceberg gasps. What are you doing? You already lost to CP9, you don't stand a chance. Who decided that? He stops, looking into the determined eyes of the artist. The Straw Hats never back down, and never surrender. We've stopped the destruction of a kingdom and fought God. We're not going to let the government stand in our way. Nami nods. She's right. We haven't even started fighting yet. Now we have something worth fighting for with all our heart. Luffy's not here, so I guess it's my turn. Nakama. Nakama. The others shout, raising their right arms into the air, then begin to panic when their navigator starts slapping Chopper awake. The sea train station, nice of you to finally turn yourself in, 20 years is a long time to be on the run. Agent Corgi sneers as he brushes past Robin, both waiting for the arrival of CP9. The last Oharan sighs as she awaits her end, unaware of 2 sets of eyes watching her intently. One thought shared between them. This isn't over, Robin. CP9 should be here shortly, Corgi says with a smirk. Time to get on that train, Robin. Men, escort the lady, make sure she doesn't do anything stupid like try run away. He orders. The 4 goons in suits and shades nod before shooing the woman forward. This is it, the end for me. But at least the others will be safe. I've hurt them, some more than others. She tries get the heartbroken look on Artemis' face out of her head. But they'll recover and be stronger than ever. She thinks as she enters the sea train. Meanwhile Sanji was in his own little world, imagining her thanking him for rescuing her, after seeing her be taken away without any issue, until he heard familiar shouting. If you don't let us go, my 8,000 men will leap out of the shadows and tear you apart. Wah! Usopp, Sanji mutters in confusion, then his eyes widen seeing the blonde held in Kaku's arms, delirious from her sea stone chains. Kaya-chan. He gasps, crap. Now they're taking away two of the best people on the crew. He thinks sadly, ignoring the fact both of them and Robin left. You're a straw hat till you die. Elsewhere, with a little help from Iceberg and Polly, mostly yelling on the latter's part, the Straw Hats were given a hand in both getting to the sea train and locating their missing members. Chopper, Artemis, Vivi and Valentina heading up the search team, while Nami, Victor and Alvida followed Polly as he led them to the station as quickly as he could, taking every shortcut and back road the man could think of. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Kaya, you guys are welcome back too. Think this will work? Artemis asks, keeping her eyes on the roofs for their missing family. It has to, kiddo, we're going to need everyone to deal with these government goons, Vivi assures her, squeezing her shoulder and smiling, even if the kid could see how tight and forced it was. Thanks for trying, Aunt Vivi, Artemis responds, then continues hunting, though in the pit of her stomach she feels they won't make it in time. Blue Station, due to Aqua Laguna, the 11 o'clock sea train to Ennis Lobby will be departing early. Please board now so departure can begin, the voice on the intercom snail announces, causing Sanji to sigh. Welp, guess there's no point waiting around any longer. Time to rescue Robin and Kaya-chan. Oh, and Usopp, I suppose. The cook shrugs and runs towards the train, just as it begins to pull away from the station. Because of this, he missed the arrival of the other three by about a minute and a half. Long enough there was no chance for the three to get anywhere near the train. This is bullshit, Alvida shouts, nearly throwing her mace at the train, but catching herself enough to stop and silently fume. Nami was practically in the fetal position, and Victor grimaces as the rain begins to soak them. This was the sight Polly entered onto, the crew looking kind of pitiful if he was being honest. Train left a little early there, he says aloud, noticing the conductors badly attempting to eavesdrop on them. Yes, well, the passengers were already on board. One begins, then gets interrupted. And with Aqua Laguna so close, it was decided the best plan was to just send it on early. Polly nods, figures, he then looks down at the shaking navigator. Hey listen, don't get too upset, maybe it's for the best. Ennis Lobby isn't exactly a good place for anyone to go. After them, Nami yells with the fury of a Yonko. Damn, that girl is pissed, Polly think, then notices the girl getting in his face. Yeah? We need a ship, she states rather than asks or demands. What are you on now? The strongest and fastest you've got. You straw hats really are insane, aren't you? Polly asks rhetorically. You want to sail in that? Don't you have any idea how dangerous Aqua Laguna is? No, and if it's to rescue Robin I don't particularly care, Alvida responds, getting nods from Nami and Victor. You idiots don't understand, going out there is a death sentence, nothing less, he growls around his cigar. I don't care, Robin is risking her life for us, so we're going to do the saw. Nami is interrupted when Polly grabs the conductors and runs up the stairs, the six being chased by a massive wave which floors the main level of the station. See? What? I mean, Polly pants once they were in a safer position, then grimaces. Shit. These waves are stronger than usual, this year's Aqua Laguna is going to be a bad one. Hey, if things are this bad now, is the sea train in any danger? Victor asks. On the one hand, it should be out of harm's way long before the main storm hits, plus unless it's a direct hit the train was built to pretty much cut through all waves, even ones this bad, Polly explains. Hey, one of you are Nami, right? One of the dock workers call as he runs down the stairs. There was a note left outside for you. I'm Nami, but how did you find such a small note? The redhead asks, her companions thinking the same thing. It was actually really easy. Whoever left you the note wanted to make sure you saw it, he chuckled. The three Straw Hats' jaws dropped when they saw the massive arrow and message on the station entrance wall. Nami Swan. Please read this, those other than Nami Swan don't have to read it, because they're stupid. Sanji? Victor asks rhetorically. Sanji? Alvida nods. I'm going to beat that moron's face in the next time I see him, Nami growls, before actually looking at the note, then sighs. Problem? Polly asks, how bad is the news? Give me a minute. The first part is a really sappy love note. Okay, here's the important crap. Sanji's on the train. He got on because he saw Robin boarding. Did he see chaos as well? Alvida asks. The researcher did run off after Robin after all. It would make sense he'd have stuck to her. I doubt he'd have mentioned it even if he had. He mentioned Kaya being carried on board, so Usopp is probably there too. Plus I don't understand his fruit. If it makes him invisible, I'm just going to nod politely at this point. The navigator sighs again. Main point. Sanji, Robin, Usopp and Kaya are on that train, and we need to catch it, or at worst, meet up with them at Ennis Lobby, she declares confidently. Meanwhile, one of the dock workers passed the nearby baby, portable den to Alvida. The smooth woman kind of liking the psychic snails now her fruit stopped them sliming her. They were cute, friendly, and slept most of the time when not hungry or working. On the sea train, damn, this storm's so bad I can't even light a smoke, Sanji sighs to himself, watching Water 7 disappear into the night fog. Well, that's a problem for another time. Right now I need to figure out how to get into this thing. Damn, the storm's really getting bad tonight, an agent says as he opens the door. Seems the universe was being nice to Sanji tonight. He thanks the man by kicking him into the other side of the carriage, announcing his presence to the entire car. Who are you? An agent asks, shouts, all but two pulling out guns and getting into defensive positions. Sanji doesn't answer, instead reaching into his coat, hands where I can see them. Did you see that kick? He's not some ordinary civilian. Another whispers, causing Sanji to smirk ever so slightly before revealing it to be a cigarette, which he puts in his mouth and lights. Stop that, you'll make me blush, he says in an even tone. It's not a compliment, quick. Someone tell Rob Lucci we have an intruder. The still-seated agent moves to leave but is stopped. Now hold on #cough. Cough hash there's no need to have CP9 come down for this bug. Not while I'm here. A very tall man, so much he needs to bend over in order to fit in the carriage says, coughing when Sanji's smoke plume rises into his face. I'm Jerry of CP6, undefeated boxing champion of the South Blue Karate Island. Boxing's not really my thing. I do enjoy karate though, Sanji interrupts. Well, let's see if you can handle my punches. He smirks, before unleashing a series of blows fast enough the blur gave the illusion of multiple arms. Jerry Aurora flicker jab of course given the man's size, this wasn't a good idea pace, plus Sanji simply walked between the man's long legs, avoiding the attack entirely and instead Jerry pummeled most of the other agents in the car. The boxer then moves to something resembling a handstand, looking at an upside-down Sanji. Don't think you have me at a disadvantage here, just because I'm so large and this train car is so tiny, I can still. I've never spoken to someone where their head is where their crotch should be, Sanji grumbles, wishing it had been a woman, especially because given the position Jerry was in, her breasts would have gotten in the way, giving him something nice to look at, though it would have stopped him kicking her ass, so there's that. Arrogant brat. What I was trying to say was my boxing technique is actually better in tight spaces, now behold, battle yoga. You idiot, you've just shortened your reach, Sanji groans. That's what you think, screw drop kick. That's not even boxing, Sanji shouts as he dodges the spinning kick. Seseizi, I hope you don't need my help to deal with one lanky dumbass, a familiar voice mocks him. That's what you think psycho, the cook responds, jumping just as Jerry makes a return strike, kicking him in the face and knocking him out in one blow. He smirks, looking at the panicking agents. Duck or jump? He asks casually. What? The men think crescent blade, crescent wave. The wind blades slam into the agents' unprotected backs, cutting into them, some through, and the others being knocked out with the force they hit the seats, walls or ceiling of the train. Sanji lands with a soft thud, unsurprised chaos had been hiding in the carriage. What gave it away? Arrows? He asks curiously. You have a sword, the others have guns, the blonde replies. Bang, the cook jumps as the man behind him falls, the reflect human sliding the firearm into his coat, ripples barely visible in the silver-colored surface. I'll keep that in mind, also sorry I missed that one, Chaos says with a shrug, ready to go? As I'll ever be. Meanwhile back on Water 7 Galley La. Mr. Iceberg, where are you going? One of the men ask, the blue-haired man pushing himself to his feet and slowly making his way out the gate. He had somewhere to be, his injuries be damned. In the lower levels, damn, it feels like we've been yelling for hours and still no reply. Well, we have to keep trying. These people are counting on us to find them. You don't think that they're, no way, don't think like that. They're here. Nami's jaw clenches for a moment, overhearing the workers. Luffy and Zoro wouldn't go down like that, by some leopard nobody, she thinks, her eyes locked on the wanted poster containing most of her crewmates. We finally know why Robin left us. We need you guys in order to rescue her. Polly, get over here. What do you want? Holy fuck. The blonde yells, seeing the bare ocean floor all the way to the horizon. I thought the waves seemed larger than before, but this doesn't seem possible. A wave this big, it'll destroy most of the lower level of water 7. Anyone down there will be killed instantly. All this searching, and still not Luffy or Zoro. Alvida fumes internally. Though given the wide berth the others seemed to be giving her, the feeling was probably able to be felt outside her mind as well. Granny, look, see it, Granny. The smooth woman hears the yelling and turns, seeing a little girl, a rabbit and a drunk old coot. Kokura, she shouts. The woman turns. Oh look, it's one of those straw hat girls. How you doing? Hey Miss Pirate Lady, I see something between the buildings. Come look, Chimney yells, looking really excited. Seeing as nothing else was working, she decided to humor the girl and take a peek. Following the girl's flailing arms was hard, but she managed to zero in. And her heart stopped. Luffy, she thinks, seeing the edge of the hat, and with a little more focus, part of her idiot of a husband, wedged between the buildings. Fuck. Isn't that your king of the pirates captain down there? Kokura asks, taking another swig. Yes, it is. Goodbye, old lady. I have somewhere to be. Alvida gives a quick bow before running, sliding across the paths and down some steps towards Luffy's position. Wah! You can't go down to the back streets, Kokura bellows, drawing the attention of any foreman and straw hat in the area. Aqua Laguna is minutes away, you'll die. I know what I'm doing. Getting Luffy back, she shouts back, sliding down the wall of the bridge before using the speed to hop onto one of the rooftops and continues running, and nothing is going to stop me. Please tell me she isn't doing what I think she is? Nami asks fearfully, the two girls having been drawn to the yelling of the workers trying to get Alvida to stop. She's going to get Luffy. Luckily her fruit will help her avoid slipping as much as it lets her slide when needed. I just hope she can get to him and back before the waters come crashing back, Vivi says, trying to sound confident, but the navigator could practically feel her shaking. Chopper, now's not the time to run off, Valentina yells, the reindeer nearly bowling her over in his haste. It's Zoro, I found him, Chopper calls back, before running and jumping off the same bridge as Alvida, though off the other side and cantering across the rooftops. So, we've found your missing crewmates, and just in the nick of time too, Polly says, sighing in relief. Provided Aunt Nami is right and Pop is on the train with Sanji, then yes, all that's missing are Luffy and Zoro. Artemis, the closest straw hat to the foreman, replies. Zoro would have probably been fine, but Luffy's devil fruit means he wouldn't have stood a chance when the wave hit. She adds morbidly, he's have drowned in seconds. You're a dark kid, you know that? The blonde asks, getting a chuckle from the 14-year-old artist. I get that from my mom, she has a weird sense of humor, she admits, smiling at him sweetly, making him smile slightly in her direction. Go Pirate Lady, you're so cool, Chimney yells, cheering Alvida on as she practically skates across rooftops on her path to Luffy. You stupid girl, you won't make it there and back in time. Turn back, the waves are already on the way towards you. You'll die if you keep this up, Kokura shouts, as the missing water had finally appeared on the horizon. Alvida stops just across from Luffy. Fuck, I can't go any further. This roof isn't even long enough for me to try some kind of running start. She grits her teeth hard enough she can feel her jaw protest her actions. What do I do? He's right there, she asks herself. Then her eyes widen when she sees his arm twitch. He's awake. Maybe, Luffy, she shouts, seeing she had his attention when his hand freezes. What are you doing there at a time like this? Robin's on her way to Ennis Lobby, and we need to rescue her because she's an idiot trying to protect us. Alvida, you're okay. Are the others? First, this isn't my fault. That cat guy threw me into the storm and I got stuck between these buildings. Wait, did you say we're rescuing Robin? Yes. Luffy says in a mix of confusion, annoyance and joy, which has Alvida chuckle even as she shakes her head. Robin did everything to save us. She gave herself to them in order to keep us safe. She's willing to die, just so he can live. And just what are you going to do about that? She shouts. If anyone but Luffy could hear her right now, they'd be reminded this woman had been a captain of her own ship once, before joining up with Luffy. A growl could be heard in the shadow between those buildings, anger nearly palatable leaking from the crack. They think they can hurt my friends, my family, by taking Robin away from us. Well, who decided that? With renewed motivation and anger helping fuel his body, he began to push against the buildings, just as the waves began to encroach on the edges of Water 7. Come on, Zoro. Chopper grunts, pulling in his human form. Why won't you budge? How the fuck should I know? I'm just stuck here, Zoro grumbles, then stops. Hey Chopper, are you carrying the Kitate? Chopper blinks. I have one of your swords, so maybe. How did you know? It's cursed, I can just sort of tell, Zoro admits, scaring the reindeer enough he freezes up for a moment. Not important right now, just give it to me, he requests, he hand twitching at the edge of the chimney entrance. Ah, 36 caliber Phoenix. Crack slice. No words were enough to describe how shocked everyone was. Nor how happy the Straw Hats were as Luffy and Zoro managed to free themselves in time to avoid being hit by the waves. Luffy grabbing Alvida on his way to slingshotting them back to safety, while Zoro, who had been unaware of what was happening, given his upper half had been stuck in a chimney, was frozen in shock. Luckily Chopper was able to grab him using jump point, then similarly bounce his way out of harm's way. Yay! Perfect 10 inches chimney cheers, her rabbit nodding in agreement, while Vivi and Nami were the first to run towards the returning Straw Hats, the others not far behind. Luffy, the princess screams, wrapping her arms around him, then pulls the smooth woman into the hug. Alvida. You two need to stop scaring me like that. She whimpers, the aura of rage having faded for now as Luffy relaxes against his lovers. You're back, Nami states, her eyes watery, as two of the monster trio look up at her. You guys ready to launch a rescue mission? She asks. Then her face loses color. Everyone run. Luffy and Zoro look behind and stand. The waves were still coming, larger and more destructive as it moves. With full power, the Straw Hats already on the bridge make a break for it at full tilt. The few at the top encouraging them to hurry, then on Polly's orders start running themselves, heading for higher ground. Fuck, these waves aren't supposed to come this far, Polly groans, sitting as the pirates try catch their breath. You kids are a few shells short of crazy, Kokora chuckles as she approaches them. Hey drunk granny, how you doing? Luffy says with a slight wave. Fine, especially while I'm off the sea given this weather, she cackles. Nami, you mentioned a rescue mission. What's going on? Zoro asks, causing the navigator to facepalm. Right, you missed it, though I think Alvida's yelling as Luffy at least partly up to speed. Robin didn't betray us, not exactly. She turned herself over to world government in order to protect us. It's not her fault they used her to help them with this heist. Now Robin, Sanji, probably Chaos, as well as Usopp and Kaya are on the sea train bound for Enies Lobby. And we're going to go get them, right Captain? The swordsman deduces. Exactly, we're leaving right away, Luffy declares loudly. Just as we thought, Victor and Valentina respond together. Let's save Mama, Artemis shouts, trying to do a serious face. Look out Enies Lobby, you won't stop us reuniting with Robin. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Voyage of the Rocket Man, let's catch Robin. Hey rope guy, we need to borrow a sea train. You have one of them lying around? Luffy asks, to which the man grumbles around his cigar. There is no other sea train, the puffing Tom is one of a kind, he argues. Seems kind of silly, you're in trouble if the Tom ever breaks. Plus you could make more and increase your productivity, Nami comments, critiques but is ignored. The man who built it was a genius, I'm not even sure how it managed to get built at all. So no, I can't pull a sea train out of my ass to help you guys. What about a ship then? The best ship you have, Luffy requests. Moron. Look out there, do you really think anything can survive the storm? It's tearing the lower levels of Water 7 apart. Never mind a boat. Polly shouts, clearly getting annoyed. Even in our best ship you'd be killed easily, and I'm not letting you go out unless I know you'll survive the trip. He sighs. Just wait until morning when the storm passes. You can have any ship you like then. He groaces, then sends the men off. If we wait until tomorrow, we won't make it in time to save Robin, will we? Nami asks, causing the blonde to freeze and draw all eyes to her. Ennis Lobby, I'd heard about it even before we got here. As have I, at least in passing. Its military base the Marines are quite proud of, Vivi confirms. True, but it's also the location of the Gates of Justice. The Gates of Justice? Chopper repeats, why'd I get the feeling it's not as nice as it sounds? Because even the name is giving me bad vibes. Valentina complains, getting nods from Victor and a frowning Artemis. Ennis Lobby is known as a judicial island, but that's a blatant lie. If you've been taken to that island, your guilt has already been decided. It's merely a formality or sentencing hearing. The condemned are taken through a narrow corridor to enormous steel doors, taller than almost all other structures on the island. Those are the Gates of Justice, where hope is left abandoned, because once you enter, you'll never see the light of day ever again. The navigator explains. The only options afterwards are execution or impelled down, which are basically the same thing to most people. Go on, tell me I'm wrong. Polly stares at her, as did everyone else. Clearly the locals were at least partially aware of Ennis Lobby's reputation, especially given nobody was even trying to argue with her. Robin has a bounty on her head, and the world government has been after her for 20 years. She doesn't have any other future but death. The longer we stand around yapping, the closer she gets to the gates, and after that a painful demise. So shut the fuck up about waiting around. We need to leave now. She shouts, anger coming off her in waves. If you know all that already, I don't know what you're thinking right now. Most of you are also wanted criminals, so you'd want to stay as far away from that place even if the seas were calm and your old ship wasn't a pile of crap. That place is basically the world government's personal playground. No pirate, no matter how strong, would be dumb enough to launch a rescue mission to that place because they know what even attempting such an act would do. You'd be declaring war on the entire Navy, as well as the world government itself, Polly shouts, trying to get it through the pirates' thick skulls. Luffy shrugs. Guess that's what we're doing. He responds, if you won't give us a ship, we'll just have to steal it. Our friend is counting on us, so I'm not going to hold back, the captain responds, all of them getting into battle stances. This kid's joking, right? He isn't actually going to fight us? Polly grimaces, then pulls out some rope. It seems like it. Stubborn fools. Calm down, you dumbasses. Several heads turn. Kokura? Alvida says in confusion, while Luffy grunts, stay out of this, granny. Nope. These boys are just trying to stop you from killing yourselves. Like it or not, no ship can survive Aqua Laguna. Especially not this one, she says, sounding almost sober for a change. Then what are you suggesting? The only thing that can survive out there is a sea train. We know, and the only one in existence is occupied and on its way to Ennis Lobby. It's kind of the reason for the fighting right now. Vivi reiterates to the old drunk, who laughs. Well, if you guys are that determined to die, follow me, Straw Hat and company. We'll just take my sea train. Meanwhile, I can see why you kept the disguise. Shame the fact you were escorting me wasn't enough for these morons. Sanji grumbles as the two of them sidestep unconscious agents and make their way over to the prisoners. Sanji, Chaos, what are you guys doing here? Usopp yelps, though before answers can be given, two goons who were clearly playing up the twin aesthetic interrupted them. I don't have the energy to deal with boring gimmicks like these. Give me a minute, Arrows. Chaos says, stepping in front of the cook as the two slash into him. Reversal. Only for the wounds to show up on them, as it hits his reflect armor. In the shock, the reflect human slams their heads together with a wet thud, out for the count if not longer. That's a new one. When'd you learn that? The cook asked, just a little impressed. It's not new, just an extension. I've been practicing with Zoro to put the damage in the reflected target, rather than just what hits me. As in what Arlong thought I could do. It actually took longer to get it to work than you might expect, and I broke a few marine issue swords along the way, mostly because neither Zoro nor I trusted me to get it right first time. Then came how much I could reflect. That was a full counter more or less, as if they chopped into themselves, which was more than enough for this. Chaos explains with a lazy grin, happy to get to talk about his own abilities once in a while. Wait, you guys both got on this train to rescue me? Usopp asks, getting emotional. I didn't even know you were going to be here, Sanji admits, but seeing you and Kaya did give me another reason to climb aboard. Also, who are you? I don't think we've met. The only person I know with blue hair is a SXY princess who's married to a moron. Chaos groans. It's going to be one of those nights, isn't it? He thinks aloud, then crouches to check on Kaya, happy to see that while the chains were sea stone, the log wasn't, pulling it off with a sharp tug. Meanwhile, Sanji finds Den Den Mushi and was about to put in a call to Nami. "These some of your pirate friends?" Frankie asks. "Ex-friends," the three respond. Meanwhile, Chaos uses his cloak as a barrier between himself and the chains, enabling him to start rolling Kaya out of it. "Thanks for the rescue or whatever this is though," Usopp adds. "No problem." The researcher smirks. Once more, "Who the hell are you?" Sanji asks the cyborg, who seems to puff up and get a little cocky. "I'm the face of Water 7's underworld. Frankie," he announces, that gets kicked in the face by Sanji, Chaos having no reason to stop him. "You're the bastard who beat up Usopp," the blonde shouts. "He may be dead to me now, but back then he was part of the crew. Plus you made Kaya cry and nothing makes me angrier than a guy who makes a lady cry," he growls around his cigarette. "Calm down, Sanji, we've come to an understanding, he's not such a bad guy," Usopp defends. Meanwhile, Kaya sits up looking tired and grumpy. "You bastard, you're lucky I'm tied up or I'd kick your ass," Frankie shouts, not helping his case. "You can stay in that potato sack forever, for all I care, you bastard." Big words for a guy who beats people up when they can't defend themselves. "Guys, stop yelling, you'll alert the Marines. Then you shut up." "I can't believe I missed this," Chaos thinks with a sigh. Meanwhile, "Cool, a secret base," Chimney shouts, "pretty much. Been hidden here for about 8 years, and the sea train has been untouched for about 12 at this point," Kokura informs them. Before the group make their way down the stairs into the base itself, "Slow down, kids. It doesn't matter how fast you get to get in," she calls, then is surprised when Luffy just opens the doors, many of them transfixed by the much cooler design. Like some kind of robot shark train hybrid. "I'm glad you like it. This here is Rocketman. No guarantee of your safety, but it's your best chance to make it to Ennis Lobby in time. It's awesome, we have to use it," Luffy declares, getting easy nods of agreement from Chopper, Artemis and Alvida. The fact Iceberg just casually walked off the train did surprise them though. "Hello Straw Hat and company, glad to see you're all okay," he greets with a nod and half smile. "I see you led them here, Kokura." "Of course, though I'd like to know why you're here, Iceberg," the old lady responds. "Well, it would seem you and I had a similar idea when I heard the sea train had left without these pirates. Plus it seems we still have a soft spot for reckless idiots," he says with a chuckle, which Kokura joins in. The man sits himself down on some crates before addressing the group. "I've just finished servicing her, water and coal are loaded and the boiler is heating up nicely. Should be ready to go in no time." "Thanks Ice Pops," Luffy cheers, before leading the charge towards the sea train. "Don't thank me yet, it could still kill you. Rocketman was our failed prototype, the predecessor to the Puffing Tom. No matter what you do, its speed is uncontrollable. But you guys seem desperate enough, that's probably not going to stop you, even if you're going to regret it later." Vivi sighs, then chuckles morbidly. "That sounds like the Straw Hat way. Just wish I knew where Nami went so we could leave." The loud banging of a cart on the stone ground answered her question, as Nami ran in followed by the station workers. "Took your time," Valentina snarks, adjusting her fingerless gloves. "Almost thought we'd have to grab you on the way. You were the one who said we needed to hurry. Why are you the last one on board?" Luffy asks angrily. "I come bearing food and booze," she replies. The fact she'd barely finished speaking and Luffy, Zoro and Alvida were already on it told her things were fine. "I instantly forgive you," the two heavy eaters respond together, Zoro nodding before continuing to down a bottle by himself. "Once you shoot out of the canal, you should be fine if you can latch onto the tracks, okay?" Iceberg says to Kokura, who had already set herself up by the train's engine, ready to go like she used to. "I'll be fine, Iceberg, don't worry so much. I'll have these pirate folks to their destination, though I hope you don't mind watching the kid and her bunny while I'm gone." Iceberg shrugs. "Seems fair." Then frowns. "Relax, Iceberg, don't worry about the boy." The man looked confused. "Cuddy survived getting run over by a sea train, he'll survive this." Hearing those words, the mayor nods and lets them be on their way. Straw Hat. The pirates look towards the entrance to see several of the Frankie family in the doorway. You gotta take us with you. Those goons took our bro, we need to get him back. We'll do anything, lay down our lives, but we need to get big bro Frankie back. Nami groans, seriously? You rob us, beat up our friend, and then you have the gall to ask us for help? We should go, there's not much time left, Victor argues. Luffy nods, opening up a carriage door. Well, what are you waiting for? Get on, we need to leave like 5 minutes ago. He shouts, surprising basically everyone. What? Vivi squeaks. It's fine, the more the merrier, plus it'll divide their attention if we're all there fighting, Luffy answers with a grin. Oh, don't worry, we don't need to get on the train. We'll just have our king bulls latch onto your tail. Thanks, Straw Hat. The spokesman says, then all of them rush off. That was weird, Artemis notes, getting nods of agreement from basically everyone. All aboard, time's a wastin', Kokora calls, the Straw Hats all rush into the carriage, except Luffy, who semi-predictably gets onto the main train body and sits on it like it's the Mary's figurehead. The immediate departure from Water 7 to Ennis Lobby, Rocketman, begins now. She announces, before the sea train shoots forward down the tunnel, everything going well, until the train started to dip. Hey Granny, why does it feel like we're falling? Luffy calls back. Because we're nearing the end of the canal. We should shoot out in a couple of minutes at most, Kokora responds with a yell, downing the rest of her bottle beforehand. Shoot out. The others repeat in panic. Just before it happens, the Rocketman flying out of one of the vents in Water 7's main structure. Luffy cheering as they're basically soaring once again, while the girls scream. Chopper goes catatonic and Zoro sighs. Knowing tonight was getting really fucking weird. There they are. Sodom, Gamora, catch that train. Luffy turns his head in time to see the Frankie squad and two large sea monsters looking things right behind them. We are here. Quick, fire the connection cables. The carriage and bulls lock onto the back of the train, just before it lands. Luckily the sea train was part ship. Otherwise the thing would have sunk and killed all of them. Hey Monster Granny, Luffy calls with a frown. Is this really the fastest it can go? Because I'm not exactly impressed, the rubber boy admits, causing the old lady to laugh. Don't worry kid, you've seen nothing yet. Just you wait until this thing hits the track. Then we're cooking with gas. She cackles, then looks out to sea with more focus than the captain expected from such a heavy drinker. There it is, she shouts, adjusting Rocketman so it could more easily hook onto the tracks. Dear all passengers, we're about to reach the track, at which point this train will begin to accelerate exponentially. Hold on to something, so we can keep injuries to a minimum. Minimum? Nami repeats. Maybe I should have stayed on water 7 inches. Well, it's too late to back down now, best just hold on and don't fall out of the carriage. Victor suggests. Pairing up with Valentina the same way Vivi and Alvida did, before pulling Artemis into their protective cuddle. Damn this storm, I missed. I won't let it get away from me again, Kokora growls. That was so close Granny, nice work, Chimney says with a massive grin, mirrored by the bunny. Why thank you, the old woman stops, then looks outside in shock and fear. Chimney, what are you doing? She asks, seeing much like Luffy the younger yellow-haired girl was clinging onto the outside of the train. I left you with Iceberg, Chimney shrugs. Get in here you idiots, it's not safe out there. But it's fun, Chimney chirps, then sways as the train once more tries to click onto the track, slipping and just barely managing to hold onto the side before falling. This is awesome. Chimney, hold on a second, I've got you, Kokora shouts, pulling the brake, calming her for a moment before remembering. Crap, this train has no brakes. Hey, what are you doing? Looks like fun though, Luffy hums, as he finds Chimney clinging to the side. Hi Straw Hat guy, I nearly fell, Chimney replies with a laugh. Straw Hat, grab Chimney and get her inside now. If she's still out there when we hit the track she'll be blown away into the sea. Kokora orders, then because the universe is pissed off today, the train latches onto the tracks, and instantly accelerates, sending the three flying, but luckily for them they were stopped when they all slammed into the Frankie family, safe, for now. The three were moved to the main carriage, now the train was on its track. Kokora was able to join the others. All animal companions were passed out, mostly from shock. Wow, I thought I was a goner, Luffy and Chimney echoed, thought we're still grinning annoyingly. You almost were. I told you to get in the train or else you'd get blown off, which you did. Kokura scolds as everyone of importance has regrouped in the main carriage, as well as their stowaways. Seriously, this place is getting a wee bit crowded, Valentina sighs, with the remaining crew, a handful of Frankie goons, and 3 Dock 1 ship hands they were running out of space. I decided to come WITNG I did to try stop you failed. It seemed the safest option was to come along and try give you a slight improvement of your admittedly poor odds. Polly explains. Plus we share a common enemy. Those government goons who took your friend are the same ones who tried to kill Iceberg. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Vivi quotes, nodding. We understand, it's why we're also working with the Frankie family, despite them beating our sniper half to death, and us razing their base to the ground, the more diplomatic Straw Hat responds. Luffy stands, throwing away the bone he'd just picked clean. Listen, I know we've had some scuffles, both with the Frankie family and Galila, but those world government thugs, especially Pigeon Man, they're going to regret everything they did to our friends. From this point on, until our goals are accomplished we fight as one. Luffy states, the aura of command sending shivers down a few people's spines, but Polly and the main Frankie bros still extend their arms for the 3 to link up, not counting Robin. There are 4 members of my crew on that boat, or at least allies willing to fight to save Robin. Some of them are some real heavy hitters, so once we catch up to that train, our power will get even stronger and our odds even better. The other 2 heads nod. Luffy then turns his head to see Nami having a panic attack. What'd I miss? We need to alter course, or else we're going to be killed by that wave, the navigator shrieks. No can do, even I was listening to that part. This train can't stop, and once it hits the tracks it's not changing course. Hold on to your butts, we're riding this thing to Ennis Lobby, and nothing is going to stop us. He shouts, the confidence and energy behind his words had the others believe him, joining in on the cheer with equal enthusiasm. With everyone in agreement work began to be done to set up enough firepower to blast through the wave. Luckily the Frankie family were demolition experts with access to a lot of cannons. The loud dock worker brought his own, and Victor had his bomb powers and explosive air bullets. Purru purru purru, purru purru purru. Nami. Vivi calls, pointing to the redhead's vibrating cleavage. Oh the snail, it must be Sanji, she shouts, rummaging around before pulling out the den. Meanwhile Frankie pants lightly as he pulls himself onto the roof of the train cart, the others following along with assistance from Kaya's syrup tendrils. Once everyone was on top of the train, and therefore unlikely to be detected by the marine prescience, Sanji pulls out the den he'd stolen from the carriage. Nami, can you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. What's going on, Sanji? I've got some bad news, there have been complications. Really? Wait, what was that noise? Nami asks, overhearing the panicked sounds of Usopp and Frankie trying to keep themselves attached to the train, Kaya and Chaos watching in uncomfortable silence. Sanji grimaces. Nothing. Just some dumbasses. I'm serious, Sanji. What the hell is going on over there? We located Usopp, Kaya and Frankie. Robin is most likely in the front of the car so as to ensure she doesn't literally jump ship and rob CP9 the glory of killing her themselves. Chaos responds, having taken the speaker off the cook. You're all okay though, right? She asks. Just fine, perched on the top of a train cart. But fine, he answers, waiting the expected 2 seconds before passing the speaker back to Sanji before the inevitable Nami blow up. What? Are you insane? Have you seen the weather outside? It's fucking hell. Especially with 2 devil fruit users on your team. She shouts, though between breaths a loud commotion could be heard. Sounds like things are getting messy on your end too. Care to share? Sanji asks. Well, I want to tell you why Robin's with CP9, why we're going to rescue her and why everyone is screaming. Shut up and let me focus, even not directed at them. The den picked up most of the volume of Nami's yelling. It's a long story, though I bet our mirror master knows a thing or two. Robin did something stupid, throwing herself onto the fire because she didn't think we could stand the heat. That's about the gist of it. I'll fill in the gaps when we meet up. Currently our problem is a massive tidal wave we're literally about to drive into. The guys are trying to deal with it as best they can, but it's not looking good right now. Back on Rocketman, Zoro frowns as he stares up at the roof of the carriage, then turns his head. Hey Luffy. I know, that wave's asking for it. Let's go, he says, opening a window and shimmying his way onto the roof, the swordsman following him not that far behind. The two stretch and move into position, only then noticing a lull in the explosions. "What are you two doing?" Polly asks. "The same as you. Now keep firing," Zoro answers, before putting Watto in his jaw. "You heard him, V's, keep blasting," Luffy orders. Victor nods before refilling his air revolver for Valentina, and both began firing explosions alongside the Frankie family and the Galila workers. "Hey, how much is 108 times 2? Luffy asks Zoro as the wave gets uncomfortably close. 216, why? No, that's too long, can't we round up or something? Luffy half whines. You want a round number, let's make it 300 then, Zoro growls. What the hell are they doing? One of the Frankie family ask. Showing off as to why those are 2/3 of what we call the monster trio, Vivi answers, having come to see what Luffy was about to do as well, Artemis holding her hand in a death grip. Trio? Who's number 3? The man with the weird hairspike asks. You don't know him, he's the cook, Sanji. The other inner monikers are the demon duo, neither of which are her right now, the princess explains. My parents, Artemis supplies before the question can be asked. They've both got rather dark reputations wherever they're known of, so demons make sense. Gum gum. 300 caliber. Cannon. Holy fucking shit, man. The main Frankie guy screams as everyone else was frozen in shock at the massive hole in the wave the pirates' shockwave attack managed punch through it. That's our Luffy, Alvida chuckles, having peeked out when she noticed things had started to get quiet down below. Vivi blinks as her brain kicks back into gear, then turns and grins. Sure is. Doesn't mean he didn't give me a minor heart attack just now. The smooth woman shrugs. You're still young, you'll get over it. Not helping, everybody hold on, Artemis chirps, her free hand clutching the railing as Rocketman enters the passage. While mildly traumatizing everyone on board, the train did manage to keep on its track the entire time and paw through the wave unscathed and without losing any passengers, something which had everyone up top cheering and dancing around like loons. We made it. Take that Aqua Laguna. I thought we were going to die back there, the lead FF guy says, eyes watering but also wearing a relieved smile. Hey Nami, are you okay? Nami groans as she hears Sanji's voice in her ear. Pulling herself to at least a seated position, she groans before picking back up the Den Mushi. Yeah, I think we're good for now. We're all going to be battered and bruised in the near future, but I kind of saw that one coming. She answers, rubbing her head as Luffy slips back into the carriage through the window. Did you guys see that? It was awesome, he shouts. No kidding, kid, you might be stronger than big bro Frankie. Are you some kind of alien, cause that punch was out of this world? Luffy shrugs, then is kicked across the area when Zoro swings in after his captain. Ops. Sorry Luffy, but what did you expect clogging the window like that? Hey Luffy, get up and get over here, Nami calls, Luffy bouncing over with his signature smile. Yes. Call from Sanji and Chaos, she says, Zoro swallowing a chuckle when he sees the snail has the same swirl on its right eye as the researcher. Luffy, you there? Came Sanji's voice. Hey guys, you get Robin yet? He asks grinning. Not yet, but we're working on it. Nami and Chaos have brought me up to RT on the whole Robin situation. I know what's going on and ready when you are. Luffy nods. I understand, that's good. You go out there and give him hell, boys. You hear me? Luffy orders, shocking the crewmates with an earshot. Hold on, Zoro shouts, they'll die if they fight now, going in all half-cocked like that. It would be better if they wait for us to catch up, it shouldn't be too long if this train is as fast as Kokura claims it to be, the swordsman argues. You hear me, Cook? Uzumaki? Zoro, Luffy says softly, if it was you over there, would you stand there and do nothing? Even if Chaos or myself told you to. The swordsman stops, embarrassed to admit Luffy was right. If he was where Sanji was, he'd be wanting to cut his way through the train to get to Robin and get her away from those CP9 assholes, even if it was for a more noble reason than the blonde, as he knew about the demon duo's relations, unlike the pervert Cook who most likely still wants to get into the archaeologist's tight pants or high-lettered bra. Thanks for showing concern, Zoro, I'll try keep Eros alive for ya. Chaos could be heard with a wide grin on his face. The cackle-like laugh overshadowed by Zoro's almost Tsunere denial and yell of, I hope he fucking dies over there. before a click was heard and the den went back to sleep, purring cutely in Nami's hand. Well, that settles it. Granny, make the train go faster, Luffy commands. Faster? Kokoro repeats in confusion. Yeah. Something like ZOOM or whoosh. We need to catch up to the other train, preferably before Chaos, Sanji, Frankie, Usopp, and Kaya get in over their heads. Luffy explains, his arm springing forward and extending before shooting back. Kokoro laughs, oh don't you worry. This baby is already going a lot faster than it was ever supposed to. She replies, panic flickering through Chopper and Nami for a moment, not helped by her ending comment. In fact, we're going so fast we can't even really stop anymore. On the puffing Tom, we missed a lot didn't we? Usopp asks flatly, Kaya sitting in his lap while she regains her strength. It doesn't seem real to think so much has happened in what, 2 days? Sanji nods. In a way, you two and Robin are in the same boat. She got separated from us before we found out about the Mary, or you and Luffy had your wasteland beat down, so she'll have quite a lot of things to process too. It churns my stomach to think Robin was offering up her life to the world government after 20 years, just to keep our useless asses safe. The cook almost spits out his cigarette, but given the downpour wasn't going to be able to light another one for a while so held on for a little longer. Meanwhile Frankie was bawling like a baby. All this stuff is so conflicting and messy. Everything I've heard up to now made Robin out to be some evil heartless bitch. But she's got a soft side, it breaks my heart. Say that again, in front of me or Artemis and you will have one, Chaos hisses, his hood keeping the rain off his face. Geez. What's your fucking problem Spinner? Frankie grunts. Well, Artemis is basically Robin's daughter, and Chaos is definitely the crewmate she gets along with best. Usopp tries to explain, while Kaya uses her fruit to pull Chaos' hand into her own. Robin dumped you, didn't she? She asks softly, getting a wet laugh from the reflect human. Pretty much. She also said Artemis was no child of hers, though she didn't intend to say if in front of the girl herself. He explains, getting gasps from the two former Straw Hats. Now isn't the time to talk. Robin is so close and we can get her back from these goons before we reach the point of no return, Sanji says, standing up and beginning to make his way along the roof of the train. Sounds like a plan eyebrows bro. I also have a good reason to keep Robin away from government stooges, but like you said talk later, kick ass now, Frankie cheers. Chaos chuckles as he stands, took you long enough Eros. You two coming? He asks Usopp and Kaya, neither of whom looked ready to fight anytime soon. I'm not going, the sniper announces, surprising his former crew. This has nothing to do with us anymore. Meanwhile you guys are about to practically declare war on the entire world. Besides, Luffy and the others are coming, after everything that happened. I can't just laugh it off and pretend it never happened. I feel bad for Robin, but I'm not a part of Luffy's crew anymore. It's not my job to save her, he says, standing tall, until he's grabbed by his bandages and held over the side of the train. Stop. Stop, don't do this, I don't want to die. Neither do we, neither does Robin. The voice was cold and flat as Usopp was pulled back, now looking into his own reflection. But she would still come and save your clearly ungrateful ass, though I guess that's more a slight on her character than yours, helping those who don't deserve it. Not that you would have been much use in a fight anyway, given you still look like crap. Chaos drones, turning to see Sanji had already gone on ahead. Crap. You could have just said he was too injured to fight, Kaya argues. So could he? All he had to say was that he'd be more a liability than an asset in this operation. Rather than fuck Robin, I got better things to do. If you were in there with Robin, you know he'd be ahead of even Sanji trying to save you. He responds to the medic who nods with a sigh. I'll talk to him, see if I can do something, she offers, getting a tired shrug. You can try, I doubt it'll do much, but knock yourself out, he says before walking away. Usopp, Kaya sighs as she helps him to stand. I know Kaya. I want to help. Robin is important to both of us as much as she is to Luffy and the others. But I just can't show my face around them, not after everything I did. I just hope they'll play along, he says, digging into his bag, confusing Kaya. A little further down the carriage, just as Chaos catches up to them, a Marine peeks onto the top of the cart and spots them. Crap, there goes stealth, Sanji swears, getting ready to fight when a pellet smacks into the Marine. unbalancing before a tentacle slaps him into the sea. The hell was that? Frankie thinks aloud. Never fear, I am here, calls the newcomer. The reflect human's lips twitch before relaxing, then he turns to the masked man. Your friends told me everything. I understand you're here to rescue a certain mademoiselle, and that was reason enough for me and my companion to agree to help you brave souls. My weapons are at your disposal. We are Sogeking and Minazuki Amy, he states, the three then noticing the hooded figure behind him. Vicious yellow fluid dripping from out of the hood. Similar colored tentacles peeking from under the cloak. The hell is this idiot doing? Frankie thinks aloud. Performing his theme song, it's not half bad actually, Chaos muses, chuckling. Sanji rolls his eye, just let him be. This is probably the best outcome we could have gotten out of this. His pride won't let him face the crew, but his desire to help, to save Robin outweighs it, at least enough to try help while in disguise. I guess it's better than nothing, but can you get him to shut up now? Frankie sighs then shouts, Oi you two, get over here, we're on a deadline after all. Sogeking blinks, not that they could see, oh yes, of course. Then he follows them along with his companion, who remains silent. Wait, we need a plan first. Everyone settle down while we go over the layout of Operation Rescue Robin, Sanji announces. Go in, beat up government goons, rescue the girl, seems pretty easy eyebrows, Frankie complains. It's not. For one thing we don't know where Robin is on the train. Also rescue is higher priority to fighting. We're here for Robin not to fight these goons. Though given she's most likely heavily guarded, that statement is probably redundant. The cook grumbles the end of that statement. True. So, seeing as we're all sitting here, do you actually have a plan, Arrows, or are we just going to punch and kick our way through every cart? Chaos asks. Depends, can you sniff her out? Sanji retorts, getting punched in the nose. I'm not a fucking mutt. Also there are too many devil fruit users in one place. The energies are all mixed together. All I know for sure is we're right to be here, and that counting Robin there are about 4 or 5 users on the train. But I might be wrong as unfamiliar fruits tend to mix in my head, unfortunately, the reflect man admits sadly. Meanwhile with the others, what the fuck is wrong with you immoral broads? Changing in front of people and showing so much skin. It's people like you and those square-head sisters who are corrupting society. Polly yells angrily, mostly at Nami and Alvida as Nami had the most dramatic change. Vivi and Valentina had at least hid behind Luffy and Alvida, or Victor respectively, while the smooth woman much like their navigator just didn't care. Calm her tits ya prude. All you had to do was look away. Not their fault Nami let them watch without charging. The Kilo girl sighed, adjusting her fingerless gloves and hoping the plan worked. I'm not a damn prude you harlots, cover you ankles, stomach and most of all chest. The redheads are practically falling out of that excuse for a shirt I'd barely call a bra. Kokura laughs as the arguments were some good free entertainment for the old coot. You know, seen you all ready and battle ready. I think you might just pull this off, she half slurs with a rosy grin. You bet your ass we will, granny. They took Robin from us, hurt my crew, and I'm not going to stop until I fix this, Luffy declares confidently. Zoro finishes up adjusting his swords and sash when he catches something out the corner of his eye. Hey Nami, is now really the best time to pull out a new weapon? Nami's eyebrow rises in confusion, then looks down at her Climatact. Oh, don't worry, it works the same as before. The new design is just because Usopp improved its power with some dials, as well as renaming it. Say hello to the perfect Climatact. I'm sure if anyone else had weapons that could be upgraded with dial power he'd have offered. You didn't, so he didn't, the navigator explains. Makes sense, if Kaya and I hadn't destroyed the Aizen dial fighting the Shades Priest we'd probably have given it to Chaos. Mostly because having a backup sword is handy, especially when it can change shape just as easily as his other one. Zoro agrees, remembering the Syrup Girl's disappointment when she heard how rare those specific dials were. So, this perfect bow staff of yours is his magnum opus. Wow, I didn't think you knew such big words, swordsman. Alvida teases, mostly because Luffy and Nami looked about ready to go into a depressive spiral. Chopper not that far behind. Shut up bitch, just because you're not a whale anymore, doesn't mean I can't hit you. I'm not like Eyebrows, he fires back, then has to duck a wild swing which puts a hole in the wall behind him. What did you say, Marimo? Alvida bellows, only stopped from removing Zoro's head due to a combination of Luffy's rubber limbs and Vivi's wires to restrain her. Back on the puffing Tom, "You sure this'll work, Arrows?" Chaos asks, getting a nod from the cook. "Fine, go annoy the Marines, I'll wait here." "T-Bone sir, I don't think the intruders are here," a Marine announces to the withered-looking man in a Mateen captain's coat. "Keep your eyes open, men, they have to be here somewhere," he wheezes. "You're right, here we are," Frankie and Sogeking announce as Sanji opens the door to the rear carriage, waves and slams it shut just before the Marines run at it. "Everyone come quick. The intruders have been spotted in cart 7 inches. Same as 2 of the criminals. Get moving, Jimmy. Where'd you learn to swing a hammer? You suck at it," Frankie complains as Sogeking hammers the door shut with a couple of wooden planks. All the while the door is battered by Marines in suits eager to capture the criminals. It didn't help him when they started shooting, but luckily the guy was reminded they wanted the criminals alive, Frankie most of all. T-Bone frowns. "This is taking too long, I'll handle it," he says, drawing his sword. "I detest crooked men as much as crooked swordsplay. Taste my right angle flash." Bonsoir, a perfectly square hole was cleaved in the back of the train, the force sending it flying out into the choppy sea, but there was no sign of the pirates, or Frankie. Where could they be? T-Bone wonders aloud. The roof. Before pulling himself up enough to see, and see them he did, Sogeking, Frankie, Sanji and Amy running across the train carts. Just before Chaos jumps up from between carts to join them. "Oh no," he thinks, then drops down. "Everyone get back to the front of the train, it was a trap," he shouts. "Sir, we can't, the door's been barricaded," a Marine informs him. Then a shout is heard from the end of their 2 cars. That they were decoupled by an unfamiliar man wearing a government issue suit. "I can't believe that worked," Chaos hums, a little unhappy not to get a response from the bubbling, slime-faced girl, beyond a tilt of her head. "I must say this is going remarkably well," Sogeking laughs heartily. "Don't get too used to it. Things usually go downhill from here as far as plans go," Sanji responds. Amy gurgles, pulling a tendril over to Sogeking, who hums and nods. "Good point. But what about Luffy and the others? Aren't they also taking this same line?" he asks, to which the cook shrugs. They'll think of something. You're also assuming the Rocket Man has brakes," Chaos chuckles, making Frankie freeze up. "It doesn't. I really hope we don't run into that old train, it'll tear through a good few cars if it rear-ends us," the cyborg says, as Sanji opens the door, just as a Marine comes charging out and into the water. "Don't know if that's a good or bad sign." "Oh well," the cook says before entering the car, to a troop of more goons. "Crap. Collier shoot gunpowder star Kamishini no Yari. Buto Renjin." Strong right. There was a moment of silence between all the pirates as they watched Frankie's right arm shoot off on a chain and knock out a couple Marines. Long enough for one of them to pull out and fire their rifle at the blue pompadour sporting cyborg. "Ping, ow, that hurt," Frankie says gruffly, even when the bullet was partly smushed and his chest was only bruised. "Don't just stand there, idiot, keep firing," another Marine bellows, snapping the other man out of his trance. "Sounds like a bell, or maybe a gong, and I know what it's sounding," Chaos purrs, sidestepping to avoid a syrup tendril to the back of the head. Bullets keep firing, bouncing off the man's chest, until he finally tears one of the seats from the floor and throws it at the 2, knocking them out. "The fuck are you?" Sanji asks, causing Frankie to turn and look confused. "Did I forget to tell you? I'm a cyborg," Frankie announced proudly. "Those are real?" Usopp and Kaya whisper yell. "Yep. I got steel and practically an armory built into my body. Getting shot still hurts, and I bleed like an ordinary man, but nothing too serious. Just when you think you've seen it all, you get a blue-haired cyborg in a Speedo crossing your path." Sanji sighs, causing Chaos to laugh and Amy to release a bubbly giggle. Until Usopp pokes Frankie with a needle and he jumps 5 feet in the air. "What the? Bullets do nothing but needles hurt," he asks in confusion. "First, move. Second, I'm not some lab rat you can experiment on, or poke and prod for kicks. And third, I did the work on myself, so I couldn't reach my back. Only the front is cyborg, the back of me is still fleshy human. Unfortunately," Frankie explains, rubbing the stabbed area angrily, then smirks. "And while we're here, I'll give you another bit of info about me. My belly's always cold. Can you guess why?" No clue. Power source for an ice cannon? Nope. Mini fridge for ma cola? Frankie states cheerfully, opening his stomach to show 3 bottles of cola. Okay, that's really cool, but we're kind of in the middle of something here. Let's keep moving. They move into car 4, and see a weirdo with roller skates barreling towards them. I'm Wanza. It's a mad world and I'm mad Wanza. The things I do for Robin was one of the few times Chaos and Sanji were thinking the same thing. What's up guys, are you hungry? You sure look hungry. How about I make you some ramen? Wanza asks, his hyper-personality already beginning to annoy the pirates. I'm the head steward on this train so I can cook up anything you guys want to eat. No thanks, I prefer to eat food prepared by someone with functional brain cells. Chaos sighs, really hoping they could simply sidestep this moron and get on to the next car. Great, ramen it is then. Fun fact, my nose hairs crisscross like fishnet stockings. Wanza giggles. Now, I take the flour and stuff it all in, then mix it around, he says, barely intelligible with his mouth full of flour. Manhandling his own face didn't help, though the look of disgust on Sanji's face was a level not normally seen unless someone disrespects a woman in his prescience. He snorted out a bowl full of noodles, adding the extra pieces for his ramen before offering it to the annoyed and mildly disgusted pirates. Ta-da, there you go. Well, that was 2 minutes I'm never going to get back, the researcher sighs, getting a weak nod from Minazuki Amy. Yeah, we're kind of in a hurry so enjoy that nose ramen on your own. Bye, Sanji says and begins to walk away, until he gets a face full of Wanzi's ugly mug once again. If you want to pass, you need to get past me, he shouts, removing his chef's coat to reveal a black coat with mad on the back. You really think you can stop us you dumbass? Frankie asks. But of course, now go. This is an important escort mission, so they got an important guy like me to ensure it flows smoothly. Everyone else must have had actually important work to do I guess, Chaos mutters. If you want to save your friend, first you'll have to defeat my ramen Kenpo. We really don't have time for this shit. Amy, the reflect human points to the floor while Wanza imitated Usopp to try piss him off, and it seemed to working. What did you think of my idiot impression? Was it goo? Where'd all this goo come from? How unsanitary? Wanza whines, his face still stuck in a retarded grin as his skates were stuck to the ground thanks to Minazuki's Amy tendrils. No fair, cheaters. Shut up already. Chaos hisses, getting steadily pissed off if the 2 reflect armored finger spikes through Wanzi's lungs were anything to go by. Damn, that's kind of brutal, Frankie gasps. Methinks he's not so cool with Robin dumping him as he makes it out to be. Usopp whispers to Kaya who nods. The usually playfully insane first mate was currently in a really bad mood. Yeah, but we really don't have time to dwell on it. Let's just keep moving and rescue Robin, Sanji orders. She's probably in the first cart, putting the most people between her and either escape or rescue, though whether CP9 will be in the same or the previous car, remains to be seen. Chaos hums, before opening the door and stepping out into the rain once again. Wait, doesn't it make more sense given the nature of our mission, to sneak rather than fight? Sogeking asks, following the reflect human. Your point, Sanji hums. If we use the roofs, we should be able to avoid fighting until we get to the first car. Besides, nobody would think to look for us up there, the sniper explains. Frankie nods. Makes sense, you'd have to be stupid, crazy of both to go up there in this weather after all. Is that a yes or a no to the planned Pompadour? Chaos asks. It's a super yeah. Let's do this. The cyborg cheers, the purple-haired man chuckles before pulling himself onto the roof. This might just war. Crap, we've got a ferret on the roof, he groans, then has to quickly roll out of the way as an angry bellow of, I'm a sea weasel. Could heard, much to the other's confusion. I'll see what this is all about. You 3 find another way around, or just take advantage of this as a distraction, Frankie says before jumping onto the roof. Hello weirdo. Now who the fuck are you? The man with whiskers and a funny hat turns and grins. Me? I'm Nero the Sea Weasel, wielder of 4 powers and newest member of CP9. It's a shame I can't kill you both, but I'll just have to make do with this lanky bastard. Chaos stands up and slips his hat into his cloak, pushing his hair off his face. Hey Frankie, I'm all for teaming up and kicking this ferret's ass, if you are. Sure thing. Hey Weasel, what the hell is going on just ahead of us? We can't be at Ennis lobby already? Frankie asks. Nario scoffs but turns, of course not, we still have several. Strong right. The agent's statement was interrupted by a solid steel punch to the jaw courtesy of Frankie. Ack, that was dirty trick, Nario sneers. Says the assassin. Also I'm a pirate and I'm not actually sure, what are you other than strong and a pain in the ass? Frankie laughs and flexes. I'm Frankie, the face of Water 7's underworld, while Nario scowls. Soru strong hammer Kami the whiskered man speeds towards Frankie, then expertly dodges the punch before cartwheeling to the end of the train car. Okay, so Nero has dumbass mode too, that's annoying, Chaos grumbles. Rankiaku reversal. The junior agent has to quickly perform splits on the wet roof to avoid his redirected Tempest kick, his former target looking grumpy, with most of his front now a shimmering silver color. He looks up just in time to see Frankie spitting flames. Fresh fire. Soru Weasel makes the decision to speed to the only safe zone he could. Unfortunately for most people, flying off the roof of a moving train would be bad, unless you're CP9. Geppo Nero simply bounces back onto the roof, Frankie freaking out, while Chaos is simply annoyed. How the fuck can you jump in mid-air? And why aren't you freaking out? I saw the others use it earlier. The fact newbie here can do it is interesting and probably impressive, but not shocking, he responds, in an unimpressed, analytical tone. Thank you for more data though, it will be useful in the future. He bows, most likely mockingly. Don't talk down to me you damn crook, Nero screams. Rankiaku's star shield. The attack dissipates. Chaos raises an eyebrow as Frankie lets his forearm compress back from its previous form, which looked like an imitation Captain America shield. Wasn't sure your face was as armored as your chest and didn't think it was a good idea to risk its shimmer, Frankie explains, getting a nod and chuckle from the researcher. Thanks Frankie, and for the record, it can but usually isn't, he replies before pointing Hubby towards the agent. Kamishini no Yari. Buto Renjin Kami-e. Yep. Basically dumb ass mode without actually turning off your brain. Chaos hisses, annoyed his attack didn't even graze the Frankie, swelling up again. Let's see what you can do now Metalman, he thinks. Master nails Geppo. Combat nailgun, impressive, Chaos chuckles, getting a grin from the cyborg. Yeah, shame the jumping bean didn't get hit, he adds with a frown. These two are inhuman, at least the bony one has a devil fruit so I know how he can do that shit, but Frankie, I was sure my 4 powers would be enough to take him, but it seems not. I can't do the finger pistols just yet, so the real things we'll have to do, Nero thinks aloud, while still in the air, reaching into the back of his pants to retrieve 2 flintlocks. Hey, while that dude's monologuing, let's make a break for the next car, Frankie suggests. No complaints here, just hope it doesn't draw the others' attention, Chaos agrees. Hey, don't ignore me, Nero whines, using Geppo to catch up with the two. Right on time, Frankie grins, turning and holding up his left arm. Beans left. I saw that pitiful attempt at deception, from a mile away, Nero sneers, zipping behind the two and shot Frankie in the back. Ow, fuck that hurts, Frankie hisses, opening his left pointer finger, which was now essentially a modified pistol. Ouchie finger. Nero dodges the pistol shots, the two losing sight of him. Crap, this guy's going to be a bigger pain now he's found my weak spot. Both of them in fact. Cyborg and researcher look to see the agent had stopped to gloat, your back, and then there's the obvious one, of your brain, but that one I can't really target given we need you alive. Not so sure about that second one, Chaos muses, racking his knuckles against the side of Frankie's head. Pretty thick skull there. Must be at least some metal plating up there. He half teases, inwardly curious about the possibility. Well, I guess I should use my secret technique, to make sure you can't hit my weak point, Frankie announces. Frankie invincible before flopping backwards onto the roof of the train. I mean that's technically true, Chaos thinks, using the momentary brain fart from Nero to revert Hubby to her normal form. The weasel-faced CP9 agent stares for a moment, before admitting, this is too stupid for me to even deliver a comeback. This began a sort of stare-down until Nero loses his cool. Stop messing around. You don't get to give up just because you're losing, he whines and moans. Who said anything about giving up? I'm doing super, it's you who's acting like a brat. Hey, by the way, did your fruit make you invisible or something? No, he just doesn't care about me with an actual target in front of him. The tunnel vision is setting in, I guess, Chaos explains. Just great. Hey weasel brat, you ever heard of a centaur? Frankie asks as he stands back up. Yeah, those things in storybooks that are half horse and half human, Nero answers in confusion. Convert, Frankie shouts, standing weirdly and confusing both of his viewers. Then with a hiss like steam and whir of machinery his legs split vertically along the sides, opening out into 4 limbs. Frankie centaur. You perverted dumbass. It's backwards, your head's supposed to be in the front, not your junk. Nero shouts in annoyance, while Chaos laughs, used to stupid shit having grown up with Luffy. Franku smirks, flicking up his sunglasses. You think this is backwards? Just wait until we're done rearranging your face, Weaselton. Meanwhile, well, he was half right. She is in the front car, Kaya thinks as she and Usopp shimmy their way across the side of the cars until they reached Robin's window. The syrup human acting as support for Usopp's octo shoes and gloves. One can never be too careful given what they're doing, plus it gives her a reason to wrap her body around her love like an amorous slime, which is a plus in her books. Though why she seems to be on her own is odd. She thinks just as Usopp frees one of his hands to knock on the window. The oldest Straw Hat blinks before focusing on the sound. Eyes widen as she sees Usopp's moxed visage, as well as Kaya's syrup tendrils, her now honey yellow eyes peering out from behind his head. Long nose, syrup girl? Robin whispers in shock. Getting a grin and thumbs up from the sniper, 2 tendrils forming mini thumbs up as a confirmation from the medic. While the two managed to actually get inside the cart, Robin had transitioned from surprise to anger. What are you doing here? Don't you know how dangerous this is? She asks. It's quite simple, ma'am, we're here to rescue you. I am Soge King, the king of snipers. This is my loyal and faithful companion Minazuki Amy, the honey medic. We're not alone though, a cook named Sanji, a cyborg thug known as Frankie and a rather creepy guy in much less awesome cape than mine named Chaos are also here engaging in battle. Actually Amy and I kind of lost Sanji a little while ago. He's around somewhere, no doubt about that. Robin looks unimpressed. Furthermore, Captain Luffy, the remaining Straw Hats are hot on our tail with another sea train and a veritable army. You don't look happy, Amy gurgles. I heard from the tall one you're new, but the stories say Luffy doesn't abandon his friends. There's also the fact you won't beat him in a battle of will. He won't give up, they won't give up on you. You can't run away from your family, damn it. You don't know anything about what I've done. You'd already left, Robin snaps, Usopp flinching behind his mask while Kaya's syrup droops. We may have left, but that doesn't mean we don't know the story of what happened, Soge King announces, trying to keep the confidence in his voice strong. Amy sighs before using the relative privacy of the cart to revert back to her normal form. As Kaya, we know you gave up your freedom to save us all, but if you thought Luffy, or any of the others would just let you throw your life away, you don't know this crew at all. Given you're taking my life into your hands, I should probably stick around so you don't think I'm wasting your generosity. The memory is another broken shard digging into her heart. I'm not going with you. It's better this way. Bullshit. You think they're just going to let you do this? That they're just going to walk away like nothing happened? Like you don't mean anything? You're not the first person to abandon the crew. Stab us in the back. Admittedly yours was the most noble. Nami did it to rob us blind, Usopp says, then begins to go off on a tangent. The point is, they fought fishmen. Luffy pounded their boss into the dirt before Chaos put him down, for someone who stole from us to protect some village none of us cared about. Do you really think we aren't going to follow you to hell with a smile and weapons loaded, for you Robin? You may have invited yourself onto the crew, but you don't get to just leave when things get dicey. You never acted like a coward before now. Kaya adds, things getting heated between the 3 former Straw Hats. The stare-off was interrupted by banging on the car's door. Hey, quiet down in there, Corgi bellows, before entering. Now we're almost there. Has that icy shell finally broken? He asks, as he approaches Robin. Everything is fine, Robin states in a flat tone, a bandaged arm shooing him away. That wasn't the response I expected. She should be broken in fear by now, trying to find a way out of her inevitable fate. Something's not right here, he thinks, looking at the hooded woman critically. Maybe it's just my imagination, but something feels off right now. Back with the Rocket Man. Hey guys. I see a train in front of us. Luffy calls from his position on the nose of the train, refusing to come back in despite Nami's shrieks along with Vivi and Alvida's requests. We can't have caught up to it that quick, Polly hums, grimacing while the other fight amongst themselves to get out of the train car and get a look at their target. That's the puffing Tom all right, but it's only the back cars, like 70% is missing. One of the Frankie family call, having scouted out with his goggles. That might be a problem. But the bigger question is, how did it get detached? One of the dock workers asked aloud. It doesn't matter how it happened, all that ma's in our way. Alvida reminds them, mostly of the fact this train has no brakes, so the cars are literally only an obstacle. Wait, what if our guys are in those cars? Chopper asks fearfully. Big bro Frankie too, Kiwi whimpers. Then they're screwed, ha ha ha. Kokura chuckles, then goes back to her drinking. I'll go check. If it's the guys and Robin, we can prepare for retrieval, aka jumping onto the train head before it smushes us. Luffy explains, shouts, before pulling back and Gum rocketing himself over to the marooned cars. Sanji, Chaos, Usopp, Kaya. Hello. Damn it, what I wouldn't do for magic people sensing powers right about now. Sanji. Luffy calls, the Marines pantsing and mostly confused, until one of them recognizes Luffy and orders them to fire. It does nothing as you'd expect, but Luffy does grab one of them and interrogate him. I'm not SSSSCCAREDUFU. The Marine stutters. Don't care, where are Sanji and Chaos? Luffy asks. Who? My friend, and my brother, you seen them? Luffy asks again. Never heard of them. The rubber boy frowns. Oh, well that sucks. This trip was a waste of time. He grumbles, turning around to figure out how to get back onto the Rocket Man, mostly ignoring the second wave of gunfire aimed at him. Seems they're not on the car, but whoever is shooting at him. So his trip was useless, but the bigger issue is if we don't move those cars we might end up getting derailed, Polly grimaces. Then what should we do? Valentina asks, hey Zoro. Luffy's shout was audible even in the storm and at their current distance, CUTM. The swordsman shrugs, okay, then climbs onto the nose of the train, then gripped two of his swords. Nightoryu sword draw. Rashomon. The train carts were vertically split, everyone but Zoro and Luffy shocked into silence as the Rocket Man passes through the space previously occupied by the cars, the rubber boy jumping onto his train before the pieces hit the water. Why am I even surprised by the crap you people can do? Polly asks with a deep sigh. You get used to it, Vivi admits, sipping tea to calm her nerves. Well, with how strong some of you guys are, we might actually succeed with the crazy plan. That's our intention, Nami says, giving a determined grin. We will catch up with the sea train, rescue Robin, and continue our journey. Sue, are we going to talk about that anytime soon, if ever? Valentina asks after a few minutes of painful silence, referring to the cleanly split Sea King the train had just sped past, through. I'd prefer not to, mostly because I don't want to know who could do that, because make no mistake, that was a person not a creature that did that. Nami responds, shivering. I don't even know if Zoro could slice something up like that. I probably could, but not as even as it appeared, not at a 90 feet angle to the tracks or the sea. The swordsman shouts down, still outside the cart, but remaining within earshot for the moment. Seems a bit like showing off, to be honest. Alvida scoffs. Look at me, I can cut something completely in half, at right angles to the ground. Guys! There's someone on the track, Zambay shouts, adjusting his goggle eyepiece, then begins to panic. Oh no, it's the ship slasher. That's bad, bellows Tilestone, which isn't unusual for the large man, except the edge of fear just barely noticeable, something Luffy didn't. The what now? He asks in confusion, as Zoro makes his way past to the very front of the Rocket Man. He's ship slasher T-Bone from the Navy. They say his sword cuts through pirate ships like a knife through steak, Zambay explains. Great, now I want steak, Luffy grumbles, but that does sound like a really cool skill. Maybe if it were aimed somewhere else, but we're heading right for him, meaning that ship cutting slash is going to be pointed straight at the sea train. The Frankie bro panics a little, then turns to the others. We only get one shot at this. Aim everything we can at T-Bone. he orders. The rest of the family nod and get to work until. Hold it, Luffy commands, everyone stopping, some just in confusion. What, we don't have time to stop, Luffy sighs. Calm down, Zoro's got this covered. He explains, pointing to the swordsman who was ready to go, perched on Rocketman's nose. He can't be serious, Zanbei mutters. Oh, he is. Like Aunt Vivi said, you get used to stuff like this on the crew. The man looks to see a hatless Artemis peeking out of the window at him. Zoro can cut anything. Well, he's working on it. The artist teases, giving a crooked grin before slipping back into the cabin. You have one warning, get the hell out of our way right now. Zoro shouts at the zombie-looking Marine, who simply scowls back in response before pulling out his sword. I am a proud captain of the Navy, I shall not let you pass. Be it wood or steel, I'll slash your ship in two, he declares. Good luck with that, we won't stop until we reach our goal, and I shall cut down anything blocking our path to that goal. Zoro responds as he unsheathed his own swords, starting with Watto in his mouth, leaving out the fact they couldn't stop even if they wanted to. The Marine didn't need to know that after all. I hate crooked men and crooked swordplay, the captain says as he runs at the speeding sea train. Right angle slash. Bonodori Santoryu Yuki, Yuzume. Zoro leapt from the train as T-Bone unleashes his attack, even the energy shockwave making sharp right turns rather than curve as it approached the train, before being dissipated by Zoro's own swords. He then makes a side strike in mid-air, shattering the Marine's sword in a single blow, as well as more importantly, removing him from their path. The collective of Frankie family and Galila shipwrights were speechless. This guy just one-shotted the ship slasher. As if they needed more proof they shouldn't mess with the Straw Hats. They'd managed to snap out of their funk by the time Zoro had gotten back onto the train though, cheering and celebrating the team's success. Zoro, after that, decided to take a well-deserved nap, and after what he'd done nobody was going to argue about it. Back with Robin, Usopp and Kaya, aka Car 1 Corgi scowls as he stares into Robin's cold, empty eyes, before deciding there was no point trying to intimidate the woman and turns to leave, not like he was going to get anything from this one after all. But as he reaches the door he stops, his nose twitching as he smells something. I wasn't imagining things, that's a pirate I smell, and honey. Not important right now, the smell of pirate as though. Is something wrong? Robin asks flatly, even as Usopp begins to panic, feeling the sniper shaking from her position on his lap. The Marine grunts as he begins to slowly walk back, Usopp's heartbeat rising as he did. Just like all the other government officials have seen, you have extremely bad manners, Robin states, and if you get any closer to me with that nose pervert will be another trade all you goons seem to share, she mutters, though loud enough Corgi could hear her at his current distance, sniffing around nearby. He then noticed shifting of the cloak out the corner of his eye and sees too many legs. Aha, my nose has never let me down. Remove that cloak this instant, come on, do it now, he demands, getting in Robin's face. Crap, we've been busted, Usopp thinks, before leaping out of Robin's cloak, slingshot drawn and aimed for the man's face, causing him to back away a few steps. Hold on a sec, Corgi pants, visibly shaken having the weapon in his face. My name is Sogeking, I'm the mysterious stranger from Sniper Island, Usopp narrates, slipping back into his cover. Sogeking. Calm down, why don't you? You can't possibly think you're going to get away with this, do you? Corgi asks. Actually, yes, came a semi-understandable gurgle, followed by the barrel of a gun digging into the man's side, Kaya having returned in her Minazuki Amy persona. Seeing no way out of this, Corgi opts to simply scream, Lucci, help. Chaos and Frankie. While it was probably an impressive maneuver, and an interesting feat of engineering, as Frankie and Chaos dodged Nerio's shots and tried to return fire, it was clear the Centaur wasn't designed for wet metallic surfaces, such as the roof of a sea train in the middle of a storm, slipping and sliding all over the place. Eventually it went too far, Frankie sliding off the edge and holding on to the side of the car, Chaos having skidded to the opposite end of the car while dodging the gunfire. Looks like you're even more useless with 4 legs than 2 EY Centaur. Nerio sneers, standing over the flailing cyborg. Here, let me give you a hand. He taunts, clearly forgetting the keep the blue-haired dumbass alive, as he moves to stomp on the cyborg's hand and knock him from the train. Luckily for Frankie, he dodged, then used his immense strength to throw himself back onto the roof, catching Nero's limbs in his 4 feet legs, looking smug himself as he had the agent pinned once they stopped sliding with a little help from the reflect human. Really, those were the best one-liners you had, Frankie sighs. Chaos amused the man was taking the time to critique something like this. Even though he did agree about the one-liners, they were poor at best. Nero growls then squirms, I never thought you'd pull such a dumb trick. I let my guard down. He scolds himself aloud, while looking for some way to get out of this and either get the others, or deal with them in order to impress the higher-ups. Frankie laughs, yeah, 'cause I'm the dumb one. Then with a dark look he appears to peel the skin off his right hand, revealing its metallic skeleton. Wow. He really is a Terminator. So, what do you want written on your gravestone, brother? He asks. Here lies Furret the dumbass, who did what all cocky brats do. And fuck with the wrong guy, Chaos suggests, hubby making a rather nice click as he taps it against Frankie's shoulder, currently in its Kopesh form. The cyborg chuckles as he raises his fist. I don't think he gets it, Twinkler, that this fight is over. Then again, he dodged all my punches and most if not all your slashes, so he has no idea how much damage we can dish out. He laughs as what little color was present drains from the agent, before dropping the hammer, taking out the roof, which in turn brings the 3 of them falling into the train car they're previously been brawling onto arrows. Thought I lost you, didn't ya? Well, so much for those CP bozos guarding Robin, Sanji mutters, seeing the same weirdos who arrived with his friends and Frankie, but no sweet, busty Robin in sight, much to his disappointment. Sighing deeply, the cook lit a cigarette and entered the car, deciding he'll just have to beat his way through them to get to Robin. This entrance was interrupted by the ceiling collapsing behind him, drawing CP9's attention to behind them, and in turn the cook, as well as both Frankie and Chaos. Nice in trance, you been busy? He quips, seeing Nerio was conked out, though from what he was unsure. Frankie snorts, of course, we've been kicking ass, he boasts, letting the taller pirate punt the junior agent so he landed at the other's feet, resetting his legs and covering up his hand in the distraction. Khalifa huffs, it appears things have gotten a bit noisy all of a sudden. And drafty, Sway adds, a low hum or buzz barely audible as she stands. I presume the others have all been annihilated, Bluenose states rather than asks flatly. Most likely, not that I expected much from the ones I saw, Kaku adds, lowering him to being equally hated by Chaos as he seemed like, was basically not an asshole until this moment. During all this Lucci just stares with a look of disinterest at the 2 pirates and the cyborg. So, these are the bastards who kidnapped Robin? Sanji asks, partly rhetorically, partly directed towards Chaos who nods slightly, pushing his hair out of his face. The leopard man watches as Nerio pushes himself to his knees, boredom with just a tinge of disgust in his eyes. Who is this? He asks. Based on the files Corgi left us, Nerio, a new addition to CP9. He knows 4 of the 6 powers. Currently, Kaku explains, their smallest member slipping between the 2 of them. You bastards, Nerio pants, dripping blood all over the floor as he shifts into a crouching position. You're in for it now. Nobody gets away with doing this to me. I'll show you why I'm known as the genius of fighting, he boasts, preparing to lash out at his 2 opponents, now prepared to die. Hey, new guy, the weasel turns his head towards the shout. You must be Rob Lucci, sorry I wasn't around to introduce myself. I'll be with you in a moment, once I've dealt with these pests. Our orders were to bring Frankie in alive. You've let your emotions get the better of you. Lucci states passively, ignoring the humming in the air. Well, that just won't do. I'll give you 3 seconds to run for your life, he says, Nero's face contorting into a mix of confusion, panic and fear. 3. Run for my life. Run from who? 2. The buzzing got louder. Stop kidding around, Lucci, I'm serious. And 1. Nero's head snaps back as his body collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. A hole right through the center of his forehead. They really thought he was CP9 material? This feels like incompetence bordering on nepotism, Sway sneers, her right middle finger covered in blood. Lucci nods, before tossing the body out the window. You need to master all 6 to be one of us. He scoffs, then turns to the only normal one of the group, Khalifa. Make a note on the report. Newbie too weak, He was therefore deemed worthless and dealt with. Of course, the bespectacled woman nods. These are the agents of justice? Sanji asks in disbelief, mostly due to the casual murder of an ally right in front of them. Maybe we should have killed him, been more respectful than that at least, Chaos muses to Frankie in an only half-serious manner. I don't need to ask why you're here, intruders, Lucci says, finally addressing the pirates. You're here to rescue Nico Robin. A soon-to-be fatal mistake. He continues, voice now dripping with condescension. Listen, her problems are beyond your comprehension. There are people who are just born under a bad sign, those who are, for the sake of everyone else, better off dead. Speak English, we don't all talk psycho, Sanji retorts, the cook commenting just before Chaos gets a chance to. For example, suppose there exists a sleeping devil, someone with the power to burn the whole world around them. Then suppose there exists someone capable of awakening that devil. Is that key player not someone that should be removed from the board, for the sake of the entire world? Even if that person happened to be an 8-year-old girl? Lucci asks. Honestly, I'm surprised you guys didn't just wake this devil up and try tame it. Seems like you're Chaos mutters. Lucci's neck muscles tighten, cueing the reflect human in on the fact he'd been heard. Did you understand anything he just said? I think he's gone off on some stupid tangent, Frankie pipes in. Acting as if nothing had been said, Lucci continues. What I've just told you is the true history of Nico Robin, of her first transgression, and she's built up a long, blood-soaked ledger in the 20 years since that moment. Her existence has been a sin as far back as she's able to recall. The only good she can do in this world is forfeit her life and disappear. That is her misfortune. She has no other choice but to accept her fate and die. If that were true, why go through the song and dance? Why not just shoot her in the face when she entered your line of sight? Chaos asks, his eyes glazing over with a metallic silver sheen. Because you need her, and she can't die until she's completed whatever task you require of her, most likely a poneglyph or other ancient writing. He theories. Annoying Sui Feng, who jumps up, but Lucci swats down her attempt at attacking the pirate. The boy speaks words he can barely comprehend. He's not worth you losing control. He's correct about one thing though, her death won't come quick. The world government will get every last drop of intelligence and intel out of her, before she's finally allowed to die like she should have all those years ago. Bastard! Sanji shouts, lashing out with a kick, which Lucci stops cold before pushing him back. I won't let you talk about Robin like that anymore, nor do we intend to let you keep her. Arrows may have jumped the gun, but he's 100% correct. Chaos agrees, Robin will not be staying with you for any longer. She's coming with us. Hubby coils around his arm before latching onto his shoulder. Before any more of a fight can continue, there is a commission from the next car. Wait, Robin, please don't go in there. This is a really bad idea. Usopp's panicked tones could be heard even through the closed door, getting Sanji, Chaos and Frankie's attention. Just before the door opens, Robin standing in the doorway, with Usopp and Kaya hanging off her. I said wait, not keep going. Robin. Sanji cheers, while Chaos gives a melancholy smile at the semi-reunion. I'm so happy to see you. Tell me you're okay. We're in deep trouble now, Usopp mumbles. Kaya nods in agreement from Robin's other side. We went through all the trouble of sneaking in, even took out that Snoopy guy as stealthily as we could, and she just walks into the middle of the heavy hitters, the Amy girl whines. So that's Nico Robin. I buy it. She looks like the girl from the wanted poster, only a lot older, which given the 20 years since it was taken makes a lot of sense. Frankie decides to comment. Give us a minute, we'll kick these guys' asses and be right on our way, Sanji announces optimistically, missing the smirk on Lucci's face. But he did catch Robin's blooms tossing Usopp and Kaya right at them, managing to catch the logia off guard, as well as taking advantage of the fact syrup is in a way more solid than sand, so taking her chances. What the hell, Robin? Are we really going to do this? You're not the first person who didn't want to be saved. Chaos hisses as Robin sprouts 6 arms from her back before letting them dissipate. It seems my words mean nothing to you people, she says coldly. Yeah, we tend to get annoyed when people do things that involve the crew without consulting at least the captain first, the reflect human snarks, though was surprised when the until now stoic Lucci began to laugh. Sway was less surprised by he saw enough familiar tendon was. Frankie! Usopp shouts, his voice cracking between his normal and Sogeking voices, detach the third car. The cyborg looked confused. Why, what's the plan? We run away, the sniper said bluntly, standing up as Sanji helped Kaya. You're kidding, right? You two, Sanji and Chaos. I'll be just a moment, Usopp announces. Make sure Frankie doesn't escape, Kaku orders, Blueno nodding before cracking his knuckles. Sniper King. Smoke Star. In the thick smoke, nobody was actually sure what was going on, making it the perfect time for Usopp and Kaya to grab, restrain Robin, then run as fast as the sniper's legs could carry them into the previous car, just as Frankie had managed to decouple the car. It worked. Somehow we managed to complete a rescue mission on the first try, Usopp cheers, ignoring Robin's maddening expression as she sat down beside them. Seems sometimes the dumbest idea possible works, because nobody expects someone to actually go through with it, Sanji adds, as he watches the front of the train chug away. Some plans only work if you're mad enough to actually attempt them, Chaos chuckles, turning his head away from the doorway and back to the archaeologist. Unfortunately, just as he does, the car is latched onto by thorny whips. Fuck, someone's copycatting trap tricks. Wait, you can, never mind. Frankie shakes his head. Important thing is, we're not done just yet, he says, getting ready to fight. I've got them, you know what to do now, Khalifa shouts, as the blue-headed man yanks on the whips, causing the cart to lurch and bounce closer to CP9. Did you honestly think a smokescreen could stop us? Blueno asks flatly, physically pulling the cars together. No, but we hoped it just might, Kaya admits. Remember, the agreement was to not kill the Straw Hats, Lucci says as the agents board the car. In that case, Sanji hums, Sogeking, Minazuki, protect Robin with your lives, he orders, then runs at Blueno, who tanks the kick without even flinching. Sanji, these guys' skills, they're not like anything we've faced before, Chaos warns, you have to put everything into your strikes if you even want to dent them. Duly noted, only like 20 seconds late, Sanji scoffs, before charging up with a spin and landing a kick to Blueno's ribs, which visibly whined the large man. Damn, to do that much damage against Blueno's Takai, Blondie's kicks are no joke, Sway notes with slight amusement. Don't underestimate him, Blueno. He may not have a bounty, but he's one of the strongest fighters on the crew, Kaku supplies as a sort of pep talk to the doorman. OCIO Fleur Clutch, what the fuck, crazy lady? Frankie yells as Robin restrains and then forcefully bends Usopp's already damaged body backwards. Didn't you hear me? Stay out of my business and leave me alone, Robin screams, bending Usopp until his head slaps off the ground. With the cook distracted, Kaku leaps forward, kicking him into chaos and throwing both of them across the car. You Straw Hats make no sense, especially when your friends are involved, Frankie thinks. You dumbasses want to escape. Well, here's your chance, he shouts, pushing against the wall with all his strength, surprising even Robin when the front panel of the car begins to crack and separate under the strain, before shooting forward, free of the surrounding walls. In doing so, Frankie separated the cars once more, but at the cost of throwing himself into CP9's car. Damn it, Frankie. Chaos curses as he gets up, then with a sway sets himself down beside Robin, before she runs to the edge. Stop, I'm not trying to escape, I won't run, she screams, pleading with the agents. What the hell is wrong with you, Robin? Kaya asks, not looking up at the woman as she checks on Usopp. She's right, we know everything, there's no point hiding or playing pretend. We're not abandoning you. No matter how many buster calls they throw at us, we'll just keep fighting until we win, the Reflect human says with a grin, which lasts until just before an air door opens above a now standing Sanji. You're wrong. If a buster call is deployed, you'll be obliterated, Blueno says, his deep, flat voice adding to the finality of the statement. Rankyaku point blank, Sanji had no chance of dodging as he took the strike to the chest, nearly throwing him out of the car. He came out of literally nowhere. How did he do that? Usopp thinks fearfully, sight practically bouncing between the cook and the agent. I can't just let this end. He forces himself to stand, like with Corgi aiming a flash star in the man's face. Halt. What are you doing? Robin asks frantically, while Kaya was thinking similarly, though more bitterly. What needs to be done to help a friend? He replies, turning to her to answer, then shocked when he looked back, he's gone. Really wish it meant he left, but shit, Chaos curses as the creaking of old hinges could be heard. Bluno opening another air door directly behind the sniper. Shigen, while ordered not to kill the Straw Hats, given the previous injuries, which continued to pile up, it was probably going to be a bit touch and go as he collapses into Kaya's embrace. Bastard, Tekai Hubby's Kopesh form, even with its saw-like outer rim, bounced off Bluno's arm. The man scoffs when he sees the blade had ripped through his sleeve but didn't even break the skin. Fabric is a poor conductor of Rokushiki. He drones, then shoves Robin towards his air door. You really think this is over, Tin Man? Chaos spits. You saw back in Galila. Your doors won't be enough to stop me, he says, his fingers lengthening into claws, talons. You're going to need to work a lot harder than duh. No, you promised. Robin screams as Bluno slams his hand onto the researcher's chest. Revolving door Chaos chokes and gasps as the center of his chest begins to rotate and circle, separating either part of or all of his lungs from the rest of his body. Usopp. Chaos, Sanji shouts before throwing a flying kick at Bluno's face, who blocks it with Tekai. Your last kick was a lot stronger, tired already, boy? He drones, clearly unimpressed as he tosses the blonde across the car. He is about to move on to Kaya when Bloomed arms stop him in his tracks. Stop, I'm not trying to escape, I'm keeping my side of the agreement, now keep yours by letting them live, Robin commands as strongly as she could. They're the ones attacking me, what would you have me do? Bluno asks, acting as if the pirates were even a challenge to him. Then let's go, leave them here on the car and let us continue the trip, Robin half suggests, half pleads with the doorman, who hums and nods, at which point she released her blooms, and turns to enter the door. You're not worth it, Robin freezes, turning her head to look the medic in the eye. It's what you think, what I think right now, and what you clearly want the others to think. But the Straw Hats don't work that way, we don't abandon our own, no matter what they do or say. In fact, she catches her fellow Fruit Eater's eye, the taller teen wheezing on his knees but nods very slightly. I have it on good authority the captain refuses to acknowledge your resignation. Robin bites back a response before stepping through the door, not seeing Kaya's face fall before. Rankyaku, her upper body explodes into yellow gloop. Bluno knew it couldn't kill them, especially a logia that easily, but slowing her down and shutting her up were his main goals behind that attack. Following Robin through the door, it seals behind him, not even there anymore. These people are everything wrong with the world government, Sanji spits as he pulls himself to his feet. We're going to get her back, he says to Chaos unmoving form, Kaya reforming beside a half-conscious Usopp. It doesn't end like this, they don't get to make the last move. The voice hisses as Chaos flows more than stands, limping over to the edge of the car. Hey, don't do anything stupid, you can't swim on a good day, middle of a storm is just asking for trouble, Sanji says in a panic as the researcher holds out Hubby, then braces his right arm with his left hand. Shin the blade shot straight and true, aimed for the closest CP9 agent in the hope of dealing at least some damage after what just happened, only for Sway to kick it off course, the only damage being to the wall of the front car as it cleaved through it about a foot in. Fuck, it came out as more a hiss than even a whisper, just before his legs gave out and he slumped against the train seat. Well, fuck. Let's see if the others are doing any better? Please tell me I'm imagining things. Nami whines, her head between her thighs as Vivi rubs her back comfortingly. Meanwhile Zoro and Artemis were chuckling, mostly because everyone was fine, even if they were now a little off course, and missing the back car. Luckily the Seabills attached to them meant, unlike the cars of the Puffing Tom, that they'll just meet up with the others later, at Ennis Lobby. No, we did just get derailed by a giant frog. Victor responds, peering out of the window to see Luffy arguing with said frog on the front of the sea train. Stupid Yokozuna. Chimney grumbles, to which Kokoro laughs as she steers the train back onto something resembling a path to their destination. You do know how to get to Ennis Lobby, right? Even like this? Alvida asks, seeing the redhead had become sufficiently calmed out the corner of her eye. Of course I do. When we built the trains we had them equipped with eternal pose attuned to all islands the sea train would be able to stop at, Kokoro explains. Nami nods and makes her way to the window. In that case you focus on those and I'll keep my eyes on the sea, she says, getting back into the flow. You think that'll do any good, Missy? Kokoro asks with a drunken cackle. I'm the navigator. Watching the sea is practically my job. Good to know. One thing though. Hey Yokozuna, quit messing around and get over here. She shouts out the other window. The frog stopping his fight with Luffy to happily bounce over to Kokura, situating himself on top of the coals. Kiro, Kiro, Kiro. I'm glad you're happy to see me safe and sound, but you jumped the gun by a lot. These people didn't kidnap me. I'm helping them get to Enies Lobby. Kokura explains with a laugh, surprising everyone in earshot. Granny can speak frog, Chimney thinks, looking really confused. It's been a long 8 years, hasn't it? I've watched you fight the sea train every day. Watch you try your hardest to become stronger, so you won't ever lose the people you care about, not after what happened to Tom. Kokura's voice was low and melancholy, but then it rose. Well, it's time to put that training to the ultimate test. Kiro, you remember your old pal Frankie? Well, he was taken by the bad men just like Tom. He's one of the reasons we're out here, to rescue out Blue Dummy. So you ready for a fight? You want to help us save Frankie? Kiro, Yokozuna cheers. Even those who couldn't speak frog understood what he was trying to say, that he was in. Yokozuna has joined the party with the rest of the Frankie family. I don't see them, that damn frog practically threw them into the clouds. We can't talk like that, we need to hope Zachi and the others are okay, and that we'll meet up with them at Enies Lobby so we can all rescue Big Bro together. You're right. Sodom, Gomorrah. Full speed, follow the tracks to Enies Lobby. The beasts roar and bellow before the large cart began to once more trundle its way through the water, the family coming across another obstacle not long after. Watch out, it's another lost car. It might be full of enemies, so keep your guard up, one yell. The others following the suggestion given. The last one had been literally full of Marines. Wait, there's someone at the door, it's the swirly brow guy. So they're friendlies? Most likely, yeah, with Frankie and Robin. You're kidding, he's still alive? Frankie asks, holding back a wide grin for a moment before laughing heartily. He had me worried for a while there, but I knew Ice for Brains wasn't gonna die like some chump. He was stronger than that. Robin nods, quite, but I doubt CP9 know of Iceberg's survival, so best to keep that to yourself, she suggests, to which the cyborg agrees, then grimaces as he sees their destination was close enough to be seen. This might just be the end. Those goons have everything they wanted out of their mission. The woman who can awaken ancient weapons, and the man with the blueprints to create the strongest of the three. If this goes as they plan, it'll be the end of the pirate era, and then those weapons will be turned on anyone who disagrees with the world government running the show, and we won't have any way to fight back. I say no, my master didn't lay down his life protecting these blueprints to let them fall into these bastards' grubby paws. Not if I have anything to say about it. He clenches his fists and looks at the morose woman. But there's no point in me doing it alone. Which is why you need to find a way back to Straw Hat, or even just wait for them to come to you, given what I heard from Swirly Brow and Shimmer. Robin tenses. I can't. If I'm with them, I will only bring them suffering. Bullshit. I think it hurts you all more being apart, even if you say you're doing it to help them. Besides, you're not the cause of their pain. Those bastards in the other room may say your existence is a crime or a sin, but no matter who you are, or what you do, just being alive isn't and never is wrong. You got that, Nico Robin? What you do is your choice, but there's no right or wrong in who you are. You are you. Nothing more and nothing less. Never let people tell you different, Frankie declares. Robin surprised. A little bit of hope shifting somewhere underneath her self-loathing. Enies Lobby, not long after. Do you think your attitude has any connection to how harshly they're treating you? Robin asks stoically, watching a chained-up Frankie yell at the assembled Marines, with one poor unfortunate's head clamped in his metal jaws. That works both ways, airbags, he growls, to which the archaeologist shrugs. It was just a simple question. They treat me like crap, I'll make my displeasure apparent, he adds, spitting out the poor soul and knocking over 3 Marines in the process, before both of them are added to the procession CP9 were given, Bluno dragging Frankie by the previously mentioned chain, while Robin kept in step with the cyborg, unrestrained as they knew she wasn't going to try anything. All was going well until the gates opened and they saw Enies Lobby, a rather simple-looking building if it were not for the seemingly endless abyss it was precariously perched over, or as Frankie described it. What the fuck? There's a freaking hole in the ocean. Is it too late to opt out of continuing this story? I'm kidding, don't panic, with the family. So, Big Bro sacrificed himself to save you guys, and so the government still has him? A large bald man asks, tearing up. That sums it up pretty well, oddly enough, Sanji replies. None of the others looked in the mood to talk. Hell with his hood up, the cook couldn't even tell what Chaos Face looked like right now. He was trying to help us rescue Robin and all escape together. We need to hurry up, we don't know how long either of them have. The Nightless Island is in sight, we're almost there, bellowed the lookout, getting cheers of enthusiasm and declarations of rescuing their big bro, though the statement itself drew the pirates' attention. Nightless Island? Yeah, the sun never sets on that island, so it's called either a nightless or a daytime island, one of the family explained. Added to the list, Kaya groans, knowing the researcher was keeping a record of the crazy shit that happened to them on the Grand Line, mostly as a hobby. His response was interrupted by the shrill whistle of a train. The four look out the window to see Rocketman's light as it made its way towards them. There he is, did you take the scenic route, Luffy? Chaos calls, flashing a grin which showed all his teeth. Sanji, Chaos, great to see you guys. Luffy cheers, waving alongside the massive frog from the front of the train. Haha, see, I told y'all we'd catch up to them no problem. Kokoro cackles as she steers rather well for a drunkard. Yes you did, and Eni's lobby is right ahead of us both, Nami announces as she partly hangs out the main window. The declaration getting the others pumped for a fight. Let's do this. Not long after Sogeking once more gave his spiel, the story enthralling Luffy and Chopper, while some of the others, Artemis, Vivi and Valentina, were more amused by the theatrics. Sniper King from Sniper Island, and his sidekick, love interest Minazuki Amy, the two most childlike members squealed. That's right, we're close personal friends of Usopp and Kaya, who heard about your dilemma and asked us to provide assistance in rescuing your friend Robin. Sogeking explains, Kaya taking advantage of her Amy form to just sit in the corner like a sleeping slime. We have a real-life superhero, I know it because of the mask and cape, Luffy shouts happily. You have superpowers if you wear a mask and cape? Chopper asks curiously, causing his captain to roll his eyes. Of course Chopper, everyone knows that, I'm getting you a mask when we get back to Water 7, K? Alvida teases the purple-haired teen, who was calm, but holding Artemis rather close to his chest. The girl not having a problem with being hugged by her papa, so just nuzzled closer. I'm happy to see both of you are safe, Miss Kaya, Vivi whispered to the syrup girl, who nods from under her hood. Yeah, it's a load off all our minds, Nami agrees. Should we burst their bubble now or later? Victor asks, as the two continue to gush over Usopp. Let them have it, it's a morale boost as well as a distraction from what we're about to do. His partner argues. Just be glad we have two more Straw Hats in the mix for the rescue mission. True, also it's in the South Blue, Victor says, overhearing Nami and Chopper both ask where Sniper Island was. It's actually a pretty nice place, though I was only there once for a job. A few former associates are from that island. Mr. 3 was from the South Blue. I don't think it was Sniper Island though, Artemis chimes in, now sitting on Chaos' lap, with the older pirate resting his chin on her hat. Nami, the redhead, turns to Sanji as she was called. Yes. Actually it might be best everyone hears, he decides, the two getting everyone's attention before the cook explains what Robin was protecting them from by running away. A buster call. 10 battleships led by 5 vice admirals. The attack was capable of leveling an island from what Bluno described, as well as how CP9 were using Robin's understandable terror of such a thing being pointed at her family to control her. The hold they have over her, using her childhood nightmare. It's not an excuse, but it's more forewarning that she may not come quietly when we get there, Sanji finishes. Fuck it. She's not the first difficult crewmate we've had to help. Why should this be any different? Zoro responds with a shrug. As an AUG member he'd been present for both Nami and Vivi's incidents. None of this matters, I won't stand for this. Luffy bellows at full volume, his usual bluntness cutting through everything and getting to the main point. Robin was one of us, we're not leaving without her. We either win or we die trying. Artemis frowns, her young features unfortunately making it more of a cute pout. We're saving Mama. No matter the cost, she practically growls. Yes, we are, kiddo. Even if we have to fight our way through the entire world government, Chaos agrees, his tone cold as ice. With the pirates sufficiently motivated, Polly took his turn as spokesman, showing them a sketch of what he remembered of Enies lobby, and was vague about the black void around the island in the picture, because he really didn't want to try explain that to Luffy, as well as how the plan would have to work, mostly about getting Robin and Frankie before they reached the Tower of Law, which was basically the point of no return. I hate to say this, but the only people here who could stand against those CP9 fucks are you Straw Hats, so the best plan is for you to hold back, give us 5 minutes to thin the herd so to speak, then launch yourselves towards the target with Rocketman, he finishes. Yeah, the Frankie family is behind this plan. We'll handle the lower marines. You guys just focus on rescuing your friend as well as Big Bro Frankie. We're approaching Enies lobby, folks. If you look out the windows you'll see the gates of justice. As over the top as the name implies, Kokura says over the intercom. Damn, she's not wrong. Valentina gasps, seeing the massive structure behind the island. Hey wait, where's Luffy? Then a familiar feeling passing through the Straw Hat's spines. Fuck. Just as Luffy springs off the train car, onto the gates surrounding Enies lobby. What is he doing? He didn't understand the plan at all. Chaos sighs. Oh, he did. He just chose to ignore it as always. I guess we better prepare to deal with his enthusiasm, everyone, he says, letting hubby slide and coil up his arm. Well, the element of surprise is gone, but we can still be your distraction, Polly assures the remaining Straw Hats, before the Galila and Frankie family get into the latter's ship, and their mega bulls, prepared to hop the fence and cause hell. Meanwhile, Luffy was reminding the Marines that they were really not even worth his time as he one-shots an entire troop of them looking for Robin. His decision to ditch the actual plan was useful in that the Marines had no clue what the hell was going on and were highly disorganized, making things easier for Galila and the Frankie family to fight them. The captain does stop outside the gates though, politely asking if he could be let in, surprising the guards before one runs at him. I'm not surprised, but it would have been nice. Anyway, guess it's time to fight. Gum Gum Alley Robot, wrapping his rubber limbs around their counterpart on the marine closest to him. Luffy piloted the man like his own little mech, though due to where he was situated, essentially piggybacking a ride from the marine, he had the same back weakness as Frankie, not that it mattered to Luffy at the moment, having a little fun along the way as he made the expected beeps and boops that a robot should. When the Marines mustered up the brainpower to strike from behind, he hopped off his ride and let him get taken out by his own comrades, before slamming both of their heads together, knocking them out. The rest of the group he either jumped off or ran through, latching onto the oversized brass handles on the gate, door and rocketing his way over, leaving the Marines completely ineffectual. All things considered, the distraction team were doing a pretty good job, especially within the 5 minutes being given. Even the revelation that the gatekeepers were a pair of proper 20 feet plus giants didn't stop them for more than a few minutes of panic, before rushing at them with the same stubbornness and determination they put into every job. The giants initially beat the ever-loving crap out of them, but you can't say these guys let them do so. Luckily, reinforcements were right behind them in the form of Zambay, Kiwi and Mozu riding one of their mega bulls, Galila on the other, to sick them on the giants, at least managing to stop them stomping on the family, which seems kind of dangerous on a floating island, directly over an abyss. Sorry we're late guys, needed to give Sodom and Gomorrah their land legs, Zambay shouts, referring to what looked to be tank tread-like devices on the bull's underside. Zambay, they beat the destroyers, one yells, referring to the 3 largest and most destructive of the group, after Frankie of course. Zambay grimaces, I can see that. But right now the priority is getting the gate open for the Straw Hats and Rocketman so we can save Big Bro Frankie. We don't have time to patch them up now, we need to hold off for the moment and fix them later, he orders. One of the giants growls, the bulls being the only thing to do damage to either of them so far. Given he was the closest, he was their first target. Kiwi and Mozu with a flurry of sword slashes practically filleted one of his boots, putting him off balance for a combo attack by Polly and Zambay, the dockworker having been thrown over and catching enough of the giant's hair in his ropes to start overbalancing him the direction they wanted. And Zambay, in typical Frankie family fashion, shot his cannon into the man's face, ensuring he went down exactly where he needed to go in order to allow Tilestone and Peeply Lulu to literally nail him to the wall, The final blow actually being delivered by the other giant after Zambay and the others goaded him into trying to smash them with his club. With one giant dealt with, morale amongst the family rose higher than they had even been initially. They might actually get through this. Meanwhile, in the main building, report, Spandam yelled into his mushi, the man on the other end wincing before responding. The commotion outside the main gate should be child's play for Oimo and Kashi to deal with. That should quiet down shortly. Good, and as for Straw Hat, how's that debacle going? At the moment, I'd guess about 400, the man answers, confusing the three CP9 agents and Spandam. 400? What are you talking about? Spandam shouts angrily. Our current casualty numbers, Straw Hat is practically plowing through our men. That's impossible. Our guards are extremely well trained and you say one boy took out almost half? Insane? At that moment Luffy ran past on his minor rampage through the city, though much less messy than when Alvida did the same back on Whiskey Peak. He doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon, the operator thinks, before returning to giving his report. There have been some changes, I'll need to amend those numbers, he says, watching more and more of his colleagues get beat in black and blue. I guess around 5 who. Grk. He groans as one of the unconscious Marines fly through the air and slam into him head first, sending both of them to the land of Nod. 5. How the fuck did you make that much of a mistake? Spandam screams, then slams the receiver down on the snail's back when he gets no response. Well, Straw Hat is clearly no threat to us. Running around the city he'll soon tire himself out and we'll capture him no trouble, the man boasts, grinning proudly. Chief, Mr. Lucci's party has arrived, called the guard outside the room. Spandam's grin widens, excellent. Send them in right away. The doors creaking open almost as soon as he finishes speaking. Welcome back, it's been so long since we've last seen one another. Lucci's face gives nothing away as he begins his report. As we relayed, our mission was a success as we've managed to capture Cutty Flam, now known as Frankie, who assaulted government officials 8 years ago, he states flatly. And after over 20 years of searching, the last survivor of Ohara, Nico Robin, has been located and secured, Sui Feng adds. A feral smirk flashes through her previously expressionless face. She is correct. Both are being watched by the guards outside if you would like us to bring them in for you. Spandam smiles. Oh, it is good to have you all back. Lucci, Kaku, Bluno, Sui Feng and Khalifa. That's harassment, the Karen says, adjusting her glasses. Oh for fu, never mind. The government agent groans, his elephant companion gently patting his back with his trunk. One of the already seated agents, a man with shades on his head, his hair in a queue, scar running down his left eye, a goatee and long Fu Manchu mustache, turns his head and smirks at the returning agents. Just like old times, Lucci. Actually, I think you somehow got even more smug while you were undercover. The rest of you look the same, though Buzzard seems almost happy. Bet she got to kill someone today, he laughs. But sadly you're not any smarter, Jabra, Lucci retorts, angering the other agent who jumps for the couch the three had been sitting on. Lucci, Jabra, it's been less than 5 minutes, can you please not be at each other's throats every time we're all in the room together? Kaku asks tiredly, at least trying to play mediator. Click clack, Yo-Yoi, Kakuu is re-8, can't we all just get Alon and G? Kumadori, a large man with wild pink hair, says in a rather dramatic and over-the-top manner. Why do I have the feeling writing him will be the best and worst part of this arc? For 5 long years we've awaited their return? Rather than talk, the final member, a ball-shaped man with a mouth zipper, flings himself at the group, which leads to him being kicked or punched around by all the returning members. Is this silly test really necessary, Fukuru? Sui asks with a hint of annoyance. Chapapa, of course, it's been 5 years, we should see where your power ranks on the Doriki scale. Using a regular marine as a baseline of 10 inches, the man hums and chirps. Interesting, very interesting. First we have Khalifa with a power level of 630, Bluno is 820, Kaku is 2200, Sui is an incredible 3010, and Lucci, power level 4000. 4000. You're shitting me, you damn bird brain. Jabra yells angrily. There's no such thing as a power level that high. Chapapa, not before, but there is now. Having already measured Jabra and Kumadori earlier, I can finally rank CP9 with their current power levels. Rob Lucci. 4000 Sui Feng. 3010 Kaku. 2200 Jabra. 2180. Bluno. 820 Kumadori. 810 Fukuru. 800 Khalifa. 630. The hell, I demand a recount. Even taking Lucci and his crazy 4000 out of the equation, how am I weaker than Kaku and Sui? Because they got stronger too, Chapapa. Jabra hops the couch. Well, the test only measures the player's physical strength. In a real fight I also have my devil fruit, so don't get a big head, either of you, he boasts. I don't care, keep telling yourself that if it makes you feel better, Kaku responds with a sigh, which Sui Feng cackles. I have a fruit too, dumbass, and I have speed on my side, while all that ego slows you down by quite a lot, she taunts. Both are correct, ignore the mangy mutt, Lucci says flatly, turning to walk away from Jabra. I'm a mangy mutt, you cat bastard, he growls, getting the leopard man's attention. Both activate their fruits and look about ready to brawl. Honestly, this is what happens when you do this stupid ranking nonsense. Your Rokushiki training already makes you all superhuman. Spandam grouses, nothing higher than 500 should really be needed. He's saying that because he ranks 9 on the scale, even lower than a guard, Fukuru says after unzipping his mouth, which Jabra had resealed after the ball man had spilled the beans about him being dumped by his girlfriend. It's not important, besides, I have my special sword and you guys are the muscle, I just give the orders. Don't worry boss, we always knew you were a weak little PSOA. Damn it, why must you girls be so needlessly cruel? Boss, yes Khalifa? That's sexual harassment? Fuck, he grunts, slamming his head on the desk. Then with a heavy sigh stands up and continues the meeting. Despite how long it's been, I must say I'm extremely pleased with your performance in this mission. The fact you also captured Nico Robin is a wonderful bonus indeed. It's no exaggeration the world will praise you when word of this finally gets out. As your commander-in-chief, this is one of the proudest moments of my life, and I do mean that honestly. He looks down at his desk. Also, while not exactly a gift for your hard work, I do have a gift for both Khalifa and Kaku, but that's something for later. For now let's meet the prisoners, shall we? Send them in. On Rocketman, everybody ready. If they don't have those gates open they aren't going to. Kokura says over the intercom. The Straw Hats tense but double-check their weapons and gear one last time before calling out they were ready. Though the tension was so thick it was unlikely that even Zoro could cut through it. I'm going to need you to take out the iron fence, samurai man. She shouts out the window. Zoro, still seated on the front of the train, nods, hands clenched on 2 hilts. Just don't miss and I'll deal with this easily. The swordsman responds with a nod, eyes on his target as the sea train barreled towards it at full speed.